Very good morning. We are live from St Mary's in Waverley. It's the St Mary's Investec Hockey Festival. Alongside me is sitting Ros Howell, the absolute legend of St Mary's hockey and South African hockey for that matter. Ros, how are you this morning?
Morning, Pitsman. It's great to be here, and this is just fantastic. This is our first live screening of this event, and we are so happy to have Investec so involved with hockey at St Mary's. And of course, this is our 19th year of this tournament, so it's a real step up to have all the matches today and tomorrow streamed live.
The pictures you're seeing, St Andrews in blue, playing from left to right, beg your pardon, and Durban Girls in green. Now, Ros, in the past, Durban Girls College won this particular festival in 2006 and 2009. How have they been faring this year?
I think, as you know about this event, there are 32 teams that participate, and it's quite tough to get into the top three of each pool, because from there you get a chance to get a crack at the semi-final opportunity. But they've actually played really well. They lost out on a goal difference, as far as I'm concerned, to Clarendon. They were in our pool, St Mary's pool, and they've played superbly, but find themselves playing in the from position 4 to 6 in the pool, and then of course that puts them from position 13 to 24 in the tournament. So they'll be a little bit frustrated and disappointed, but I think they've actually had a good tournament. And the quality of this tournament is such that it's really the fourth team that loses out. It's just unfortunate in the pool.
The Durban Girls with a great opportunity into the circle area, but St Andrews bringing the ball out again and just taking their time on the 16-yard to work the ball out. And of course, the urgency in this festival is the fact that the matches are only 30 minutes long, so there's a real interest in attack, because you want to score early, you want to get some points on the board and settle yourself for the match to go.
Yes, I think the whole idea of the festival was actually to try and create. When I was coaching the national team, I always felt that goal scoring was an area that we needed a lot of work. Except I'm sitting next to the top goal scorer in the world, who actually played in the team when I was when I coached. But Pitts, I think the idea behind this tournament is that we hope to create attacking opportunities. I've been a bit frustrated this year because I don't think we're seeing as many goals as I'd like to see, and I think it's something we need to address. And I'm sure many of the coaches around here will agree with me.
Yeah, I do agree with you as well. In fact, it's been a bit of a decline over the last few years. You'll find one or two teams in the festival or in South African hockey that's very comfortable with scoring goals. And then the rest is really all on par with the same kind of goal-scoring drama.
Yeah, I think we definitely have to take a look at it and see if we can make a few changes in our training techniques so that we can ensure that we improve this, because I definitely think as a school and as schoolgirls hockey, we need to up this.
Yeah, of course, goal scoring, one of those things that takes a lot of repetition training, and perhaps also one that you need to think about extra training sessions just for that.
Yeah, St Andrews trying to put a little bit of pressure on Durban Girls here. St Andrews also 3 times previous winners of this event, and will also be a little bit disappointed about not being in the top section of the tournament. But you know, as I said, all 4 pools were incredibly tough, and the side that lost out, the 4th team in the pool, will be quite disappointed in that.
Both these teams really coached by some phenomenal experience. We've got Belle Meek for Durban Girls College and Catherine McNulty, an ex-national player for St Andrews.
And of course, Kath's played for St Andrews at this event, so and coming back to coach her team. This is her 3rd year of being involved with the side, and she's doing a great job with them.
And St Andrews have won the festival in 2012 and 2013. So they will really try and go for it Does it matter today, the results for them? Can they still get into the top?
No, they can't get into the top. They're playing in the middle grouping, so the highest they could finish is 13th. And first short corner of the match, and look forward to seeing what St Andrews can do. Another feature for me of this event is that our short corners have not been as good as I would like to see them from this caliber of hockey and teams in this tournament. So hopefully, as we see the top teams playing during the course of the day, we might see that improves.
Is there anything in particular at the penalty corner that you have noticed that the team struggle with? Is it the injection, the stop, the combination?
Yeah, I think the injection is a bit tricky here. If you get it in the wrong spot, it does bobble a little bit. But I just think it's not enough technique practice. They just don't practice enough. The injection's not fast enough.
It's a really good shot off for St Andrews. They're getting another go at it from the rebound. And a little lift over the keeper and a great save off the line.
Excellent save by Durban girls off the line. Good reverse flip from the St Andrews girl. From St Andrews.
Well done, College.
St Andrews really applying the pressure. Long corner, and they get a reward of that. Lots of space on the right. They may think about working it in. Chooses for the left corner, which is a difficult corner to play the ball into. It's lots of work to get it out of there.
I do think that we found that teams have defended quite well at the top of the D during this entire tournament, and I think we all have to have a look at different ways of being able to penetrate the circle a little bit more efficiently. How this tournament works is the first round consists of 4 pools of 8 teams, and then you rank from 1 to 8 in the pool, and then you cross over with in this case Pool A crosses over with Pool B, and you then create a second pool, and you carry your points through of the teams that you've already participated or played against, and your goals. So St Andrews were in Pool B and Durban girls in Pool A, and they've now joined together to form Pool F. I must admit I've seen an improvement of the overhead skills. I think they've been used a lot better, and many more girls are capable of overheading, and a couple of more drag flickers. Still not as many as I'd like to see, or probably as competent as we would like to see, but at least all schools are trying to introduce drag flicking natural corners, which is great to see.
Yeah, it really is great to see. It's such an important aspect of that penalty corner. And the overhead you spoke about, or the aerial ball, it's quite a good weapon to have when you're trying to get out of a press. And it just relieves the pressure, and you know, when it's a shorter match in the version that we see at the St Mary's Investec Hockey Festival, of course it's nice to, in one motion, just get out of a press.
A little bit of pace on the left here from Durban girls. Great
Fantastic goal on the far post. It was a really good run at speed down the left-hand side. She gets the cross in and a stick down on the far post. One of those elementary skills, so important that if you get your stick down there, the ball just needs to hit it. We have another look at it. She gets the cross off the right foot. Very good technique. And there is her colleague waiting on the far post. Just taps it in, and Durban girls leading 1-0.
That was a superb play. It was an excellent setup and really good positioning on the far post. Good to see, good basic techniques, well executed.
St Andrews have been on the attack, and this is the first real breakaway we see from Durban girls, and just the speed of attack, I think, got St Andrews off guard there. And you see another one from Durban Girls. They're bringing the ball around the right-hand side this time.
It was a good turnover in midfield, and I must admit I've been very impressed with the caliber of tackling of some of the teams at this tournament, and it's good to see that there's a tough element in this.
Not a good drive for Durban Girls. They get the ball in the circle. Just doesn't get to pull the trigger, and it's a great step by St Andrews. They bring the ball out. Lots of turnovers at the moment, just not really stringing enough passes together, both teams.
I think this first game of the day is always a little bit difficult after the tough 2 days that they've had.
Absolutely, they need that early cup of coffee just to get going. So, Roz, how do you think, how much does it take out of a player to participate in this festival physically?
Yeah, I think we underestimate the demands of this tournament. Although the matches are short, they end up playing 4 on day 1 and 3 on day 2. And I think if you are not in a good enough condition, it is going to take its toll. We are monitoring. We'll be interested to see how the next 2 days develop. But I think a lot of these teams are now starting to do pre-season conditioning. And I reckon if you look at especially some of the top sides in this tournament, there's no doubt that their conditioning is kicking in. And we're going to see that that's the way it's got to be. You've got to work hard if you want to play at an event like this and be successful.
And of course the conditioning is so important because this is really crunch time in the festival. When you want to start turning up the heat a little, when you need to run a bit harder, you need to get those results, and the concentration is so important. And of course when the physical ability is not correct, then it's so difficult to concentrate.
Yeah, I think we've underestimated or haven't paid enough attention to conditioning in the past, and I think it's something that's changing. And I know we all at schools where our kids play more than just hockey, but I think if you need to identify your priority sport and decide how you're going to be conditioned accordingly. So I think things are slightly changing at all our schools, and because a lot of these hockey girls are swimmers or divers or have done water polo players, and so we're going to have to think about that quite carefully going forward.
Also, if you consider the fact that this festival is probably 1 or 2 steps away from making a national team with the caliber of, it's a great turn in the circle.
Excellent receive.
Bad luck. Half-hearted dive there on the far corner. A good effort. Just back to my point. So you want to be in the absolute best physical condition, and it really needs to start at school level, because the next level is your provincial team. There you already have to be physically very conditioned, and then of course you make national teams, and this is also a really good preparation for a national team. And it's very important for the players to have that conditioning as a base.
Yeah, I think we just have to understand that the demands of this game have improved and increased dramatically. And I mean, I know just watching the Commonwealth Games, and I mean how amazing the hockey that we have seen played, and the level of conditioning. And last year in the World League that was played here in Johannesburg, and we had the privilege of watching it live. You cannot play this game anymore unless you're properly conditioned. So quick on the turf.
And the requirements of hockey, really speed, agility, explosive power. You need endurance. It's really is the all-round athletic ability in this game.
You're quite right, Piri. And the thing that I've noticed is, I mean, the athleticism has improved. So I think many more teams are concentrating on working hard on their agility and their speed, and of course, obviously, the endurance. Overhead attempt, just didn't get it far enough. And game's a little slow this morning, and I think it's definitely feeling the effects of the last couple of days. But as the day goes on, we'll see an improvement in this, I'm sure. Did we play Australia early this morning?
I believe it's at 11:30, so
okay.
I think it's still coming up. It'll be very exciting to see what the national women will do against Australia. Australia's first result at the Commonwealth Games was a 1-0 win. I think if I'm stand corrected, it was a
Canada.
Canada, that's right.
That's correct, yeah.
And the South African women had a 2-0 loss against England. Even after a very good performance, it was a pretty solid performance, just soft goals I felt. So it'll be interesting to see. It will be a very good matchup. And I'm pretty sure South Africans will lift their performance. They always do against the Australians. It's such a competitive encounter.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that will be competitive, and I look forward to seeing just how Australia will fare. I think Australia are in a bit of a changeover phase. I'm not sure if they have a new coach, but at this stage, they're not sort of the team that we've seen in the past. Although Canada has really improved over the last while, and so many of the so-called underdog teams are starting to become well played by the keeper there. Ooh, goal, a chance for St Andrews, well defended by Durban girls. So there's not such a big gap anymore between the top 4 countries in the world and the next 8 or so, and that's very exciting to see. Cleared by Durban girls. St Andrews have an opportunity to move the ball around the back. I think it's something we can also do better here, is move the ball at a better ball, have more ball speed, and be comfortable to play it around the back a little bit more.
Absolutely. Playing the ball around the back, it's again quite an important aspect of the play, as you really are setting up your attacking options. And to do so without getting too much pressure on yourself. That's what you're referring to, is that ball speed needs to be superior. You need to really move it around so that you can beat a running player with the ball speed and the travel of the ball.
Yeah, I must admit, Framlingham College from the UK can teach us all a lesson about that, around that. And I think they're very unfortunate not to be in the top mix. Just fell short of scoring a goal or two in an important match, but they've been very impressive, and it's wonderful to have Framlingham here for the first time ever at this Investec Hockey Festival. And again, I have to make mention of the fact that how proud we are to be in this partnership with Investec, St Mary's and Investec, and really this could never happen without the support that we get from our sponsors. And I'm really impressed by the importance that Investec have placed on schoolgirls hockey, which is great to see, including the fact that they've started the Investec Academy, which Shelley Russell is very involved in, now Shelley Jones, who's playing at the Commonwealth Games, and of course I'm very proud to say an ex-St Mary's girl.
Yes, you've really have produced some phenomenal hockey players from St Mary's, Ros. Name a few for us, and let's see how many of them. There's a few of them at the Commonwealth Games currently. Even.
Yes, Lisa Dietlifs is there with Shelley at the moment. Lillian Duplessis was unfortunately not included in the team, but she's been a member of the side on a regular basis. Cindy Brown, who's the Herschel coach, who we will be playing in the next match, so it'll be very interesting. Cindy Brown was actually our first national player, and she's done a fantastic job at Herschel, and I'm so pleased to see that she's still involved in coaching. So yeah, we've had a couple of really outstanding. Roxy Turner, who's the St Mary's coach, who is now also played for South Africa and just missed out on that Commonwealth Games due to an injury, which was so unfortunate. So Cindy and Roxy will be sizing themselves up against each other this morning, and of course I coach them both, so it's going to be an interesting match later. Short corner to St Andrews.
Good luck to both.
Yeah. We'll have to watch the short corner calls because we might all know them. Let's see if St Andrews can execute this a little bit better. I think a good injection here. It's a little bit off centre.
Oh, fantastic deflection on the far post. It's so often that the injection not 100% on target, and because of that it's a complete rearrange of the penalty corner, and the defense caught off guard there. of Durban girls,
Sure.
but a fantastic finish on the far post, just putting the stick nice and flat. Yeah, you see the hit. Keeper is leaning towards the ball with the stick. Didn't get the foot there, and a great finish for St Andrews on the far post.
I think that was a well-worked variation out of nothing.
So it's St Andrews 1, Durban girls 1, and it's about 9 minutes left in the game.
I think young Rivet scored that goal for St Andrews, and actually that's Luann Rivet's niece who came to who was our physio at that Commonwealth Games and World Cup. Getting back to the international hockey, obviously England are one of the top 4 ranked sides in the world. They won the gold medal at the last Olympics, and I mean, Bitty, if you can recall at the Olympics that you and I were together, they didn't even qualify. 12 years later, they're gold medalists. And the program that they've put in place has been obviously incredible. And I think, they're one of the countries now the leading countries in the world as far as hockey, both their men and women's team.
That was 100% their turning point, the fact that they didn't qualify. They turned their whole program around. They invested a tremendous amount of money into the program, and now they are the leading force in world hockey, really. They've also changed their physical approach to the game. They've become very, very fit. In fact, the fittest of world hockey, and very strong players as well. So they are on the up and staying there for the moment.
Short corner again for Durban girls. A little bit of misunderstanding. Great tackle. Another very good tackle.
Important intercept, and Durban girls looking for that combination. Last pass into the circle, a bit too hard and off target, but
I think that final pass sets the teams apart at world hockey and at this tournament. It's that final pass that's
fantastic save,
great save
by the St Andrews goalkeeper. Great opportunity for Durban girls, an intercept top of the D. You don't get that often. She makes the most of it, gets it on target, and really tests the keeper.
I must admit, when I watched England getting back to international, they were so efficient at this world tournament. But I'm also interested to note that since Alison Annan has taken over Holland, that the Dutch physical conditioning has changed remarkably.
That would be interesting to note. The Dutch philosophy is they have changed definitely to become more physical, but they are just so skillful and pay so much attention to the skill aspect of the game that they almost get away with not being as fit as the rest of the world.
I know, and I mean, their programs in Holland and everything that's going on there. I mean, hockey is just such an amazing sport. I mean, I think they would be astounded at an event like this, that we can put something together like this in South Africa, because hockey is their absolute passion in Holland. And boy, oh boy, do they produce wonderful hockey players.
I agree, and they just play hockey from the minute they make that decision. It's pretty much 4 to 5, 6 years old. They start playing, and they don't stop until they're 70, 80 years. So it really is a culture in that country and a family game.
Yeah, and obviously because their school structures are different, the club system becomes really, really important. Here we rely on our school structures, and I mean, it's just fantastic to see how all these schools are continuing to develop hockey and many of these really, really talented hockey players.
That's a great break through the midfield for St Andrews. They're generating a bit of speed. Durban girls, beg your pardon. It's in position, they're bringing the ball out. It's just staying calm in defense. So in terms of this festival, Ros, how much time do you guys really spend on organising this? I mean, this is a major event.
Oh my goodness! Quick is our tournament festival coordinator, the big boss lady, and I think she starts working on Monday morning at 6:30 for it again. This has really become a major event for us. The whole school is involved. We, Thursday and Friday are school days, but with a different take on them, and it's just become a huge task. But and it takes a lot of work, but it's really well worth it, because it's so important for young schoolgirls to be able to be showcased in this way.
Yeah, I must say a huge congratulations on, firstly, the idea coming from you, Ros, to start this 19 years ago, and it's grown into a major event on the calendar for schoolgirls. In fact, probably the biggest. And I've seen this festival grow tremendously year after year. I've been watching it for 19 years, and it's definitely something that you can be enormously proud of.
No, thank you, Pietie. And I think the first one we started with 12 teams. In 2000, Pretoria girls were the first winners. They played Maritzburg College in the final. I remember so clearly, because I think we lost to one of those two in the semi. And that's where it all started, and it's just gone from strength to strength.
Oh, no, now, in terms of the organisation, that it takes basically a year to organise the next one. I mean, if I just look at the fixtures, it'll probably take me 2 years to try and figure out what's going on with fixtures alone.
Oh, Taz, I must be honest, the format that we follow, when I took the South African under-21 side to that Junior World Cup in Argentina, we played a similar format, and ever since then, it's the only, we sort of followed that World Cup format in those days.
Are you saying it's not as hard as it looks to me?
No, it's not as hard as it looks. It just takes hours to make sure it all fits. There's always often been talk of an A or B section here, but so we've tended to steer away from that, because it's sometimes so tough or hard to differentiate between that middle batch of teams. And in this year in particular, there have been one or two big scores, but generally it hasn't been that bad. And I think it shows that the teams, the lower down teams, are getting stronger and stronger. Of course, Oranje Macy's, they have this unbelievable goal scoring ability, and they really again are one of the absolute favourites at this event. And tribute to them, they've really raised the bar of schoolgirls hockey in this country.
Let's try and pin exactly what you think it is that Oranje, and that's the end of the match. We'll hold that thought. St Andrews won, Durban Girls won in the opening match of the third day, this St Mary's Investec Hockey Festival 2018.
Thank you to the umpires, Jason and Jordan, for umpiring that match. Can Eden Ingalls from St Andrews please come and receive a lucky draw gift?
Yes, and good to see Fram from the UK. They've got, I think, 4 players in their mix that are part of the English junior setup. And this is a really quality team, and I think just playing in this event for the first time, you're unaware of how tough it can be, because it's 30 minutes one way, and I think maybe just an inability to convert all their chances has put them into the middle mix. Great start for them.
It's a great aggressive tackle in a dangerous position for Affies. She gets the ball out. Framlingham still on attack. Of course, Fram has got our very own Susan Wessels involved. She is coaching, also an ex-Olympian. She's coaching Fram, also a staff member. She's the deputy head, I believe.
Deputy head of Fram College, fantastic. And we have an exchange program with Framlingham College, and of course the relationship between Susan being a South African and Fram.
Fram
got a
getting
very
the
good
ball
drag.
in. Beg your pardon. Yeah, oh, they do. Tell us about it.
They've got a good drag flicker, and you know, I just think, unfortunately for them, they just haven't scored as many goals as maybe they should have.
Great save off the line. That is the drag flick you saw. And injection slightly off target, and also had a bit of a bounce off the stick on the stop. It's not ideal for the flicker to pick the ball up once it's still rolling. But Fram having another go at it, and another penalty corner. The umpire just holding the call, trying to play advantage. And Fram has another go at a penalty corner.
I actually think she did very well to pick that drag up while it was rolling like that. So she did superbly.
The important thing is she got it on target as well,
yeah,
even though it was difficult to pick up.
Yeah, and well saved on the line. The short corner battery looks well trained.
That was a much better looking corner.
And their second flicker.
Yep.
So they have a bonus of 2 drag flickers in the team, which is actually great to see.
This one goes to the near post castle. You can see she had a bit of a slip and the ball just spinning off the stick.
Uffies went at the festival last year as they went on an overseas tour, and have enjoyed being back, they tell me. And also they were a tough side to play in our pool. Not always easy to score goals. They always seem to have great goalkeepers at Uffies.
That is a very important position to have a strong player in. It's been known, if you have a good penalty corner and a good goalkeeper, that you will perform well in tournaments.
You're right, and you know the Soccer World Cup's just around the corner, and the same is said it apparently on the soccer. If you have a world-class goalkeeper and a world-class striker, you're setting yourself up. I've got the business of trying to organise. We've got a big match to play just now, so I'll leave you for the moment and enjoy the rest of the time, and maybe see you later.
Thank you so much for joining us, Roz. All the best with your games for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
And Framingham on attack. They are really trying to apply the pressure. That is Uffies with a 16-yard. They are working the ball into the midfield. That's a great ball infield. But Framingham, they really are able to apply the pressure, and as we heard from Ros Hull, who's just left us in commentary, that they are very tough to play against. Strong players, some national representation. And it's a delight to have them at the festival. See a bit of the English style. See if there's a difference between them and South African style, and of course the same age group, so it's a really good competition. That's 5 minutes into this match. Not anything really differentiating the two teams at this stage. Framingham with 2 penalty corners. Uffies yet to get one. Uffies certainly focusing on their defense and making sure they are shutting Fram out at this stage. Affy's getting the ball on the break, trying to hold the position, and Fram in possession again, so there's a bit of turnover play. We spoke about Susan Wessels, the coach of Fram, team from England who's joined the festival this year. She was the national captain for several years for the ladies team. She went to Olympic Games, World Cups, really a good leader, fantastic back. She made some insane tackles always, and of course had a massive hit on her, so getting the ball out the back for the national team was a pretty easy task. She put a bit of pace on the ball, made sure it was easy to get out. Affy is currently coached by Hilda Christie. She has been involved with Affy's for several years, and just the nature of the festival, it's very tough to get through to the top. And we've heard now Affy's won this festival in the initial years of it. Their hockey still remains strong, and Hilda Christie really making sure that that continues. There's a whole team of umpires at the festival. They work on a rotational basis, and every 2 or 3 games you will probably see the same umpire. Also hard work for them, staying concentrated and involved the whole day, and really the quality of umpiring also improving year after year at this festival. Fram with a nice break into the left corner. She's bringing the ball into the circle area. This is where it's dangerous. She flings it across the face of goal, but her colleague not up to the task. Needed a dive or a commitment in front of the face of the goal, and Affy's has an opportunity to bring the ball out. Really, in terms of possession and territory, Fram is completely in control. They continue to push forward. They are playing most of the game in the attacking half. Good ball into the circle again, looking for that last combination pass. Framlingan again with an attack. They are looking very dangerous. They're ultimately looking for that last pass. That is the important one. The one that we spoke about earlier, a little bit lacking, perhaps an aspect of the game that at schoolgirl level needs to be worked at very, very hard. If you can find that last connection, you're setting yourself up for a goal or a very good chance at goal. The rest of the build-up play looking fantastic for Fram. And all of the Fram girls still running hard. It's the third day. This festival is very, very taxing physically, ultimately at the end mentally as well, but more so physically because it's just continued games, 3-4 a day of the highest intensity at this level. Great intercept by Afis. Play the ball into that danger area, straight in the middle of the circle. And a calm and relaxed intercept by Fram. Change over possession. Afis in control again. Afis with the attack. Get the ball into the circle. She gets a sweep at it. And that is deemed illegal. And Fram wants to bring it up the entire 16 yards they allowed. Bringing a bit of calm after that. Just holding the ball and waiting for the last moment to play it. Take a deep breath and she plays it down the line. They've created the space on the inside. And a quick free hit is gone. This is where it's very dangerous for Afis. Fram is taking the ball very quickly. They get it into a deep corner and into the circle. This is where the business is done. If she gets a foot, it'll be the penalty corner they're looking for. Afis holding out very nicely at this stage. They are setting up early, making sure that they sharpen defense. Afis in control, but Fram does it so well. They get all their numbers back in attack, in defense, and then the turnover, and they back in attack. Long corner for Fram. She's deliberately looking for that foot in the penalty corner spot. Get that corner, but Afis defender does really well protecting her feet. The ball rolls out, so Fram has a long corner. And the long pass going astray for Afis up front. What a fantastic showcase St. Mary's is putting up with this festival, giving so many schoolgirls an opportunity to play at this level. Really is something that all hockey players at this level looks forward to do. It really is an annual highlight, and certainly one I wish I could have been part of. It came a little after my time, so I wished always when I'm watching this, it would have been so fantastic to play in this festival with schoolmates. 32 schools participate in this from across South Africa. This year Fram from England and Namibia. It's got Windhoek Hoërskool. That's a fantastic shot in. Fram has another go. Great defense by Afis. But that last touch just lifting the ball dangerously in the 9-yard area. And Fram has another look at the penalty corner. This will be their third. They are setting up with a double castle. They've got two very dangerous flickers. Incredible to think 32 teams going through this festival every year. And Fram moving their penalty castle setup. Moving it to the left. Missed trap. They're working it into that danger area. She's having a look at the goal and gets the slap in. Little flick and another go at it. Really good goalkeeping by Afis. Afis with some solid defense, making sure that body position stays low and she pushes through the tackle. Fram continues to apply the pressure. Really have most of the possession. They're playing in the attacking zone of Afis. And that last pass is the one that you're looking to for the combination. If you can get that combination on the last pass, that's when you find yourself in business. But if that goes astray, obviously it becomes very difficult to build solid attacks. And Fram with a breakaway attack. Just losing the ball in contact, but they have another go. And you just get the sense that it's getting really close for Fram. They continue to push, and it's kind of the story of their festival so far. We heard earlier that they've been struggling to score goals, and you can see that they really are dominating. It's a matter of getting that ball into the box, last pass. Again, Afi's goalkeeper really involved in play, and she is really showing her skills, making sure she keeps her team in this game, keeping a clean sheet. I'm joined by Catherine McNulty from St Andrews, sitting alongside me. Kath, you just played a game ago. How did it go for you guys?
Thanks, Pete. It was quite a good game. I think our girls played quite nicely. We are struggling this tournament to convert our chances, unfortunately for them. And every now and then we suffer at on the counter attack. But I think it's a much improved performance from us, which is great. We're trying to build every single game and improve every game, so we're on the right track, I think.
We're having a look at this breakaway. This is a one-on-one situation now with the goalkeeper.
Oh.
And again, she really makes absolutely no mistake. She stands her ground and closes the space between herself and the attacker and makes a fantastic save. Really, so far, the player of the match, the goalkeeper for Afis. Afis controlling the ball now. They are trying to get more possession and hold it. That's the important part about the possession. Kath, so yeah, well done on that result. And it seems like really the scoring is a problem for everybody. I've just been watching Fram in the last game as well, you know, playing currently. They really are struggling to put the ball away, and is that something that you found the whole festival?
Definitely. I think watching all the teams, it's been a struggle. I'm not too sure about the other pools, but I've definitely noticed in our pool that teams are only winning 1-0 or 2-1. I mean, the goals aren't that prolific, but definitely so. I think, you know what, it also shows that the goalkeepers are doing nicely. They're closing down players, as we've just seen here. But possibly as well, strikers can be a bit more composed in the circle and take more time, draw the goalkeeper, play the extra passes.
Yeah, certainly that is the kind of skill you're looking for, but it could mean also that defense have improved over the years, and it makes it difficult for the strikers to score. But the nature of this game is that everybody wants to see goals, so we'll always be focusing on the fact that there's either a lack of goals or there's a tremendous amount of them. So in this festival, we've seen not as many. There's probably one team, Oranje, that stands out, that has scored freely with 3 or 4 goals per game, but the rest has all been very even. And Fram in possession again with a sorry, beg your pardon, I thought it was a long corner, but it is 16-yard out for Affies. They've got a little bit of time, 8 minutes now to make something count.
I think it's also been really nice to have this Fram side here. I think it's really challenging for the girls to play against a different side. Very often we get used to playing the same teams. You know, you always play your local derbies and whatnot. And I think it's challenging for the girls to have a team from a different country. You play a really good structure coming, and it's also lifting our girls' games up. I think that we're doing really nicely against a team who's really, really structurally sound.
They look very well drilled, and I must say also in great physical condition. I mean, if you look at the muscle tone of their players, it looks fantastic. So they certainly are fit. The other thing I notice is that, as you say, structurally very sound. The set pieces, like for example the way they work the ball into the circle there, and they really are looking for that penalty corner. So those are the basic things that they do very, very well. Also notice that the penalty corner is very trained and drilled, so we're still waiting for them to convert one. There could be a few things that they struggle with here. The pitch is one. They're just missing the injection, but she's driving the ball in. She's looking for another penalty corner, the re-award. She gets the ball off, but again a fantastic save by the Affies keeper. Have you guys got a young side as the St Andrews girls?
We have a bit of a mixture. We've got quite a few older girls, amateur girls, and then we've got girls who have never played at this level before. So we're lucky to have the older girls coming in and helping them out. Oh, good goal.
A really good goal, however, came off the Affies player on the line, so technically an own goal. But the important thing that Fram did there, they flung it across the face of the goals. We'll have another look at it, and there we go. First shot not off. They fling it wide, and she gets it across the face of the goal. She has 2 players in position, one on the far post. Absolutely correct, and they were both in position, but unfortunately the last touch coming from the Affies player, and the goal will stand. So Fram leading by 1 goal. A very timeless goal with 5 minutes to go. They puts them in a perfect position where they can play with a bit of more freedom now. Affies, you get the sense, will probably try and apply the pressure now and try and get more attacking if Fram allows them to. But Kath, to get back to your team, so it's a nice mixture of old and new. It's always nice to have that, because the older girls can teach the younger ones, so less teaching for you to do.
I always feel like there's too much teaching for us to do, but definitely the old girls can at least help on the field, as opposed to me shouting so much from the side. But yeah, it's definitely great to have a lot of the girls coming in.
There's a great drive. by Shelmy Hall from Uffies, who gets the penalty corner. She gets the ball into that danger zone and then just looks for the foot. That's always a very nice and easy tactic to go for. Sometimes it sounds easier than it actually is when you're looking for that foot and it's just not possible to get it. But now we have the chance to look at Uffies at the penalty corner. This will be the first defensive corner for Fram, of course. That's a great step defense by Fram. That second wave just applying all the pressure and making sure that Uffies do not get a clear shot at goal. And you will see on a wider view that Fram has got every single player in the 25-yard defending. So they really are trying to hold on to this 1-goal lead that they have established. And Fram will be slowing down the play. You can see they're walking towards free hits now. They will try and drain the clock. There's no need for them to rush into anything. They'll play the ball around. They're also doing so in their defensive zone, which means that Uffies is forced to play out, draw their players out. And now Fram is just, have a look at that. They really are playing cat and mouse with them. They're just passing the ball around and tiring Uffies out and playing a frustrating game. Kath, what have you guys been focusing on at St Andrews in your build-up coming into this festival?
Very good question. Our girls are going on an international tour on the 17th of April, so we'll watch this. So we're going on an international tour. We're lucky enough to be going to the Netherlands, to Belgium and to Germany. So a lot of our build-up's actually been focusing on that tour and making sure that we are investing a lot of time in our defensive structure as well as our striking ability, which is a funny thing because we haven't been doing it too well. So this St Mary's Festival is very much this year actually a build-up towards the international tour as opposed to the focus, which it usually is for us. So it's a great chance for the girls for us to iron some things out and to make sure we're focusing on the things we need to do.
That's great. You often see teams nowadays opting for that international tour. What are you guys anticipating to get from that tour?
Well, I'm hoping from that is that our girls are going to get a lot of knowledge about how the international teams are playing and to see the level. I'm hoping that the level is going to be a lot higher, and I'm hoping that they are able to see the levels that other girls are playing at around the world, and that's in terms of how the Netherlands in particular have this hockey culture, which I'm really excited for the girls to experience and to learn about. And on the whole, I'm just wanting them to uplift their game and hopefully be as challenged as much as possible.
Now that is really a nice prospect and very exciting always for players to be pushed out of their comfort zones to that extent, playing on the international scene and seeing how things are done. I hope the tour goes well for you guys.
Thank you. Me
so
too.
The previous match ended Fram 1, Uffies 0. And currently we have Windhoek versus Paul Girls. Windhoek is in all blue. They are on the attack. That is a great clearance by Paul Girls. So again, Windhoek all the way from Namibia, and we see them year in and year out really performing well. They are representing that side of the world quite well. And through the years I've also seen a number of the Windhoek girls who chooses to study in South Africa, and there's in particular quite a few in Johannesburg, and they all also, a lot of them go to Stellenbosch and UCT. So we see a lot of these players coming through the university ranks as well in South Africa. Interestingly enough, Namibia represented Africa at the Indoor World Cup. It was quite a phenomenal achievement for them to get there. They did super well. They beat South Africa in the qualification in the final, and obviously South Africa very disappointed with that result. But in Namibia, indoor is a very popular sport. So much so that, of course, they did get this qualification to the World Cup and did very well. In particular, they had the top goal scorer at the World Cup coming from Windhoek or Namibia, and she is actually at this festival as well. Her name just escapes me now, but she did very, very well, and you know, she really put Namibia on the map at that tournament.
That is very interesting. I never knew that.
Yeah. I'm going to get a name for you for sure. Try and get my facts straight there, but it was fascinating to watch how well she did for her team as a little 16-year-old. Great save by the Paul Girls goalkeeper. You see immediately a different intensity in this game. The previous one was very much dominated by Fram. In this game, very even so far. The girl I was talking about is Kiana Shea Cormack. That's the 16-year-old. She currently schools at St Mary's Kloof, but hails from Windhoek in Namibia, so she represented Namibia at the Indoor World Cup and was a top goal scorer.
It's very impressive for a 16-year-old to be the top goal scorer.
Yeah, and of course the competition is intense. It's Germany and Holland, the Netherlands and Croatia and all the really strong indoor playing countries, so that is an enormous achievement for her to have gotten.
I always find it interesting with indoor how some countries are so exceptional at indoor, and then they're not as good on the outdoor scene. So a lot of the focus, you get these countries that just absolutely love and thrive on playing indoor.
That's right, and it's probably got a lot to do with the weather conditions as well. The only exception for me is in South Africa. Indoor is very, very strongly played in Pietermaritzburg, which is probably the hottest area in the country to play indoor, but they love indoor down at Pietermaritzburg and Durban. The rest of the world, you'll find that Croatia, Germany, Russia, those kind of countries, yes, where the weather is not conducive to outdoor, they do focus a lot more on indoor, and that's where that comes from. And then you have Pietermaritzburg.
Stark contrast.
Paul Girls finding the foot outside. They are applying the pressure now, trying to get the ball into the attacking zone. They need to find the space though. Everything looks very central. They're attacking down the center. There's no players really on the outside, giving the options wide. Goes wide now to the right. And the opportunity going astray. It was just a difficult one to receive. It was aerial and on the backhand. We had a conversation earlier, Kath, regarding physical conditioning and how it's changing on school goal level. At St Andrews, are you guys paying a lot of attention to your physical conditioning?
Pits, we try. I think nowadays with our girls and their load, and when we actually start training for hockey, we try as much as possible to get the hockey in as opposed to the fitness. So it's a really hard balancing act for our girls in particular, I'm sure for a lot of other schools as well, to focus as much as we want to on the fitness aspect while we're trying to get the skills and the game plays in as well. So I know in previous years I've tried to focus as much as possible on fitness, but then, you know, traditionally here we trained for the St Mary's Festival, and then there's a month holiday, and then the girls go off, and, you know, all that hard work is pretty much lost. But so, I mean, this year I'm hoping that with our tour we can keep it, you know, on the up for the season. But I do definitely think it's really important. I think there's a huge emphasis now on girls getting stronger, and I think more often or more than before, girls are being given strength training and speed training and, you know, dynamic drills to try and improve their speed, strength and agility, which is so important in this game, as opposed to the old school running for 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers at a time. So I do think it's really important. It's just really hard to find that, you know, that balance, because the girls nowadays are so busy.
There was a really good opportunity there for Paul Gym. Paul Girls High, I beg your pardon. Yeah, Kath, just talking about, yeah, we have another look at it. She gets it at the top of the D, and then oh, that's a fantastic opportunity. The angle was a bit difficult and acute to work with as she came across the line of the ball. The goalkeeper closed the space down nicely.
I do think with that, though, and what I've been seeing with my team, is that our strikers just have that small little balancing act, that where that goal in particular could have held the ball for a little bit longer, perhaps moved the goalkeeper at a different angle. We're always very quick to try and get the shot off as quickly as possible, as opposed to maybe drawing the keeper, making a move. Yeah, you know, just to hold on and take care of the ball a little bit more and try and move the goalkeeper.
That's something that comes with more training, just gaining that experience.
Definitely. The more you, and as well video analysis, you know, if these girls are seeing themselves in those opportunities, in those moments, and they're realizing where the space is, it's so easy to tell someone something, but they're not really understanding, you know, to calm down and to slow down. But I think as soon as you doing it once or twice and you giving them the opportunity to see what they're doing wrong, they're able to improve. But definitely training, the more you train those situations, the better.
How often do you guys use video analysis?
Not as often as we would like to. That is definitely something I'm very jealous of, some schools who are able to do a lot of video analysis. We try, and this is something we're going to try this year, is we're getting someone in to do a video analysis in some of our games. But I think it's absolutely crucial, especially at school goal level, for girls to see and understand. I mean, we spoke about my young girls earlier, and a lot of them, you draw it on a board and you ask if they understand, and they all nod their heads, but unfortunately you see in the game that they're just not fully comprehending, you know, the gameplays. And if you can show them on video, it's so much easier for them to comprehend, you know, what lines to hold and when they can go, when they can hold, and the actual gameplay scenario of hockey and what you're trying to achieve on the field as a team.
Yeah, that completes that whole picture of some are visual learners, others do it by feel, others imagination.
Definitely.
So that visual aspect, very important to be able to show. And it probably cuts down your time of teaching as well. It's much faster to get the idea across if you can just show it
definitely
instantly.
It's a really nice tool to have, and I think we're seeing it used more and more across sports, being able to video all the girls and all the school kids especially, and not just, you know, in hockey. I know we use it a lot in even sports like tennis, where we slow-mo their backswing, or for golf, for instance. You can really improve your technique and your understanding of the game.
This is a nice little attempted aerial ball, is the one we see has certainly been improved in this festival. We see a far more aerial balls, so the next aspect of the improvement is to get that aerial ball with the overhead with greater distance, but you know, the start is there, that they are starting to use it. All the players are aware of it, and they're training it, and it's looking much better this year in terms of using the overhead ball. Do you have a player in your team who can do the overhead?
I think our best overhead is our centre midfield, who unfortunately doesn't use it as much as she should. I also think it's really nice to see more girls now introducing the drag flick. I think pretty much every team is coming with a girl who's been training and who's quite proficient in their drag flicking, and it's really nice to see that incorporated into the school girls game, because it's such an important skill to have, and going forward it's a specialist skill that can enable these girls to make provincial teams and national teams and really take their game to the next level.
Yeah, and it's one of those skills that really just needs so much repetition. So you mentioned earlier that the girls have got a tremendous load at school of work to do, and it's not only hockey that they play other sports. It's often demanded of them to be very balanced in what they're doing. We're just seeing taking a little bit too long, and a player there from Windhoek, and now it's Paul girls in possession, and they can bring it forward. It's a dangerous position to be in. She gets the shot off, but comfortably dealt with by the keeper from Windhoek. So yes, Kat, just to get back to that point where the players or the pupils are so busy at school, and the load just increases. You know, academically, the pressure is on them to achieve as well.
Oh.
It's one of the players, actually, you can see she's in a bit of pain there on the right shoulder. She caught a ball that was on the up. She seems to be okay, and lucky it didn't hit anywhere close to the face or head. Tough, these hockey players, eh? They breathe them very, very tough.
Definitely
they
so.
can wear a ball on the shoulder and just continue playing.
Very proud of that, to be a female hockey player. You see girls getting their faces cut open, and they don't fall down onto the floor. They're very brave, and they come back out. They get the few stitches on the face, on the knee, or wherever it is, and they come back out to play.
Absolutely, I have to agree with you. Unlike other sports, we know that after a little touch on the foot is a few rolls, and
a bit of pain, screeches.
Yeah, it needs to be carried off the field. Good pressure again by the Paul girls, trying to make the most of the opportunities, and Windhoek standing strong. Windhoek passing the ball just into that left corner. It's something that I always find fascinating that players do. Automatically just drop the ball into the left channel. It'd be far bit more beneficial to try and work the ball out around the right-hand side of the field.
It's funny you speak about that, because that's exactly something that I shout at my girls at way too often than I would like. I feel like it's just an easy pass for them to make, so it's just something that they don't even think about. And definitely,
and just to bring it into the picture, it's of course a team that applies the pressure on you is giving you that option. It's
sure.
like a perceived
fake space.
Exactly, yeah. And then it looks easy, and then of course your player does it. She just falls for the trick and plays the ball too comfortably to the left, and it's easy to win the ball off in that area of the field. About halfway through the match, and not much to choose from between these teams. Both have had their opportunities, both in attack and defense. This is what you will start seeing at this phase of the festival as well, where teams have to play for positions, and it gets much tougher to get a result. It'll also be interesting to see how the weather will play a role in today's play. I believe it's going to get a little bit warmer, and of course with the players on their third day of play, that's an aspect that is definitely going to test them. It'll be, you know, taxing.
Definitely. I think a lot of the goals as well are used quite a lot in this festival, so your stronger goals will stay on the field as much as possible, and I think they'll definitely struggle, especially the goals that will play sort of midday games today when the heat is really out there. They'll definitely be struggling, and they need to make as many subs as possible probably to keep the tempo of the games up.
Yeah, and it becomes a tactic to see, you know, how fresh you can keep your players for that last little bit. That becomes very important, and maintain that energy that we're talking about.
Yeah.
This is a great build-up by Paul Gills with speed down the outside, but again, Windhoek really staying composed in the last phase of play. They now get an opportunity to bring the ball into the attacking zone. Lots of interchange of play, possession, turnovers. Kath, I'm on my way out. Thank you very much for
Pleasure, Pete.
talking to me. I'm going to be replaced by Susan Wessels. She is the coach of the Framlingham from the UK. Also, obviously, an old South African. Still not old, you're young South African, right? Living in England. She has maintained her accent, so delighted to say that she'll be joining you, Kath, to continue the chatting.
Good. Thank you, Pete.
Hi, Kath. Lovely
Hi,
to join
Tina.
you.
Lovely to have you here.
Sun's shining. The English are happy.
Yeah, I'm sure. You guys are finally getting, after that first day, typical
Yeah.
English weather, I'm sure you guys are happy
Yeah.
to get some sun.
Absolutely.
Some tough games with your lungs.
Yes, no, it's been a bit of an adjustment playing at altitude and getting stuck into everything. So, yeah, no, it's been good though.
How has your tour gone so far?
Lovely, thanks. So they've had a fabulous time. Been to Cape Town, been to the Pilanesberg, so had a really good South African experience, which
awesome.
has been fantastic. So Paul Girls on the attack here, some nice passes out wide, trying to maximise that space. Long corner.
So we were chatting to Peter earlier about your structure at
Yes.
Fram and saying
Yeah.
how fantastic it is to see a team with such good structure, and I mean it really looks like you guys are drilled, and we haven't seen that as much, you know, with all these other schools.
Yeah.
So it's been really great to be able to play a team, you know, who challenges all of our goals in terms of their structure and being able to press effectively, and yeah, it's been really nice to see.
Thanks so much, Kathy. I think it's been interesting for us as well, playing against a totally different style in South Africa. And I think we work quite hard at Fram to start the structure and things from the under 14 level, and they work through there. So that's really what we've been doing, kind of drilling them from a very young age as well, and some really good coaching structures in place as well, which makes a big difference. Yeah.
Definitely.
So great attack here from Paul down the right. Windhoek manages to be composed and gets an opportunity to attack here. Can they get it? I heard you and Pete kind of chatting about girls getting a bit tired as the tournament goes on. I think we're going to see some weary legs out there today.
Definitely. Last 10 minutes of every game, I think all the girls are going to struggle.
Yeah, definitely.
That last big push. I think this game has been quite a spread. You know, it hasn't. The ball's been in quite a. It's been hit from one side to the other, and goals haven't really capitalised on their, you know, that final play.
Yeah.
In the 25s, there's been nothing that's been too fantastic in terms of putting passes together, and it's just been a bit disjointed.
Yeah. Pretty evenly matched as well.
Yeah,
Just
definitely.
Good to see.
2 towards the school and starting with the ball, and St. Anne's taking towards the forward. The umpires for the match will be Paul and Jordan.
Interesting.
There's some very tough tackles coming into this
Yeah,
game.
no, absolutely. Nobody's taking prisoners. Lovely ball into the circle. Can they capitalise? No, it's gone off the foot. Windhoek ball. Good bit of movement out to the wings. Unlucky. I think we'll see a lot of substitutions happening today. Lots of people coming on and off just to give everybody a breather. Windhoek with a ball down the right. Can they? Oh, good ball across.
It's just that final pass, you
Yeah.
know, that final connection that I think both of these teams are missing.
Just lacking a little bit, isn't it?
Oops.
Is this an opportunity maybe to get something? Unfortunately, over the baseline.
I think that's something I was chatting to Peter about as well. It's just that's a bit of calmness in the circle. I think very often the girls get into the circle and they just panic.
Yeah.
You know, it's all stations go and they just want to get the ball goalwards as much as possible. And something we've been working at school is for the girls to be using their backspace and the space behind them as opposed to just trying to go forward, as you know, because that's where the defenders are, and that's you know, we panic a little bit too much as opposed to slowing down.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I think that composure in the circle is so critically important, and it's something that's quite difficult to teach as well.
Definitely, it's experience, and I think a lot of repetition and a lot of training.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Great block. Great block there from the Pole Girls High team. Yeah. Oh, short corner awarded to Windhoek. Possibly for a foot.
So with 5 minutes to go, I think this will be really important. Short corner for Windhoek if they can capitalise here.
Absolutely.
It's quite interesting that they're not pushing too many people up though.
I see they're covering. Only got 4 at the top of the D. It's probably going to go off the top. Bit of miscommunication there, possibly. Not really sure who was going to do what job, maybe. Good, solid defense from the Pog. Oh, there you go. It's unfortunate. I think also, you know, possibly not capitalizing on short corner opportunities at this level.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's such an important part of the game, you know, to have a well-drilled short corner is one of the elements that teams look to, you know, to find a short corner so that they can have a really good goal scoring opportunity.
It's a great ball in. Can Windhoek capitalize on this opportunity here? Oh, great save from the goalkeeper. There's one more. Windhoek really plying on the pressure at the moment. Good utilization of the width. Oh, it's lifted ball, dangerous. Yeah, I think short corners are critically important, and getting girls to learn how to drag flick and, you know, getting all sorts of different variations going as well is good.
Yeah, I've been speaking to my girls a lot about specialist skills and, you know, being able to inject and to stop and to drag flick, you know, to have those skills that will enable them to make provincial teams, national teams,
absolutely.
you know, to be a critical member of teams, and so important.
Oh, lovely attack, unfortunately. Yeah. Again, some nice calm composure from the Pole girls in defence. Great ball out wide to the left. It's unlucky. It was a good ball forward. Unfortunately, mistrapped. Is this going to be an opportunity for Windhoek? With 2.5 minutes to go.
Those are some
Oh,
nice
it's great
skills.
skill. Nice skills in there. Great save from the keeper.
Oh.
Oh, fabulous finish.
I'm not actually too sure who scored
not
that.
sure.
There wasn't some,
Either
some
number
crazy
6
celebration.
We missed that goal scorer, I'm afraid.
I think it could have been Yone. I think I could have heard that from the number 6. I think you're
There you go,
right.
number 6, Yone van Rooyen.
Such a pity because their goalkeeper had actually been doing so well up until
Absolutely.
now. Just making some fantastic saves. Always seems to be those easy push-throughs that the goalkeepers manage to...
Absolutely. I think they're anticipating it coming slightly harder potentially.
Yeah, definitely.
That slightly softer bobbly ball is the one that catches them out.
Catches them.
Kind of constantly telling our forwards keep the ball on target, and you never know what might happen.
No, for sure. That's the worst thing, hey, when strikers completely miss.
Yeah. Right, so just under a minute now to play, and Paul hopefully will put everything in it to try and get a draw back. Slightly, yeah, there you go. Windhoek's got possession again, unfortunately, just given it away over the right-hand sideline. With just under 30 seconds to play, it's important that Paul Girls gets that ball up there into their D. See if they can get something out of this. Lots of possession changing hands in this last few minutes. Great ball into the circle.
Oh.
And a fantastic save and fantastic shot. I guess a well-deserved victory for Windhoek.
Yeah, I think to pull off right in the last bit there, I think it's important for them, and it will be a good booster for their next match coming up.
Absolutely. We're now into the top 12 effectively.
Yeah.
So this is all about getting into that final. And Collegiate has started well. Some good pressure in the circle early on. This is very good pressure early on in the game. Yeah, that's really well played. So within the first minute and a half, Collegiate put real pressure on St. Anne's, winning their first short corner of the match. So let's see if they can prove us wrong and convert this one.
Yeah.
Good push. Oh, it's a great save from the goalkeeper. Really well worked corner.
Oh,
it's a great save.
unlucky.
Unfortunately, just missed trap. Collegiate come back again. So Nance possibly just needs to be a little bit more calm in that defensive zone. Try and connect with each other. Keep possession of the ball. Good use of the width out wide on the right from Collegiate. Some nice speed
Good
down the
speed.
wing. Yeah, great speed down the wing.
Collegiate have been quite impressive so far with the way they've been spreading the field. It's
Yeah,
really hard
absolutely.
to defend a team when you're on opposite ends of the field.
Yeah, moving the ball around nicely. So they're applying real pressure in their press as well, putting St Anne's under pressure in that 16-yard area.
Some nice lifted
Okay.
skills there.
Lovely 3D skills, yeah. A long corner coming in there. So it's all been Collegiate in these first few minutes. St Anne's just feeling the pressure a little bit.
It's quite interesting to note, possibly there's I see on the side of the field that Danny Rhodes is not starting the game today. Danny Rhodes, to me, is one of our more influential strikers in the country at the moment. She was included in the PHL teams, which is the Premier Hockey League in the country, and she played for the Winding Wings, where she actually did quite nicely.
Oh, really?
You know, she's a nice player. She's really composed on the ball. She actually looks like she's doing things in slow motion when she plays, which is
Absolutely,
interesting
yeah,
as a striker.
yeah.
You know, it shows a different level, and she's got a really mean reverse stick, which is fantastic to see, actually, as a striker, being able to get that shot off, pretty
Yeah.
much hitting the target all the time.
Yeah, all the time, absolutely. She's a very natural
Yeah,
hockey player.
definitely.
Lots of natural instinct in there as well in that goal scoring area, and I think that's, as we were speaking about earlier, you know,
Yeah.
something that you can't necessarily teach.
No, definitely. You hear it a lot. I hear it a lot. You're either born a striker or you can't teach it.
Yeah. Talk about a little bit of that killer instinct as well, that
Yeah.
desire to score a goal. So St Anne's really feeling the pressure here at the beginning of this first half. Just not able to make those connections with Collegiate coming back at them. Great steal from Collegiate. They really are utilising the space well and moving the ball.
It's a great tackle.
Great tackle.
I think what St Anne's are unable to do at the moment is really use the width with numbers. So they're trying to get it across, but they're trying to get it across into space where someone's having to run on it, as opposed to getting it into someone who's already there, or, you know, then they're trying to go down the middle, which isn't necessarily working for them.
No, and I think Collegiate's putting quite a good bit of pressure down
A
that
lot of
middle
pressure,
area.
yeah. Great pressure.
So nice structure from Collegiate, actually. Really utilising the width. Good ball in.
Standing on the ball
Rhodes
right
on the
now.
ball. And
There we go.
been come on and made a difference in that game, and absolutely against the run of play. St Anne's scores to go 1-0 up. It's been all about Collegiate for the last 6 minutes.
How do your girls deal with that? I mean, we've had that once or twice where we feel like, you know, we've been on top of the game and then counter happens and, you know, there's break. And very often I feel that my girls don't deal with that the best.
I think the key thing for us is that I think with schoolgirls sometimes you get that real kind of fire and passion coming back because they want to try and get a goal back. But I think sometimes the other team also gains real ascendancy after they've scored a goal.
Yeah.
So it's just trying to balance that effectively. But it's quite difficult for the school kids or schoolgirls to actually really get themselves up after a slight disappointment when especially when they've had the run of the play the whole time.
For sure.
So, yeah. Stay for a bit longer, Rob, if you want. Cool. Yeah, perfect.
How are you? I'm good. How are you? Fine, thank you. Good. We're in full charge. So good. Hi, Kath.
Hello, Rob.
Good job, enjoy. Cheers.
Another change in commentary. We've got Rob van Ginkel joining us. Hello, Rob.
Morning, Kath. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Rob and Cam. It's a great ball. Another PC for Collegiate. So that's Cam, for all of you that can hear her. That's Rob's beautiful little child sitting on his lap. Come and watch from the prime position that we have here at commentary.
So, Kath, how's this game been so far?
Collegiate have been dominating possession, and Danny Rhodes had come on after starting on the bench, and she made an impact and was able to draw in the goalkeeper, and St Anne's were able to score off what was definitely the run of the play.
Brilliant. She's really a talented player and one for the future.
She definitely is.
Great save there from the postman from St Anne's.
So were Collegiate in your pool, or were they in?
No, we haven't had either of these two, but
Okay.
St Anne's have looked really good so far. And I think Collegiate are really defensively sound, so they create a lot of opportunities. So this should be quite a good close game.
I think Collegiate have been pressing really nicely. St Anne's have been struggling to find the ball to go through. I think when they did get the ball to score the goal, it was through a big hit where they were able to get it through. But on the whole, they haven't been able to outlet as they have, I think, throughout this tournament so far. So Collegiate are doing a really good job on their press.
And I think in the format of this game, being such short games one way, the teams with the better pressers are really finding it easier to score. So the goals are coming from the pressing teams and the better pressing teams.
Yeah, definitely.
Some nice individual skill in the midfield there. And wins a free hit outside.
I think their number 9, who is Sinead Walsh, she's been quite an influential player so far. She's been really dynamic on the ball, and she's been able to create a lot of opportunities for the strikers.
Always great when you have your midfield coming through. I think the toll of day 3 of this tournament is definitely showing. I think there's some tired legs out there.
Definitely, especially after the first day, we were actually quite chuffed with the weather being so cold because the girls were able to play freely. But with these last 2 days being, well, and today definitely looking to be quite a hot day, I think the girls will struggle even more.
Yep. And I think there's 3 games today, so they're going to have to recover and pace themselves, and the strongest survive, I think.
So Rob, how's your tournament been so far?
Kath, it's been a little frustrating for St. Stithians. We got a couple injuries from last week's festival, so some big players out. So we've had some good games and bad games, and we playing in the middle 12 positions. So we'll just keep fighting and see how it goes. And yours and Andrew's side?
Yeah, it's been tough. We've had a lot of missed opportunities and a few counter attacks. So games that we possibly should have done better in, we didn't necessarily. So also fighting for those middle 12 positions. But I suppose you just got to take what you can, and you got to try and do the best whenever you play. So
Absolutely.
yeah, I'm hoping to. Those really nice skills there coming into the D.
So maybe we see you out there, Kath.
Yeah. Exciting times ahead. I don't know about your pool, but what I've seen so far in our pool definitely is a lot of the teams have been pretty even this year. Whereas in previous years there have been quite a few big score lines. This year teams are winning, by 1 goal max, maybe 2 or 3 against the weaker teams, but the top teams from 1 to 6 or 7 have generally been 1-0 games, so it's quite nice for games to be more competitive. But as PT was saying, not so nice for the goal scoring and the money for the Rhinos not to be as big. But yeah, it's good that the quality of hockey is getting more even throughout, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Well, you never know. There's still some big hockey to be played and lots of goals to be scored. But I agree, the teams have been really close. And in our pool as well, I do think there's 3 strong teams, but all the games are really close. And it's come down to the short corners and some individual opportunities that are either taken or missed, which has given you the top 12. Here's another short corner. Well recovered, stop. Khalija just not getting the ball on target.
So I was talking to Peter earlier about strikers playing into their backspace, and we were saying how, which goes to show now again, is that everyone's so goal focused. They're just trying to go forward. They're not really. That's a great counter attack.
So here's a great counter. Missed opportunity
unlucky
from St. Anne's, but a really good breakaway from the short corner defense.
So strikers just are so goal focused that they're not aware of necessarily where the space is in the D, and when they get into the circle they panic a little bit too much, and they just try and they try to go gung ho towards the goal, as opposed to actually realizing that the space very often is behind them, and that they can just slow down a little bit to create those fantastic opportunities that they're missing.
Yeah, I agree completely, Kath. I think maybe a little bit too frantic in the circle. And actually, I think they have a little bit more time than they think. And the goal scorers have been the ones that actually just slow down a little bit and use their chances. But from a school hockey point of view, I think going forward, if we concentrated more on our backspace, a lot more goals could be scored.
I think that's a nice thing about Danny. Actually, we talk about speed. It's so funny. I was saying to Susan, I watch Danny, and it looks like she's doing things in slow motion because she's just able to do things so well at her own tempo, which is so important. And she's still able to get through everyone, going the speed that she does.
Absolutely. Here we go, here's another long corner opportunity. And I also think, Kath, the linking up hasn't been good. So a lot of individually good players, but I think, everyone's trying to lead towards the ball. And if people just let a little bit off each other, I think it could be a lot easier. Some beautiful individual skills that I've seen, but the team linking up. Speaking of which, here goes Danny. Tries to make a good pass.
Great interception.
And a long corner for St. Anne's.
It's a great free quick hit. Quick free hits. And taking that free hit so quickly actually enabled them to get the PC, because Khadija just went set up, yes.
Yep.
Be interesting to see what St Anne's do here. I've seen quite a few variations from the short corner. I've seen a flick, I've seen a hit off the right, and I've also seen Danny try and take it in by herself to eliminate a few of the waves. What's also been interesting is that they're not pushing as many players forward. Quite a few teams have put 4 or so around the circle and everyone else is dropping back, which is different.
I also think it's due to the nature of the game. So here's Danny with some superb skill and a goal. Well done, Danny Rhodes. Lots of time and space, and the defense not closing the middle. But Kath, as I was saying, I think people are setting up more counter cover for the counter attacks because it's one-way games. I think they're not trying to risk too much on short corner attack and more be defensively sound. But then again, if you have 4 up front there and Danny Rhodes can score, then I'd also have 4.
No need. Yeah, what was also really interesting is this number 3, I think her name is Gabby. She was earlier in the games that we were watching, she was playing, I think, a right link or a right striker, and she was attacking up the baseline. And to see her now play sweeper is quite an interesting turnaround for a player to go from an attacking right side to all the way at the back. Shows quite a bit of skill that she must have.
Yeah, and I think nowadays also in the national setup, I think versatility is really important. You need to be able to be an attacking and defensive player. And you don't know, maybe they got some injuries and she's filling her zone there. Danny Rhodes with another good backstick shot. Lots of space and time. And as you were saying earlier, it's all about the press. St Anne's have had a couple of moments now where they're pressing and Collegiate can't seem to get out the back.
Have you been watching any of the hockey at the Commonwealth Games?
I watched on day 1 the 2 South African games, and yesterday I got to see a bit of New Zealand versus Ghana. But definitely all been recorded, and
exactly
after this
that.
festival will be
Once we finish, we can go watch.
Yeah.
I was watching a bit of the Australia-Canada game yesterday on record, and interesting because I didn't know that Giles was coaching Canada, but
Yes.
the Canadians, I don't know what the end score was, but from what I'd watched, the Canadians were actually doing really nicely, and I didn't actually know that they could play hockey to that standard. They were really giving the Australians a go, which was great to see.
Yes, so Giles from China, he went across to Canada, and we all know what he did in South Africa. It was a really great job, so I'm pretty sure Canada will go from strength to strength.
Nice
and the Canadian men also have a South African coach in Greg Clark.
Oh, it's Greg. Oh, yes. Greg is coaching
So
them, eh?
2 South African coaches coaching
fantastic.
Canada. Another short corner here for Collegiate. With 20 minutes to go, they're probably going to have to put this one in.
I think once again some nice individual skills there to try and to force the short corner, to win the short corner. We've been seeing, like you said earlier, some good individual skills to make the difference in the games as opposed to necessarily teams linking up.
So here we go, important short corner, variation left, well run down by the defense.
My bag.
This is a reminder that the opponent team should be ready to take the field in less than 7 minutes. St Mary's Whaley shooting towards
Some really nice skills there again by the same player.
Another PC. This time's counting up.
Umpires for the match will
That's
be
weird.
Paul and Christelle.
Sorry, I said there were 20 minutes left, but our clock's counting up, so there's actually only 7 minutes left. So now this is a good time to score with 7 minutes to go. Oh, good straight hit, good save. Khalid is still with the ball. They've still got a couple numbers extra. Free shot.
Scoring opportunity.
Oh, here goes the counter.
Oops.
Oh, there's a really high strike on the top of the circle. Completely unmarked. Receives the ball.
That's
Oh,
great
good
pressure.
save. Extra pass. Another great save from the keeper.
Some
Wow,
frantic
and a short
defending there.
corner. Sure, the keeper there, 2v1 against her and 2 crucial saves.
I think the defence did quite nicely there to only concede a short corner. St Anne's possibly should have done a little bit better.
Yeah, I like the fact that 2 different girls had shots. So, I mean, they looked for the extra pass and good save, and now the opportunity for a PC on that side of the field. Again, as you say, only 3 on the top. So I don't think there's going to be many options of variation here.
I think this is possibly their drag flicker. Nice trap. It's
Oh,
a nice
well done.
ball. Good save.
The keeper, some really good saves there.
I was saying to PT how nice it is to see how many girls in schoolboy hockey are drag flicking and, you know, attempting to drag flick. More and more girls now are realizing the importance of it and putting it into the game. It's a great
Yep.
steal.
With the modern game, drag flicks are really important, and good hits and good flicks from the top set you up. Nice outlet there from Collegiate, passing the ball around. They're going to have to start going forward to try and get a goal within the last 5 minutes.
It's been there's some really nice plays in this game, and it's been quite an even game. So it's interesting that St Anne's have been able to convert and Collegiate not. You would think by the scoreline that St Anne's have been more in the ascendancy, but I think it's been pretty even. A really nice game to watch.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, I think the teams that are really executing short corners well are finding themselves on top. Both teams have had 3 or 4 short corners, and St Anne's managed to capitalize with Danny on the one, and that's the difference.
Definitely.
Here's a good opportunity.
That's a fantastic ball.
A lovely lead from the forward there behind the defender. Kath, no teams have taken the keeper off in the last couple of minutes yet. I think it might happen a little later when it comes down to semi-final positions.
Yeah, definitely.
But this could be a good time for Collegiate to think about that.
I don't think teams actually train that enough, to be honest with you, to feel fully confident to do it. I know we've tried it previously before, and our goals were a little bit flummoxed. You know, they didn't quite know what to do, and ended up conceding a goal, which at the end of the day isn't the end of the world. But I think possibly teams can train that a little bit more so they feel more comfortable with it.
Yeah, Kath, I agree. I think firstly to try it in a game is bold, and I think we should, because we leave it for later at national level. But I agree, coaches, not only goalkeepers, I also think getting cards, training man up, man down,
Yeah, for sure.
could also have a little bit more. Here's the last PC, or another PC.
Different PC variation there.
Oh, they still have possession. The defense from St. Anne's on PCs has been really good. Yeah. And another short corner given, but some really good defense there from the 4 defenders.
Just try to drag flick there. Now would have been a perfect time to use a backspace.
Oh, another PC.
I think very often in these tournaments as well, you find teams who we talk about a winning culture, and a lot of these teams are just, even though they're not necessarily playing their best, or they're not doing the best, or they might have their star players out, or whatever the case is, but they still have that winning culture and they have that belief and that fight, and then they end up going to win games. We always talk about St. Mary's as one of those teams, no matter what, they always believe that they can win. And I feel like St. Anne's might also be in that bracket, that they, even though they might not be the strongest, they have that belief and they have that fight, and they end up winning games where they might not be the top team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think St. Anne's had a really good festival last year, and they've carried that through. Charlie Pereira was also their coach, so I also think that he's installed some of that. Now he's obviously in Holland, but I think the St. Anne's will always be a tough team to play against.
Yeah.
Right, in the next game we have, so this should be a good one. Very sad that Kat's leaving us, probably one of the best commentators in South Africa at the moment. But now I'm joined for the next game by Sean Donaldson. Morning, Sean.
Morning, Rob. How are you this morning?
Yeah, all good. You've come in time for a really great game here. St. Mary's versus Herschel, the Cape Town school versus the Joburg school. In this heat, this is going to be a fast-paced, good game.
Just before the Stormers play the Lions later as well, so maybe a precursor.
No, that's not a competition. The Lions all the way. Oh, and the early goal from Herschel there. Some good individual skill in the backstick to take Herschel up 1-0 early on in the game. St. Mary's just seem a little bit slow out the gates here and are going to have to really pick it up now.
A minute in, so they've still got their 23.5 minutes to win it back.
Here's the replay. Great goal. Great backstick into the corner.
I think, as you said, Rob, St. Mary's are a little bit slow out the gates. In a 25-minute game, that can be very, very detrimental.
Yeah, with this format now, it's quite ruthless, and I guess every goal is worth a lot, and it makes the team fight harder that's on the back foot. St. Mary's are really going to have to throw everything they can at this. Nice overhead there from Kiki Fitzhenry. And Sean, what's also great to see is the coaches on the bench there. We have Cindy Brown, an ex-national player, as well as Roxanne Turner, an ex-national player, coaching the girls, which is great to see.
I think today's schoolgirl players are very lucky to be surrounded by the absolute top coaches and top current players as well.
And obviously Roxy, with the guidance there of Ros Howell, also lots and lots of experience, and have always made St. Mary's really powerful in this competition.
St. Mary's have some territory now, and it'll be interesting to see how they approach things, if they can fight the fluster and play their pattern.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I think they will play their system and believe in the structure, and hopefully the scoreboard will take care of itself. But Herschel have seemed to start really well here, and let's see what happens in the battle of the midfield. Oh, the ball hit through there and luckily missed trap by St. Mary's, but a good save from the keeper there just to make sure that she keeps the ball out. And I think St. Mary's are just going to have to mark a little bit tighter and try and get the ball onto the other side of the field.
Yeah, I think in moments like these, you just got to love the ball and keep the ball for as long as you can and play yourself back into the game.
There we go, some great individual skills and fight there from Tanner Livingston. Oh, lovely ball outside.
As it stands, Rob, I think Herschel are playing a very direct game, and it'll be interesting to see how the two styles of these two teams contradict each other and potentially nullify each other.
Yeah, agreed. I think St. Mary's do enjoy going around the outside. They've got some really good pace on the outside, and it's been successful for them. But they also have their centre back. Let me find
Gina Roy.
Yeah, that can hit a ball through the lines, and I think they need to vary it a little bit. They should go around the outside a couple, the big hits through, but they definitely have enough arsenal and weaponry to make sure that they can throw something at Herschel. But yes, some other individuals, good skill. Herschel getting a shot from the top of the circle there.
You know, Rob, these games always do have their patterns, and you'll have your ascendancy and you'll have your moments on the top, and it's all about how you take them. And right now I think St. Mary's are weathering the storm well, and we'll see how they can, when they have their moments, capitalise.
Yeah, I think they've fought back nicely. They finding their structure and keeping the ball a little bit. I think Herschel's counter-attack is really good, and I think St. Mary's just need to keep that possession a little bit longer and complete the passes on turnovers. Oh, dangerous ball through there.
And we are seeing a clear pattern here when Herschel are affecting the turnover. They are going as high as they can, as fast as they can.
Yeah.
There's a man over on the left there. And you may be able to hear in the background the strong St. Mary's support, as there always is at their home turf, and it's incredible to see how girls will come out on the weekend and support their team.
There's a good opportunity there. For St. Mary's, good advantage from the umpire. It was a short corner and she's let the shot happen. Safe from the keeper. And the first real opportunity for St. Mary's to get onto the scoreboard.
And then if we sort of watch the pattern of the game, St. Mary's has played themselves back into it, and after quite a shaky start, they seem to be far more settled and trusting their process.
Yeah, there we go. Great press. St. Mary's press is always really good. Another opportunity here, but as you can see, they set up early, and Herschel's only real option is to hit the ball through the lines. Another good turnover, but I'd like to see St. Mary's come out of that channel a little bit more. There's a big hit across, and I think if you look at the numbers, it's very, very full on that side of the field, and I think if they can transfer the ball and hit the other side of the circle, they'll get some more outcomes. But another opportunity here for St. Mary's to press, and as we can see, set up early and really good setup.
Rob, would you say it's been quite a nervy opening 10?
Yeah, I think the start from Herschel, they used the opportunity early, and I do believe St. Mary's have come back into it, and now they need to take one or two opportunities on the other side of the field.
And I think the inverse of that is after such an incredibly fast start, Herschel need to settle into their pattern and sustain as much of that speed and that pressure as they can before inviting too much pressure. I think 1-0 in 20 minutes is not a big enough lead to sit back and sit too deep.
Yeah, no, I agreed. You've got to still play your game plan, and as we've seen, I think Herschel are really good on their attack. And I think it's going to come down to the battle of the press. You know, whichever team presses better, the ball will stay in that half of the field, and they'll get some opportunities.
Herschel advancing down the right. It's quite a close channel with a 4v2 there in St. Mary's' favour, but they're finding an outlet.
A really good use of a flip pass in there. I think it's really nice to see the girls this year getting the ball off the turf a lot more with some 3D skills. Good outlet here from St. Mary's, using the trough, finding a midfielder, and a great turnover from Herschel there. Oh, she passes the ball. There's an opportunity. And well cleared by St. Mary's. But as you said, Sean, earlier, Herschel really good on that counter and finding a high striker in the circle.
And Joe, Rob, as you said about that is...
And a taken opportunity. I think St. Mary's tried to trough the ball out the back, and a waiting forward there, ready for it, and really has poached a goal off the keeper's pads. Well done by Herschel.
That was a very opportunistic goal, and it's really changed the complexion of the game. Now St. Mary's really have to go hell for leather to chase down this 2-goal lead.
I think Herschel have been really smart, and if we're looking, they play almost with 6 defenders, and the front 4 just have the license to attack with speed and pace, and it's an exciting brand of hockey, which Cindy Brown, the coach, has obviously put in, which will make them a handful, and I watched them in the pool games as well, and I think Herschel are a really strong team going forward with some good defensive structures. So I think they're a team to watch out for. They're going to be tough.
And I must say, Rob, as you said, there's been at this whole tournament in general, there's been a good use of 3D skills and general skill. The whole skill level of these for young women is insane, actually. And it's on display right now with 2 very good sides. And St. Mary's forward trying to put a lot of pressure on that Herschel outlet.
Really good transfer from the one side to the other side. And again, Herschel going very direct. As you can see, another free player in the circle. There she is. And they keep popping up, and really clever counter-attacks that Herschel is bringing. I think St. Mary's just need to try and stick more man-to-man and look after those fast running forwards from Herschel.
I agree with you, Robin. I think the transition from attack to defence is absolutely key in this game because Herschel are frightening on the counter. So if teams take long to transition, they can hurt them.
Good defence there. Good composure from Georgie Clark there from Herschel, taking her time, completing a pass on the turnover and not being too flustered. Really good characteristic of a defender. There goes Tanner Livingston. And again, another good turnover, but St. Mary still have it. Find the person in the circle.
As you said, Rob, Herschel are leaving 6 at home at all times, and they actually are swamping numbers. So it's very hard to affect a counter-attack when there are more numbers for the defensive side than there are the attacking side.
Yeah, I think defensively they've been sound, and also they're 2-0 up, so they don't need to chase. Close shop at the back there and make sure that they protect the lead, and maybe they can sneak 1 or 2 on the other side with their forwards. St. Mary's, on the other hand, may need to do the opposite and leave some less at back there and throw some numbers at the problem to try and get some short corners or shots on target.
Now, Rob, I've had the fortune of being on a losing end, both as a player while you're coaching and as a coach while you're coaching. If you are the Herschel coach, are you going for the third, or are you putting more impetus on keeping the clean sheet right now?
Yeah, I think the clean sheet's important. I mean, they've still got another 2 games today. It's a long tournament. These results are important to go through to the semi, and I think that's the business end. So I would save, but in saying that, you want to keep your system and structure going to make sure you play your game plan. And at that, St. Mary's get another short corner, and they're really going to have to execute this one and make it count with 6 minutes to go.
Now that's unlucky with the execution, but St. Mary still have the number and the short corner's over, so they can shoot as high as they want. Now this is a prime counter-attack opportunity, and Herschel will be on their way very quickly.
There they go. You see St. Mary's put a lot of numbers forward into the attack on the PC, and they've done exceptionally well to get numbers behind the ball. A great tackle there from the captain. And St. Mary's keep possession. Really good effort there on defense. Sorry, there's just correction. I said 6 minutes. There's still 15 minutes left. So lots and lots of time here to get back into the game.
And I think we are starting to see the effects of this 2-0 lead, where St. Mary's are pushing up higher and the counter-attack is more on for Herschel, but we'll see how they use it.
Some lovely pace there and skill with it. Completing a pass again. And well cleaned up again there by Georgie Roy, the captain.
And as you said, Rob, the marking seems to be letting St. Mary's down ever so slightly at the back.
Yeah, it's tough and it's hot, but I think Herschel are a handful, and you need to mark a little bit closer, not give them space and time. Otherwise, they're going to hurt you. Really good step in front there for St. Mary's, and they keep the ball using the outlet and the trough through Kiki Fitzhenry.
And now they're going to look to probe, find a new channel, find a bigger space to attack through.
Yeah, that's a really nice outlet from the left to the right side. They've still got possession over the halfway, another transfer into the midfield, and this is looking really promising build-up play from St. Mary's. I think just the execution in the final third, but St. Mary's still have the ball, and they definitely have had a good spell of hockey here. Herschel, lots of numbers in the D, and defensively look very sound. It's going to take a lot to break this defense, I think.
I couldn't agree more with you, Rob. They're very positionally aware, and they're very aware of their men from the get-go. And as I said, the transition between attack to defense from Herschel is very, very efficient at the moment.
Good strike in. Again, well defended. Herschel have a really good play on the hotline. And for those watching, the hotline is the direct line from the ball to the goal. And really well protected by Herschel, which makes it difficult. And that's why St. Mary's, I think, are choosing to go around the outside rather than very direct.
Now it's interesting. Herschel have affected the turnover there, and they are taking their time ever so slightly now. So they have got the opportunity to build up and draw St. Mary's out a bit. And there's a very good piece of skill on the right here by Herschel. And if you look in front of you right now, there are, as Rob said earlier, there's an attacking 4, occasionally 5, and they have full license to attack.
Yeah, I think the modern game of hockey has turned that way, where you almost have a defensive 5 and attacking 5, and it's because of the nature and the pace of the game. That's the way most teams are choosing to play. Herschel implementing it really well, and St. Mary's too. I think St. Mary's have done it really well and built up really well, but just the execution in the final third hasn't quite been to what we expect from St. Mary's.
Oh, you know, Rob, with 6.5 minutes left, or 10 minutes left, it takes 30 seconds to score a goal, so anything can still happen now, and it's really going to be an interesting and a helter-skelter last 10 minutes, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, don't write St. Mary's off, but as I said, hitting through on the hotline there against Herschel, you're going to struggle, and Herschel changing sides and a lot of running in them, it's going to be a really tough task, but I'm excited to watch these last 10. I think the action's not over yet.
And St. Mary's attempting to launch an attack down the right, but the Herschel 1v1 defending has been very strong so far today. And again, it's a very direct outlook to the game, which has been very effective so far. And it's very interesting to see the contrasting styles. A bit of sustained pressure from Herschel here, and I think what we're all realizing as well is it's eating a bit of time too. So whether they are trying to do that or score the third remains to be seen, but it is very effective for them.
Yeah, St. Mary's struggling a little bit to get out their defensive area there. I think they just need to create a mini game, win a hit or two, and start getting the ball out there. But now the ball's back to Herschel. Let's see what they can do. Some good defense, completing a pass and getting out the back.
And now the count is on. But interesting to note, right now there's no St. Mary's players above the ball.
Yeah, I think because of the defensive zone they were in. Good counter-attack, and they've won a long corner. So let's see what St. Mary's can do on this opportunity here.
St. Mary's looking to build up from this long corner. A very good patient build up here, not forcing it.
Oh, lovely ball through. St. Mary's with it on the top. A lovely shot, just wide, but a really good, quick shot from the top of the circle.
And fantastic build-up. They had the long corner, they sent it back out to the halfway, drew Herschel out, and that's really the brand that we love that St. Mary's put out. It's a very good piece of pressing by the Herschel forwards. Now, as a group of young players, it'll be interesting to tell Oh, there's a replay of that very, very good snapshot from top D. She really got that shot off incredibly quickly. It's a lot of... Oh. Interesting exchange from the umpires there.
Yeah, I think the umpire on this side noticed an infringement, but can only show, and it's up to the other umpire. But at the end of the day, I think they got the decision right, and the game carries on.
I tend to agree with you there, Rob.
See again another ball on route 1. So Mary's come away with it, attacking the outside. A lot more direct now, and again that girl on the hotline, exceptionally good position, and Herschel come away with it.
See, Rob, I think the game situation is starting to put a bit of pressure on for St. Mary's to change their style, and I think they'd probably have more luck if they stuck to their traditional style. But as we know, with 6 minutes to play or 5 minutes to play, pressure can really, really, really change the way you see the game.
Oh, here we go. So Mary's 3v2. There we go. 2v1. Some good flip skills. Oh, lovely shot. Good save. And still in there.
And then the free hit awarded to Herschel for the right wing, taking out the keeper by mistake. But it's a very, very good counter-attack launched by St. Mary's. And a couple more of those and we could see the third goal in this fixture.
Absolutely, I think that was a great attack. I think there's worked the St. Mary's fans up there, and they're cheering a little bit more. And let's see how Herschel can handle the pressure that St. Mary's are putting on at the moment.
Herschel have the opportunity to win a couple. Oh no, they've turned it over there. And St. Mary's get to apply more pressure in the final third. And the St. Mary's fans seem to be playing Rob's song.
Just a great beat. There we go. St. Mary's, Herschel, I think, have backed off a little bit now. I think they're happy with the 2-0, and they're just going to ride out the time. St. Mary's need to throw something at it. Every goal counts, especially for the Rhinos. Really important that we see lots of goals today.
And still St. Mary's looking to apply pressure and score their first of the fixture. And with 4 minutes to go, it's still very, very on. Anything could happen here. And as you said, Rob, Herschel are sitting slightly deeper. They've got their three-quarter press. They're not going to put too much pressure on the ball carrier. They're sticking in their shape and looking to turn the ball over in the midfield. And off St. Mary's go. A very good execution of the aerial skill there. And it's a 4v2 with, it's a 5v2, 5 defenders and now 3 Herschel girls.
Yeah, for me, Kyla Duvall from Herschel is probably been the player of the match. She's been on that hotline as centre back. She's controlled the game. She's always been on the hotline, and she's linking up with the passes. And if I had a vote, I think Kyla Duvall has definitely done enough to get the game today.
I couldn't agree with you more, Rob. I think not only has she been fantastic without the ball, but as she's turned the ball over, she sent it forward and very fast and very accurately. And off St. Mary's go. And Herschel just seemed to be weathering everything thrown at them, dare I say, quite comfortably. I just think it's the game situation has forced St. Mary's to force it a bit here.
Yeah, I think the Herschel defense is composed, and that's why I said earlier, I think they're a team to watch. Defensively, they're set up, and they've definitely got some strike powers. So Herschel are going to be a tough team to play against.
And the following teams be ready to take the field as soon as the whistle is blown at the end of this match. Clarendon and Menlo
And with
Park.
2 minutes to go, St Mary's are still looking for their opening of the game. But as Rob's accurately said, what Herschel are providing on the hotline is very, very, very difficult to counter. And there's a lot of pace up front in this Herschel side. And they come pressing for the third. I think, Rob, it's very interesting to see how, again, the contrasting styles, and when Herschel have looked to have won a corner, perhaps. No, it's a St Mary's free hit. But when Herschel have got the ball in the final third, they are very, very direct, and it's quite interesting to see how that has paid dividends for them.
Yeah, in this format of the game, I think you've got to be direct and take some chances. And St Mary's have had 2 or 3 really good shots, so just didn't go in on this day. But I think Herschel have been a little bit more clinical, and that's why the scoreboard is 2-0.
I think St Mary's may have one more. No, it's a very, very well stuffed out and very well marked at the back there by Herschel.
Yeah, Kyla Duval on the ball again, controlling the midfield completely.
Daddy.
And really doing well.
She's looked a class act. She's almost looked to have an extra second on the ball at all times.
Right, Sean, thanks so much. I'll be handing over to Mornay Woodendal now, the Rania coach and probably the most successful coach in this tournament. So I'm sure you'll have lots to chat about the next game.
Thank you very much, Rob. Who have we got up next, Mornay? Sorry, good morning, Mornay. How are you this morning? With his earphones.
Sean, I'm actually Afrikaans.
Stop it, really?
Yes.
I did not know.
Okay, now you do. Okay, and there we go. Clarendon hit the ball. Bianca Wood, national under 21 player. Lots of flair, and they just won a long corner.
Clarendon are playing in white, as we can see, against Menlo Park in their traditional blue strip.
Sean, let's go for some score predictions. What do you think is going to happen?
I think Clarendon are incredibly dangerous on the counter. I think they have a lot of very skillful players, so they're always good for a goal. But I think Menlo on system and structure are a very good side. So I'd probably say 2-1 Menlo. And you, Mornay, where do you stand?
I'm sitting next to you, but I think... There she is. There's the golden goal. Cheers. Something might happen, and oh, that's very good defending. Oh, great reverse pressing. It seems like it was to Nate Trumpy.
She's working very hard and a very, very, very good back tackle there. She could have given away a corner or a stroke, but she has made a very good defensive contribution.
Quite a big overhead from the goal. That's the outletting option. And here goes the counter you spoke about earlier. They seem to try and hit Wood as early as possible when they hit the counter attacks.
I think both these sides play a very direct brand and a very attacking brand. So through Menlo looking for that first goal, they may well leave themselves very vulnerable to a strong Clarendon counter-attack.
Definitely. Also, high school's goalkeeper is a national keeper. So the winning recipe starts with a goal scorer and a good goalkeeper. So they at least started with that. And all the players in between with lots of flair will definitely give them a go.
Now, Mornay, do you think we've already settled into the pattern of this game where Menlo look to keep the ball and Clarendon just live on the counter, or do you think Clarendon are going to try build up a bit more?
I think they're going to try, but they're just going to smash it.
I think we have just seen the pattern for the game.
Yes. So now Mainland will give about 3 passes at most. Here's the first shot. Good tackle. Crowded circle.
Oh, and the corner wasn't given, and it's gone the other way for Clarendon.
I think 80% chance, big hit. Here we go.
You are a statistician, Mornay. You are a statistician.
I had stats at varsity. And here we go. Clarendon trying to string a couple of passes. I think if they go to 3 passes about, they'll have a goal scoring opportunity.
I think the reality is, Mornay, if these teams move the ball, they are going to manipulate the press, because both these teams seem to be executing a first phase press.
Seems like Menlo Park has a couple of tall girls. Played some netball in the primary school. And here we go. Not anymore.
Now, Mornay, it's been a very cagey start, in my opinion. How many consecutive passes has been the most given so far?
Probably 1.
I think so as well. I think maybe 2 at a push. But it's been a very cagey start. It'll be interesting to see if I think Menlo will try to keep the ball for longer periods.
Let's count the passes. Okay, that was 1.
Yes.
And they won the free hit. Let's see. I think they're going to hit it again.
It's an educated guess, and he has called it, ladies and gentlemen.
And there's another one.
And I do think they may have a long corner out of this.
I hope they've got a very good long corner, because that seems to be the plan. To hit the ball hard and get a long corner. Let's see. That's still 1 pass completed. And that's a foot. Let's see. Menlo Park.
Ooh. Now, I'm wondering if this is just purely playoff nerves.
First pass.
Second.
Okay, so we're still on phase 1 again. First pass.
And a very good pass at that. And a shot taken. And that's a corner given.
Seems to be very debatable. What has been your outlook on the umpires this year, Sean?
I think the general standard of umpiring is fantastic thus far. I just think that if we could, as a group of coaches, players, umpires, just sort of be a bit more positive about it all. And I heard an umpire say something very, very profound earlier. I'll stop making mistakes when the players stop making mistakes.
That is quite weird. That person's probably not going to get the semi-final. What do you predict? I think second Castle flick.
I think first Castle flick.
Well, we wait and see. We
and you have called it again.
That's almost, yeah, I think the shorty push into the stopper was the first complete pass for the game almost.
Yeah, and if we count the stopper as passing to the flicker, that's 2.
We've got a record.
The game. Well, that's a fantastic piece of aerial skills. Ooh.
Now the shorty, stick tackle, you agree?
You know what, I do tend to agree with that. She came over hard on the stick.
Are we waiting for a variation now, or do you think the same?
Now, Mornay, you and I both watched that they ran a 2-2 quite high. I think after watching your side have a fair amount of short corners this week, would you perhaps go back to the P spot?
Definitely. So they've changed. They've only got 1 stopper, and I think they can do a
slip left.
Yeah, but no, or a short roll, a very short roll. Yes, I call it again.
And
it's in.
That's a fantastic finish.
It's a very hard high 5. I don't know if you saw. That girl can high 5.
And she can score some goals. That seems to be number 7, Elita van Staden.
She's a good hockey player. I really like watching her. But I must say, it's quite easy. Just follow her shorties and the ball's going to go there. So, Clarendon didn't do their homework. Let's just see the goal again. Replay. Short roll. I hope they show the high 5 again. It's out of the picture.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, good skill set. Another good skill. Now let it go. Completed pass. Love it.
And that's that done.
This goal. This game is extremely sloppy. I think if one of the teams can just take some control, they can really take control.
Now, Monet, who do you think this is suiting? And I know the scoreboard may suggest Menlo, but do you think a scrappy style suits them or suits Clarendon?
Coastal sides are very weird to play against, so that will be Clarendon. If they get some momentum, they go on a high, they can get very dangerous. Where I think Menlo, when they control the game, they'll be a lot better. So this must be suiting Clarendon. If Menlo doesn't score, then they can get a goal back. They'll score about 2 or 3 quickly.
You know, and I watched Clarendon earlier in the week, and they are dangerous on the counter. And as you said, when they get in the mood, they can score some outrageously good goals.
No, definitely. So this game will never be over. I don't see a fat lady who can sing. Here we go.
And this is exactly what we're talking about.
It's going to be. That's our goal. I wish she could do something with that ball. It's a very good ball. Oh, it's going to get in again. And a foot.
And a corner.
And a corner. And did you just start clapping hands?
No, because I just wanted to say that you called it again, the quick counter attack.
Let's see the goal. I hope we see the high five.
I did see hands waving.
Yeah.
So she wound up for about 10 meters.
Let's score this, shorty. Fake slap, far post, deflection.
That's adventurous to start. I'm going to go with a straight hit.
I think going to be right because she's standing in a hitting grip. And she hits quite hard. But they're definitely going to go far post.
You think far post, eh?
Definitely.
Well, I would be stupid to argue with you. You've got literally everything right so far.
The suspense.
Please hit it.
That's not far post.
And I did call it, but they're going to reconvene. And what do you think the call is now?
Let's just see where they stand. For some other reason, school girls stand in different positions for different shorties. She's going to fake. She changed the foot. If you can see, the feet's not standing the same. So I think it might be a slip. Oh, she's number 5's going to pass it right to number 10.
I am thinking she might hit it again. But I'm quite close-minded. Oh, you've called it. You have called it.
Look at the feet, pal. That's another foot.
Yeah. Okay, so now it's 1-1 in this game in terms of calling corners.
That must be like a riddle thing you must try and say.
Yeah, I actually agree.
Say it again.
Calling corners. Calling corners. Corners calling. You're welcome, Monet. Now, where's she going? I think there might be a straight flick or a slip left.
I think it's going to be weird. There's so many people behind the ball, behind the stopper. Maybe she's going to leave it. No.
No.
Yeah, she called it. Goal. Now, goal. Yep, goal. Sean, that's not a goal. Stop saying goal when they're trying to take shots.
You got me. I think, Monet, it's quite clear you're a fan of hockey when I think everyone just loves a goal, and you are quite excited there, but not to be for Clarendon just yet.
Great opportunity now for Clarendon. Might be a shorty.
Might be a shot. Might be a goal. Oh, she's hit the post, and she's capped.
Everybody's clapping hands, even Sean. This just makes the game interesting, and that's what we said earlier. Menlo must start controlling the game. They can't give Clarendon opportunities in the circle, because that goal off the post in, and a big celebration. Can we please get the cameramen to catch the celebrations?
They are well worth catching. And it's the player that you highlighted earlier, Monet. And it doesn't matter how they score, it just matters that they score.
I agree. So I suppose they can hit the ball up again?
Joe, it's bold to call that. But I do think that you are wrong. She's rolled it.
First pass, second pass. Okay.
Okay. No. I think you built that up a little bit.
My voice went too high. The goal on the ball's very good. Number 10. I'm just seeing her.
And she's just rolled an excellent ball, and she's in the.
Ooh. She's a very good player, number 10.
And I
also
think
national player. Fast, good hands. Player to watch out for.
And unfortunately, we have a head injury here inflicted against Clarendon.
Let's go through the highlighted areas in our notes. 32 skills from across the country.
Yeah.
That's the first page. Second page, nothing. And then nothing again. So that's what we have.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. There are 32 schools, and they are indeed from across the country.
I wish they had a big speaker when we commented, everybody could hear.
I can think of nothing worse for the general public. I just can't. Now, Menlo have collected. They're together here chatting about, and I think really what they're saying in there is let's get the ball, let's keep the ball, let's force Clarendon to actually come out a bit and play against them rather than just hit at them.
Let's see, I think every 6 passes will be a goal. If you can string 6 passes, you'll have a goal or a goal scoring opportunity.
I actually couldn't agree more with you. I think I would even go as much as sort of 4, 5, 6 passes, and you will find someone free, and you will create a very, very good opportunity. And the umpire seems to have picked up a stick, Mornay.
He wants to play. He's going to hit
He
the ball
will
down
take
the
the
middle.
16. The umpire's taking the 16. He
What do you
seems
think
ready.
he'll do? What will
I
he do?
think he's going to throw an overhead and put his back out.
Like 30 meters max. Do we have a standby umpire?
I'm sure there are about 15 people in yellow shirts somewhere here.
Do you think they are all friends? Here we go.
Yeah. And Menlo have the opportunity to
Number
counter.
10's got the ball.
Oh,
Good aerial, good defense. Just complete your pass, please, milady. She did.
that's one.
Oh, she gave it
Was
back
one.
to them. She's going in the circle. Big wind up. The goalie just foot. The goalie's almost cost them a goal. Sean, what have you thought about the tournament?
I think Mornay, as anyone who's just tuned in now, Mornay is the coach for Orania, the traditional powerhouse at this tournament. I think he's put out a very good side. I think the general standard is as it always is at this tournament, very good. And it's been good. And I obviously it's easy to pick a favorite, but it's very tough to call who will be in the semi-finals. What have you made of your tournament so far and the tournament so far?
I honestly think you didn't understand my question. My question was, what do you think? Like, well organized, etc.
Oh, the tournament, not the
Yes.
teams at the tournament.
Yes.
I think Quixie, the tournament organizer, is part man, part machine, she's just incredible. So she is one of the greatest organizers of anything
Of all
ever.
time. All
Yes.
time, any sport.
I
she's
think comfortably.
She's the Francois Pinard of schoolgirls hockey.
Yes, she is.
Oh, she got it in.
That was
Just
very,
watch
very
this goal. She's going to run. She's going to run. Not 5. Back pedaling, aerial skills, through them. Ooh.
Now, do you
almost
think
shorty.
there's a short corner in there?
No. You could see the players didn't react to it, so I don't think so. She gave them the ball again. That seemed quite weird. And Menlo Park seems to be falling apart.
Into this trap.
Menlo Park.
Yes.
Menlo. No, it doesn't make sense. Falling apart. Menlo falling apart. Yeah, I think it's going to be like a 5-minute, but they just need to sustain a bit.
And here's the replay of what could have been. No, I definitely saw that wrong. There was no corner anywhere there. But I think Menlo Park are falling into Clarendon's style of play.
Yes, I agree. And that you don't want to play fire versus fire. If I can explain to some dads what's happening now, Clarendon plays like a Fiji style. So it's very
Yes.
open and they jam, and Menlo Park is more like global rugby.
Yes.
So when they control it and they control territory, they'll grind out a couple of goals where Clarendon just needs 1 or 2 opportunities and they'll score them. That's good hockey.
That's
what we
very
want
good
to see.
hockey.
Good angle run.
And
Just
she
let
rolls this. That's 3 passes.
What? Oh, okay. Well, 3 passes. They got into a circle with, it looked very dangerous.
And they covered 75 meters with 3 passes. So
Imagine 4 passes. That's 100 meters.
I think that's the far post tap-in, that 4th pass.
Exactly. Sean, I see you've got ski pants on.
I do, Mornay.
Do you always wear ski pants?
Do you know what? Firstly, it's Saturday, so I'm feeling like a change. And secondly, I have a game later. So I'm stuck in match kit.
Who is Wits' third team playing against?
The Wits' third team. Goodness me. Wits today are playing against Shumba's men in the opening weekend of Premier League hockey in Gauteng. Well, Southern Gauteng at least.
Oh, that's good. Try to pass, but at least they're stringing. Not stringing. They're looking
to
like
string the passes
looking
together.
to.
Yeah. All the right ideas are there right now for Menlo.
Yeah. It seems like they're going to pick up some momentum now.
Do you know, and Mornay, they will get their chances. The momentum will swing, and it's about taking those chances and scoring some goals, like Clarendon did with their brief spurt in control of the game.
We're already 17 minutes past. Wow, it goes so fast, quickly, when you're having fun. Imagine we don't have fun.
Do you know, with you here, it's flown by.
I asked for you to commentate with me. I said, Sean, Wit's the team captain.
Vice captain, give me a chance here.
That's a good chuck.
That's a very good
chuck.
chuck.
Nice variation.
Into space. Oof.
I know I said miss just to get some excitement. And up, and now this is a moment. Just complete your pass.
No.
It's too early. Far too early. Just one more pass and then she could have got a penetration.
I think there was a nice opportunity to transfer it in the midfield there and break the whole press.
I agree. Exactly. But you can feel the pressure. Today is so intense. For 90% of the 4 people watching,
everyone.
Yeah, it's very difficult, the tournament, because now you're going to tournament mode. You have to win every single game to put yourself in an opportunity to get into semi-final after you've played 7 matches. Whoa, that's aggressive. And another Clarendon goal. Sitting down.
They really are putting everything into it, but unfortunately on the follow-through their heads are getting into very, very bad positions.
Oh, very good umpiring. They're stopping the game, assessing the situation. That is Junelka Swanepoel, the umpire. A very good up-and-coming umpire. She went to Rania Macy's school.
Of course she did. Did you coach her at Rania Macy's?
No, she was before my time. She was a very good player. She played S18 twice, S21 a couple of years. Yeah, she played for Korfs a long time. Got close to national call-up. She's a very good player. Okay, now again counter-attack opportunity. I think just complete the first. That's back stick. That's a very good eye.
Yeah.
Okay,
now that is a plot twist. They are looking to
2
connect.
passes. No, I almost said 3.
I think
I said 3.
And the 4th is on.
And they won 1 meter. But they still have the ball. So it was a little better. Sean's phone is ringing. He's got a very weird ringtone.
Yeah, he has a lot of questions about his ringtone.
That's a good completed. Oh no. Go on the ball, very strong.
Very strong. It's just be careful of that elbow.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh.
Ooh. Uh-oh. That was a bit naughty there from the Menlo girl, throwing her arms through the tackle.
I could have gotten a card, but she got the heat.
Do you know that's just how it goes sometimes, Morna, as we well know.
Touch. Now, this is my goal. Bianca Wood. She's going to pull it inside, definitely. And here she goes. Cheers.
Oh,
that's the
right
first one.
The first.
That's good running. And it's also actually good defending. Long corner.
Every time Bianca Wood gets the ball, she looks dangerous, Morna.
Every time Bianca Wood gets the ball, Clarendon looks dangerous.
That is very true.
Would you put her at sweep and not hit the ball and let her just run? Wouldn't it be more or less the same?
Do you know?
It's a terrible pass.
It depends how long she can run for.
8 minutes?
50, yeah. Okay, and Mornay, I think I initially said to you perhaps it would be quite cagey. That perhaps the start would be cagey, but everyone would settle down into the game. But it seems that, if we're honest, this game has been quite scrappy.
It seems like it's a stainless steel cage. 10-meter overhead. 5, please, Mr. Umpire. They still have the ball, so let's say bad advantage.
Very good advantage. I'm sure that's exactly what it was.
Oh, no.
No advantage at all, because that's where she was in 5.
I think we can suspect another overhead. Here we go.
Oh, that's a channel change. Well executed.
That's number 10. She moves to the left link now. I think it's going to come a shorty. That's a very good tackle.
That's a very, very good tackle.
Another good tackle.
And a very brave
She's going to hit it. Hard. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy.
I think I'm very glad that you explained to the viewers when the ball was bouncing. I think that was very important.
Sometimes viewer can't see the bounce.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
We just got information in from our statistician. There's been 3 circle entries for Menlo and also 3 for Clarendon.
So it's been in reality, in both final thirds, it's been quite a closely fought game.
You see, I didn't see bouncy now, and
no one knew.
Yeah.
No, I understand. Now a good channel change here would
That's a good
open
ball.
Clarendon
One
wide
more.
up. Don't
It's
go
going to go
direct.
too early, I think. It's just too early. One more pass, and they would have had a nice circle entry. Just for the viewers, the reason is if she's it in now, everybody stands there. So if you change it one more angle, it opens up the angle, if that makes sense.
And you manipulate the
foot.
defenders. Ooh.
Exactly. Look, defenders aren't the smartest people.
Morne, where do you play?
Defender.
Aha.
And a big hit.
Yeah. Oh. That's floored a couple of the Menlo girls who are very sharp.
Luckily didn't hit anyone in the face or shin area.
Do you know the reactions from the Menlo girls to get out the way of that was quite impressive, Morne?
I agree. Let's go prediction. 6.5 minutes left. What do you think's going to happen?
I'm sticking by my 2-1.
Okay.
And you? And a corner's awarded.
That was very sharp. She took it's actually, I don't know what the word is, but in Afrikaans you would call it ongelooflijk.
Unlucky?
No, that's ongelukkig.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
But just see when she got the ball, how quickly she took it. That's fine. That's how you should do it. But how could Clarendon not know she's going to do it?
Oh, are you saying it was a bit absent-minded from Clarendon?
Yes, exactly.
Yes,
Okay, let's just see where's number 7. She takes
Seven's the top of the castle.
Oh, so they're going to do a straight flick. They're going to go to either flick or slap or something on the ground to the right side post.
I'm thinking a little straight flick.
To the right-hand side, definitely.
Yeah.
There's two right. Oh, that's skew. Slap it in. Oh, this good old zigzag and tackle and complete.
And now the counter is very on.
But no one is eyes, so
that is.
When you said very, you meant could.
Could have almost been on.
It still is an opportunity for a counter. Okay, not anymore.
I think that's. I want to say unlucky for Menlo that they failed to execute that short corner, or at least a push.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that might have been the moment. Oh, good umpiring. He makes a sub for number 10. Let's see if he gives us some information or it's just a breather. I think he got his timing wrong with getting off. If he wanted to give a breather, should have done it about 5 minutes ago to let her run her last 8. I'll keep you guys posted when she goes on again.
Yeah, I actually tend to agree with you. You need your key players on in the closing stages of a game.
I think both, especially last 3 minutes, both teams are going to go for it. But I think Clarendon's got the, Menlo's got the upper hand. So if you had to go, I would go with your score. I think it's a good score. The 2-1, it's still so direct with no one. No, I can't even complete that sentence.
Yeah, it's just hidden hope. It's not the brand we love to watch, but this is tournament hockey, and it doesn't matter what you want to see, it matters what wins.
Someone else is taking the 16. Do you think she's going to chuck an overhead or no? That was lucky. Oh, no, there's opportunity. Get it to Bianca, please. Give us some excitement. Good tackle. And another pass not complete.
Is that a bunt? Morne, did we just see a bunt?
Last time I saw a bunt, I think I was 8 years old playing my 23rd tournament. I started young. Oh, that girl is gazelling back. Look at her, go. If she doesn't, if they lose the ball now, then big trouble. But that was good. That was
actually,
good.
That's a very unlucky outlet.
It was, but now, complete your first pass.
Just one. We just need one.
Okay.
I think the general pattern for the game, Morne, has been, let me see who I can take on. And
Backstick?
And if I can't beat them, I'll try pass it.
And when you say pass, you mean hit it away or pass to your friend?
Hit it in the general direction of the goal-ish.
A long corner now for Clarendon. They must actually pass it to the girl who can smash it, and she smashed it in. And see what Menlo does with their own medicine, because Menlo has been hitting the ball in the whole time when they hit the 22. So that'll be interesting what they do when someone does the same to them. Some movement now.
As well, Morne, if we look up now, Menlo are hanging one incredibly high, and she's going to be joined by 2 more. And I think there's a massive hole in this midfield, well, between defence and attacks. And I think if they can execute this hole and they can start to work in this area, it'll be devastating.
Both teams just need to connect. Just get the ball into the hole and then connect the next pass. It's literally 5 passes. The most we've seen is 3.
Yes.
3 passes gave
3
them
passes,
7
and that was almost a shot.
And that we said. That's what we said from the start. Like an overhead.
Onto the Menlo girl.
Why did she not 5? It's
very direct.
That might be the moment now. Keeper's gonna miss it.
Ooh.
Oh, it's actually good keeping. She didn't look secure. Yeah, go again.
What do you make of the general standard of keepers we've seen this week?
I think keepers make a lot of. There they go again. Doesn't Clarendon understand that they can take it quickly? I think keepers make a lot of first saves. I think it's picked up a lot, but now to get them from a good or good-ish keeper, they need to get coaching. And there's about 4 or 5 extremely good, technically keepers.
Yeah.
And we can have a lot more because we don't work on our keepers enough.
Yeah, they often get lost in training sessions while you coach everyone else.
Whoa. So there's a minute and a half left.
A minute and a half to go, and...
Oh, no, sorry, guys. The time is not correct on the score. We are
2 minutes.
2 minutes. It's the 2-minute warning now. So we're going to go about 45 seconds extra. Hits it through. Now they run back, and then they hit it through.
Do you know what Morne is called a hit through? And I'm gonna guess hit through, or perhaps even an overhead.
Okay, let's see. She takes the 16 under 25.
As one does. Oh no, there's the transfer.
Better. That's better.
That's 2 passes.
A lot better. My problem is I wanted number 10 to receive the ball there now.
Yes.
And now she's sitting on the bench.
Yes, I do agree with you.
So I think sometimes we as coaches make small mistakes, or a lot of mistakes, and we learn. Now number 7's got the ball, very strong run of the ball. It's a good idea.
But the problem is, Morne, due to the lack of connections and the lack of passing, players aren't expecting the pass. So when it is rolled, no one's sort of expecting it.
That is a great point. It's the 1 minute warning. Got 1 minute left. Shauna, who's doing the next game? Is it you?
It's
No,
not
it
me,
seems
and it's
like
not you.
Rassi
Is it Rassi?
and Cindy Brown, the Herschel coach. Oh my word, wait, there's opportunity now. No, not.
So, viewers, if you are planning on watching the next game,
Watch.
Yeah,
Stick around.
you really should.
But let's just quickly talk for the last 30 seconds about these two teams. Definitely talented teams. They can still go far in the tournament. I think they both just had a quite difficult first game for the tournament.
I'm going to put you on the spot, Morne, and say if you progress to a semi-final, who would you rather play?
Anyone?
You have to beat them all, eh?
Yeah, I think anyone, because they play, all of them play such a different brand of hockey. You have to play against all, and it's nice to play anyone because hockey wins.
And we've been let down in terms of the score predictions. It's 1-1. And that is full time.
Dude, you're going to stay, Jan?
No.
You need to stay. Gracias, Jana. Dank jij wel. Zal je weer gaan? Zal je gaan weer?
How's it, guys? How you doing?
When is your team playing? Can you do it, Cindy, please? Yeah, well done. Back to watch. Thank you. That was so sharp. Yeah. Especially.
it looks like quite an open start here. Nisi scoring up into the main pavilion end. Got possession, control now. Yeah, I think the main thing is for all these teams at this stage is to try and make crucial passes in the final 23, make sure they make good use of the possession. But I see turnover now again. Paljam with the ball.
Yeah, I think both these teams play quite high-risk hockey, so could see the ball up and down quite a bit during this game.
Paljam with possession now. Now this should be a high intense game, both well-conditioned sides. And at this stage of the competition, you've got to look to go forward and try to get positive results in the final end of the field.
Yeah, I think at the moment, both looking for quite risky passes, so it's not really, it's quite up and down. Like to see a team hold on to the ball a little bit more. Both teams obviously play with quite high intensity and speed, so it's going to be interesting to see how long they can last in the heat.
Yeah, I suppose that's the next dynamic. We move from 25-minute games to 30-minute games, so perhaps got to show a little bit more patience on the ball.
Well worked short corner. I think that it's a bit of impatient defending there by Unisi. Yeah, I think the 25 minutes structure in the first part of the games is kind of a lot quicker. 30 minutes we've got now, 5 minutes extra is going to make a massive difference.
Ooh, lengthy time at the PC. Single castle for Paljam here. Do you want to have a dip, Cindy? What do you think's coming?
Slip left. There we go.
Well played, the coach. All diamond defense. Well defended.
There's not many options if you're setting up single castle with one going left there. I think good tight defense, you're going to block that every time.
Absolutely. Static movement at the moment, looking for a ball carrier.
Oh.
Good early outlet from Unisi.
I think a lot of the time also it's really beneficial just to be playing in the opposition's half. Even if you don't have possession, I think it's critical to, if you're going to make the mistake, to turn it over high.
Both sides at the moment continuously trying to play down the middle. We're not seeing much width at the moment.
It's good build-up play by Unisi. Hopefully they can capitalize on all the possession they've got. Paljam obviously defending really well there with a lot of numbers around the ball. Force them to transfer all the way wide.
Yeah, I suppose that's the next dynamic. We talk about wanting to play as much as we can in the opposition half, but your defence also has to be compact and defensively solid. Definitely senior with 2 good coaches that I know quite well, set up their teams really well here so far.
Also, not many options on the top here from Unisi. Looks like it's got to be going pretty direct. No deflectors, which is quite strange.
Good post up there by the Unisi player, but well defended.
A lot of mistraps on that side of the on that D today already, so I think the heat's also playing a role in that. Astro is very dry.
Notice the umpires are also clamping down on the 16 hits in terms of where the ball's gone out and where the infringement's taken place. They've clamped down a lot on that at this festival.
Unisi definitely looking to get the ball moving quite a lot into the right-hand channel, it seems.
Oh, it's a great ball. Paul Jim on the attack down the forehand side.
Oh, it's unlucky that nothing more could have come of that. It was a really good ball in behind the defence, but impatient on the left back as well. So it's a pity she couldn't counter and get a little bit more from that.
Oh, could be trouble here. Oh, good recovery.
It's really great ball movement by Unisi, making Paul shift, cover big areas across the field. Very good cover defence.
Yeah, just with over 10 minutes gone, it seems that the defence are coming out on top, both sides. Looking for a bit of magic on the attacking front. I think that's probably the most crucial thing for players at this age, getting their heads up early, but sometimes just maybe remaining a bit more patient when on the ball.
Yeah, definitely. I think also in a tournament like this where you're playing so many games, if you keep turning over possession so much, you tend to run up and down the field a bit crazily. So I think they need to also manage their areas a bit better, manage the possession that they do have a bit better, especially as we've got a whole nother day to go. Unisi definitely seems to be dominating a bit more than Paul at this point, although Paul's defence is nice and compact, so they're doing a good job at the back there to manage. Good press by Unisi, nice and tight in the bottom left-hand corner, forces that option, which inevitably turned the ball over.
Unisi now looking to transfer the ball. Lovely ball to the width. Oh. Player just unable to take control. Yeah, Unisi definitely on top at the moment. Almost setting up a man-to-man press.
Yeah. It's good defense by Paul Jim. Also keeping the circle entries quite wide, which is good. All players at the moment on 1/4 of the field, which isn't really ideal. So Unisi is looking to stretch it a bit more. Seems like a definite tactic is to enter, go right link and then to straighten up onto the route 1 pass. Pity no one's getting on the end of it currently.
Unisi possibly just lacking a bit of quality on that final pass. But here come Paul Jim. It's a lovely ball in behind the defence.
Oh, it's a bit of a wasted opportunity in there from Paul. I think they could have at least needed to come away with a short corner from that.
Paul Jim just dropping to almost a 3/4 press. Unisi looking to continue the attack down this forehand side again, which is proving to be beneficial to them. Once again, good front marking by Paul Jim defence. Approaching the halfway mark. So definitely Unisi much more of the possession.
For sure. I think they just need to value the ball more in the 25, try to create a lot more short corners. Although Paul Jim is really defending really tightly, not really giving Unisi much space when they cross the 25-yard line, which is really good.
I suppose the other aspect, like we've discussed, is physically on day 2 becomes a lot more tiring. So like you said, the need to protect the ball becomes crucial in terms of what we do with the ball in that final stage.
Yeah, for sure. Right, so Unisi finally capitalised on all the possession they've had. Let's see if they can do something with their short corner.
It's well officiated by the umpire as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Seen over the past where the player still keeping possession but actually moving away from goal. It's good to see the umpire award Unisi with a penalty corner earlier.
Interesting setup at the top. 2 castles, only 1 flicker, and it's got to go short for the hit.
Well defended.
The next match to take the field will be Royal Macy School Bluemont shooting towards the school and starting with the ball, and Guarania Macy School shooting towards the scoreboard.
Again, Unisi look for that forehand outlet.
I think Unisi should maybe try and look to throw an extra number in the DE, maybe just also create some space in the circle when they're attacking to try and draw some of those defenders out. I think Paul Jim is not really having to do too much to turn the ball back over.
Well picked up. Good pressure by Paul Jim's number 10. Oh, it's a lovely early good ball.
Oh.
Not sure if the keeper needed to get involved there.
No, for sure. I think right now Paul's kind of living on the scraps. They're turning over quite deep, and then they're trying to play very one-on-one going forward. It would be nice to see them trying to build a little bit more.
Interesting, you see all the numbers behind the 23.
I think at this stage of the tournament, teams need to value their defence and keeping teams out. One goal can be enough to get you the 3 points, which is so vital at this stage. So it's potentially why they're throwing extra numbers through the lines.
Good pick up by Eunice.
Oh, must be.
Oh.
It's good scramble defence by Paul Jim. I think it was a great ball in there by Eunice. Pity they couldn't have made more of that.
And of course, as more that we get into the game and Eunice have possession and opportunities, they've got to start wondering, are we going to make these opportunities count?
Oh. Interesting defensive setup there by Paul Jim, running a 2-2, leaving lots of space on that side of the circle. It's a pity Eunice couldn't capitalise more on that area.
This stage, Paul Jim battling to outlet through Eunice's high press.
Oh.
Good advantage blown by the umpire. Approaching the 20-minute mark. Paul Jim continuing to be resolute in their defence.
I think Paul's definitely being a bit too direct out the back here. I think they're obviously being put under very high press, but I think they still need to try and keep possession. Potentially even look to maybe take it quickly out the back here before Eunice can set up that high press. Might be a good option. That looks better. Well defended by Eunice.
And of course, teams will be well aware of what points they've carried through from the previous round and what's required.
For sure, I think definitely with this section, Aranya obviously carries the 6 points, so it's quite a challenge for anyone to get to that level. I think if Aranya could probably secure one more win, it sets them up really well. So everyone else is kind of fighting for the scraps. Much better by Paul. Seemed to be trying to link it a little bit more, playing the shorter balls out the back. Oh. Maybe she had a little bit more time than she thought. I think not much pressure in the D there. I think she could have maybe trapped it before trying to release it that early.
Yeah, I think Paul Jim are definitely coming unstuck with that direct ball. So perhaps need to get someone just to take responsibility of the critical line and stop these entries into the D, because it's continuously putting them under pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Once again, I think Paul is running their first wave from the right-hand side of the keeper, which is quite interesting. It opens up quite a lot of space on the left-hand side of the circle. It's pretty Unisi isn't looking to exploit that a little bit more.
Absolutely.
Oh, interesting one that.
Keeper, umpire must have deemed that the keeper got some ball. But a great chance there for Paul Jim. Unfortunately, the striker not being able to capitalise.
Yeah, I think in a game like this where Paul is defending so much, they've got to try and take their chances. Especially, they're not going to come more clear-cut than that. Unisi going up the other side.
Oh, well picked up by the Paul Jim number 5. But a chance for Unisi.
Must be, well done.
It's a great finish.
I think that all started at the back there. Quick free hits, movement down the right. I mean, Unisi had a 3-on-1 effectively with the keeper as well. So very good play from them.
Possibly also sums up the nature of this festival because of the high intensity. Paul Jim 30 seconds ago were up the field with a great chance, and now they find themselves 1-0 down.
For sure. 4.5 minutes to go. It'll be interesting to see if Paul change the way they play and throw some extra numbers forward.
But perhaps Brahm has a little earpiece and he's listening to you, because they're definitely trying to link up the play more.
It's well defended once again.
Perhaps the basics dipping a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, I think the heat is going to start telling, definitely. As I said, 5 extra minutes today will make a big difference from what the girls are used to from the first 2 days.
Four and a half minutes left on the clock. Good pressure by the Paul Jim player.
Unisi looking slightly shaky at the back there. I think a lot of bouncing balls coming in there, which I think Paul needs to maybe get some numbers higher just to maybe capitalize on that and put them under more pressure.
Once again, possession lost through the middle.
Unisi definitely looking to take it wide on the right and then looking to cross it into the middle where they've got numbers waiting.
Good aerial skill by the Unisi player. Continuing with that direct ball.
I think Unisi can be happy just to keep it in that right-hand corner. Paul's got to make the play with just 3.5 minutes to go. It's not the area of the field they want to be playing in, so I think Unisi will be quite happy just to keep plugging away in that right-hand channel.
I must give credit to all the coaches and the players involved, because every year the standard just seems to get better and better, and the team seem to be managing their situations a lot better every year.
Oh, it's a great chance from Unisi. Very good defending.
2.5 minutes to go. In this festival, there's always one more chance.
Oh, awful defending by Unisi. Lucky to get away with that.
Definitely applying a lot more numbers into the D. It's really composed defending.
It's well done by Unisi. Just a minute to go. I think they can keep them tight in the corner there. They should be able to get numbers behind the ball and prevent Paul from entering the D.
Oh. Brian wanting to get that ball back on the field. Good post up by the Unisi player. And now it's just about keeping possession. Possibly one last chance here for Paul Jim.
Got to expect a big ball in. Good defense.
Oh.
Shorty on time. It's going to make it very interesting. I'm not too sure what that was for, but let's see if Paul can make the most of this opportunity they've just been given.
I'm sure Unisi will be disappointed about giving away a PC after the hooter.
Obviously, it allows Paul to put all their players on the D and hopefully put pressure on the keeper. The trap is going to be vital.
Unisi have remained resolute. One more situation to defend. Ejection's good, stop's good.
Oh.
Across the face of goal.
Very unlucky there.
Cindy, it's been a pleasure.
All right, nothing special around the D, just looking for a standard hit. Who knows, we've got somebody behind the castle there. Oh, it's an amazing pass back. Great drag flick, but well saved. It's
It's well defended by Blumhoff. I think Oranje's got quite a few variations at the top, so it was good to keep them nice and tight in their defence.
It's a fantastic day here at St Mary's Waverley. We've had some great hockey already, not even halfway through the day yet. Got a lot to look forward to.
For sure, I think this should be a really interesting game. I think Oranje, obviously defending champions, they've won this for the last 4 years, and Blumhoff, now being coached by Jenny King, I think really could give them a run for their money. I think against Oranje, it's all about playing the right tactics, getting players in the right areas, because they look to make the field so big.
Yeah, Oranje attacking very aggressively, pressing very hard, but that's leaving space for them to get out at the D. Ball's played straight into the D. Oranje's got the ball on the back stick. It's a fantastic goal.
I think the keeper could have maybe held the line a little bit longer. There was a great receive on the P-spot. Didn't leave them much chance.
Very quick snapshot. Not a lot of time to think there. And that's 1-0 up to Oranje. We're off to a cracking start in this match.
I think that's not really what you want against Oranje. I think you've got to try and hold them out for as long as possible and capitalize on any possession you do have.
Yeah, some counter-attacking plays what Blumhoff really need.
It's going to be interesting to see how Blumhoff press. Oranje is traditionally known for creating a lot of width and height in the field. It can be very hard to defend.
Yeah, Blumhoff not pressing very high, giving Oranje the trough to play around the back. Well tackled by Oranje, and they're on the attack again. Playing it out wide and hit straight into the D.
Oh, unlucky. I think there are 2 players unmarked in the D there. Not great defending by Blumhoff.
Could have done better with that shot, but it was a great piece of hockey. Shot. Let's see if Blumhoff can get out of their half now. Oranje pressing very high overhead would be very welcomed right now, I'm sure. Oranje back with the ball, pushing aggressively, got players up, but deciding to play back.
I think that's ideally what you need Oranje to do. You've got to compress the field as much as possible.
It's a great intercept, and here we go, Blumhoff heading up the field. And they'll let it roll through. Oranje going to run it out of the back. Seem to enjoy running the ball up.
I think the one thing that makes Oranje so difficult to play is they're happy to go one-on-one in the contact areas.
Yeah, they seem more than happy to go up the center of the field. Very confident in their stick skills. Let's see if Blumhoff can start a bit of a counter-attack. Very risky playing back with such high pressure.
It's the 3rd turnover, I think, in that right-hand channel. I think Blumhoff really needs to try to do something different if they want to combat Oranje's press. Very clear from the start that Oranje is looking to just get big balls into the D. So Blumhoff's really going to have to be turned on and make sure that they're getting the bodies behind the ball.
Yeah, keeper needs to be ready for deflections. Here we go, they have space out on the left, but they're up to go straight. Oh, it's a fantastic pass.
Great goalkeeping.
Yeah, off the line very quickly. It was very well done. Oh.
It's good defending by Blumhoff. I think you've just got to get anything in the way because the Oranje will swing at anything.
Yeah, come from any side, whatever it takes.
Yep.
It's been a very dominant performance so far. We're only 10 minutes in. But it's looking like Oranje are going to have a good tournament. taking the 5-meter hit, but opting to go back. Bit of bounce.
Yeah, that is the one risk with throwing all your numbers forward. Oh, bad mistake by the keeper, obviously playing it. Oh, she was unlucky not to get a card there, I think. Can't play the ball outside the circle with your feet.
We did have a one-on-one situation, but the Oranje defense just too strong. We've seen a few bouncy balls. The turf's in good condition. Saw them laying down some sand today.
Yeah, it is quite bouncy. I think the heat doesn't help either. But I think players just need to be good at trapping a little bit more upright, getting bodies behind the ball to combat the bounce. Another mistrap from the sweeper. When you've only got one player at the back, it can be quite risky.
It's well recovered though, and they're going up the channel straight up. Another missed block, but that's all right. They're at least making ground up. Crowd seems to be developing pretty well today.
It's always such a nice atmosphere to play at St Mary's. I think this festival is probably one of the best in the country, so it's nice to see support for women's hockey.
She did well to get that on her strong side, and she's got players decided to go straight through the top D.
It's good patience by Blumhoff. I think the area they've got to look to take Oranje is on the counter-attack. And if they can get the ball moving into good areas early, they could capitalize on the lack of defenders from Oranje at the back.
If you exclude the first goal from Oranje, Blumhoff have a pretty decent strategy. Just hold them up, count on that counter-attacking goal coming through late in the game.
It's a great turnover in the midfield. Oh,
there was a foot there. They're going to take another foot back here. Oranje still on the attack. Oranje also being relatively patient, happy to play around the back, looking for the angles. That slap went a bit too direct, and now Blumhoff have some wheels on them. Great play down the line.
Oh, that's unlucky. I think they needed to try and move it a little bit earlier. But it was good patient defending. Those are the lines that they want to be turning the ball over, because as we said, Oranje is susceptible on the counter.
Blumhoff seems to be pressing a little bit higher now, starting to gain some confidence. Oh, that's a fantastic ball. Oh, well played, just over the stick. Well defended, keep it off the line again. And we have another foot, so let's see if Oranje decide to hammer it into the D, or they're going to play around for the trough again. Sweeper not afraid to come up.
I think Blumhoff's just giving Oranje a little bit too much space through the middle of the field at the moment. I think they just need to tighten up a bit and rather maybe force the balls down the side channels.
Completely. Their man marking seems to be alright, but they are letting a goal get through here and there, and especially down the center. That's not where you want that to happen. Playing back. Let's see if they can get it out wide. It's a decent slap, but there was an Oranje player ready to intercept. We'll have a lot of interceptions with such a high press, but this is what it leaves us susceptible to. We've got 3-on-3.
Not sure that was the best option by the Blumhoff player in that situation. I think you've got to try and keep exploiting the space.
Yeah, we're on your defense way too strong. One-on-one's not going to work. They've got the wide pass now. It's available. Great stepping up in front of the attacker. It's fantastic defense by Oranje. That pass just going a little skew.
Fortunately, you can't afford to give the ball away against Oranje, otherwise you're going to be in trouble. Oh, unfortunately, she couldn't make more of that.
It's great clearing. Blumhoff stepping up, ready to get the ball out of their half. And they'll take a free hit. That's a costly error. It put Oranje straight back in the D. I mean, we're about halfway through the game and Blumhoff seem to be holding relatively strong, minus that one goal.
I think they do just need to try and be a little bit more creative around the back. I think it's too easy for Oranje to shut down at the moment.
Yeah, just a bit more patience and confidence in themselves. Yeah, those hits aren't going to work. They're putting a lot of pressure on that defender at the back there. Oh, it was well picked up. Could have been a fantastic goal, but well kept there. They need some movement off the ball. The players need to provide more options. They're a bit static at the top at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I think Blumhoff definitely by making the one pass right at their 16 is definitely too predictable. It's too easy for the Oranje press just to shift across to the side and then turn it over.
Oh, a very hard tackle. Very well done. Blumhoff not committing many players to the attack. They do have a number 9 up. She looks ready to run and take someone one-on-one, but not sure if it'll be enough against such a strong defense.
It's well managed. I think Blumhoff needs to be playing the ball a little bit higher in Oranje's half and set their press a little bit higher if they're going to look to get any attacking momentum.
Yeah, it'll be good to try and press Oranje a little bit, make them defend, make them start second-guessing their passes around the back.
At the moment, Blumhoff's press is very, very flat. One ball's beaten 3 of them. As you can see, players not afraid to take on 1-1.
Yeah, far too much time to make decisions. Not much pressure at all, running straight through the center of the field. Oh, that was a fantastic take. Let's see if she can get the backstick shot off. And she does, just wide. I feel like Blumhoff should have done better there. It's a very direct attack. There's not a lot of stretching needed to get around their defense.
Blumhoff still looking to go out the right-hand side. They are making meters up the field, which is decent. They just need to now make more of it when they start getting higher up.
They are favoring that right-hand side quite a bit. You do feel if they had an overhead from the back, it might make their play a bit more dynamic, make Oranje think a bit more about that press. Just playing the back of the stick there, and Oranje not taking time, going straight for that D. Blumhoff being given a chance now. They've got some players up. Just
There's that overhead you called for.
There it is.
Fortunately, the only problem with that is now you do give the ball straight back to them, so unless you've got players under the ball.
Yeah, maybe if they could utilize the space a little bit more. There's a lot of space on the left here for Blumhoff. Oranje don't even seem concerned about this side at all. Oh, it's great defending. Oranje straight back on it though. This keeper's playing very well. keeping Bloemhof in the game at the moment.
Definitely. I think the fact that she's coming off her line so much really helps her defenders out, because she can take anyone who's coming through the lines unmarked.
Yeah, no fear there. She's very committed, ready to save her team. There's a very impressive short corner last from Oranje. Let's see what they've got in the bag this time. Do you know if this team has a drag flick from the short corner?
I'm pretty sure they do. They probably have more than one.
I wouldn't doubt
about
it.
Oranje.
It's a decent stop. Oh, well played.
It's
a
great
clever
defending by
one too,
Bloemhof.
but well defended, you're right. They have the space on the left now, but they opt to go right.
I think that's a much better option. Looking to play it central, suck the defenders in, it might create a little bit of space on the outside, although Oranje's so quick to adjust.
Yeah, Oranje very quick off the line, closing in on that pressure so quickly. Playing out left now, looking to use the space, but Oranje running back and defending so well. Oh, it's a fantastic run down the side, and she keeps going. And it's cleared out.
I think Bloemhof just needs to be patient in defence and just close down the space that Oranje has going forward.
Yeah, they need to utilize all that movement forward from Oranje and counter with it rather than just clear out the side. Oranje running at defenders again. She's inside. Can she get a shot away? No, it's blown for a short corner. I think that was stick on stick.
Yeah, I think it was good strength on the ball by the striker. I think defender maybe a little bit lazy in the defence there. I think they could have been a bit more patient on the ball.
Definitely a game where the coach has the opportunity to scrutinize his defense and test them against a very attack-heavy team. Let's see what the short corner has in hold for us.
It's a great save by the keeper.
This is a reminder that Waterkloof and St. Mary's Kloof should be ready to take the field in approximately 8 minutes, and the umpires for the match will be Pearl and Jordan.
All right, Bloemhof need to get right out as quickly as they can, going up that right-hand side. That's better. It's giving their midfielders more time. But Oranje back on the ball. 7.5 minutes left. Still think Bloemhof could get back in this game just with a quick counter-attack. They've done so well to keep the goal deficit down. All they need is a little boost. Oranje's sweeper been a key part of their attack. Very good vision.
Oh, that's unlucky. I think if they could have trapped that, would have had a lot of space going forward on the inside.
It was definitely a good opportunity. They need to use those. They don't get too many. Oh, that's well played.
Don't think Bloemhof can allow that sweeper to keep doing that. It just adds an extra number to the attack, and they're being a bit exposed at the back here, Bloemhof.
Yeah, their number 9 or perhaps their number 11 should be looking to close off that trough. Just threaten and intercept anytime somebody looks to go back to the sweeper. Blumhoff have a number 15 now above the halfway line, heading back, but you would think that they're considering giving a good attack attempt now in the last 5 minutes of the game. This is where the closing down needs to happen.
It's good vision.
That's fantastic.
Quite a risky ball in there.
It's been an integral part of this team. It's a good chance now if she can get to the ball. Referee lets him carry on. Very strong play there from the Oranje number 15. Coming in a little too aggressively on the defense there, and Oranje have another 5 meter. No one closing her down quickly enough.
Oh, might have been a little bit danger on that ball.
Yeah, lifting into the D, but I think the defender was approaching her outside the D just to avoid that short corner. Oh, it's great clearance. Fortunately, a bit too direct. They have space on the left, and there it goes. She's got opportunity now. Let's see what she can do with it. Blumhoff players need to get up now. They're definitely outnumbered on the side of the field. Oh, it's a fantastic take. Unfortunately, she's been tackled.
It's good play by Blumhoff. I think against the Oranje, you need to look to change the channel and then get the height as early as possible. Look to exploit the space between their defenders.
Yeah, you need a strong midfielder who's not afraid to change direction. It's a great dribble there to get through 2 defenders, and she's still going. She's looking out wide, but decides to keep the ball. And now she plays the pass. Well done to get down to the baseline. She beats 1 defender, and the second one stops her.
Oh, that's lucky not to be a short corner. I think that's reckless defending there by Blumhoff.
That's very lucky. With 3 minutes left, you'd think that Oranje are looking to close this game out now. It's an unfortunate pass, but nobody from Blumhoff was there to pick it up. The Oranje players still managed to get ahead of them, and the short corner is given now.
I think the difficult thing when you play against Oranje, you're under the pump so much in terms of your defence that when you do turn the ball over, there are not many numbers to go forward.
You'd think a good opportunity would actually be to get a counter on one of the short corners. You can see their players up now behind the last defender. Let's see if Oranje try the drag flick again. Looked quite promising. The pusher just throwing a little bit of water there on the mark to get some speed on the ball. Always found pushing to be quite an interesting art.
Yeah, lots of different techniques. Walk into the ball there by the Oranje pusher generates a lot of pace.
Oh, it's a great hit. Standard short corner. No answer for it from Blumhoff.
Yeah, I think unfortunately the keeper there thought that just going for the drag might have gone down the middle of the goal, which is quite unusual. She saved all the ones that have been really tough, and it's disappointing that she let that one in.
Yeah, I definitely think she was preparing for a bit of height on the ball, but it was a good strike. Kept it low, kept it below the board, and she put it away. Most likely put the game away for Oranje as well. Blumhoff now really with nothing to lose. They should really just give this last bit a go, see if they can at least put some points on the board against Oranje. Show the rest of the teams that they're human.
Another well worked short corner. I think quite direct play by Oranje. I think Blumhoff losing their patience in defence.
Do you think they'll go for the same shot? I mean, it worked. Looks like they're discussing something a bit more creative.
Yeah, I would think it would be something a little more creative. We haven't seen their drag flickers yet, so
It's nothing quite as exciting as a drag flick in hockey.
push comes slightly skew, which makes it very difficult for the trap.
Oh, they're going for the 1-2 again, well saved.
It's great goalkeeping.
Oh,
It's great defense by Blumhoff. Very, very
that's
good
4
goalkeeping.
saves in a row from that keeper. She does well to get back to her feet very quickly after the first save. Constantly aware of the danger. A lot of space for Oranje to work in now, and they send it straight in. The deflection was there, just slightly off, and they get a 16 for Blumhoff. That's the game. Very dominant performance. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Scoring the first goal of the match, St Mary's Kloof lead by 1 goal to 0.
Alright, so we're 1-0 up here, less than 5 minutes into the game. It's looking like it's competitive, attacking on both sides. Oh, that ball just going high, a little bit dangerous. Refs get the ball to the ball. Alright, guys. Apologize for some technical issues. Coming to this game a little bit late. As you can see, we're about 5 minutes in. The time on the screen's just a little bit behind, and Waterkloof 1 goal up already. It was a
St Mary's Kloof.
Excuse me, St Mary's Kloof 1 goal up. Capitalized on a bit of a keeper error. I don't know what all of these are. Right, Waterkloof now looking to get a goal back. Taking a free hit off the 25. Playing at central. Taking on 3 defenders. Unfortunately, St Mary's a bit too strong there. And now on the counter-attack. Looks like the ball will run away, but she manages to keep it in. It's fantastic play from the wing over there. She's not even the wing. Looks like the right midfielder. And she wins her team a free hit. She did so well to change the angle there. Played right in, just went through all the sticks, unfortunately. The shot was on. But it's going to be given a short corner. Let's see what St Mary's can come up with the first short corner here. Do you think they keep it simple, go creative first?
I think St Mary's Kloof likes to move it off the top of the D. Unless the flicker is on, then I think they'll go for a drag flick. Looks like they might be going for a flick.
That's very exciting. It's great to see drag flicking coming into the women's game. It takes a lot of strength to get that ball up. It's good to change the angle. The shot was good, but blocked very well by the defenders. And St Mary's recover the ball, ready to attack again. Oh, well defended. Just as she made that penetration, she was sent straight back out the D. Changing the channels, unfortunately, running through her teammates, not able to capitalize on the counter-attack. St Mary's Kloof going for the overhead, and she finds her mark. Ball played in off the back stick. Oh, right across the face of goal. You'd think a wing would have loved to capitalize on that post. St Mary's Cliff with a very high press, putting on the pressure, not letting up at all. You'd think a counter overhead is what's called for here. And that press proving to be very effective. St Mary's with the ball now. Unfortunately, a bit of miscommunication there. Would have been a fantastic piece of play. But now Waterkloof with a chance to get back into the other half. They decide to play back, looking for the trough. This press is very high there, the pressure is on the defenders. Going up the center, but did so well to keep control of that ball and beat her counter. Passes open both sides. Let's see what they decide. Choosing the left channel and back again. This is good patience. Just keep the ball in hand. It's great patience shown by the defensive Waterkloof. Fortunately, that ball going out, giving St Mary's a chance to get back. They're also opting to play back. Now Waterkloof pushing very high. Both teams very aggressive on attack. Great intercept there. St Mary's now 2-on-2, 3-on-2, and the keeper lets it run through. You'd think she had a few players there.
Yes, they could have. I think they could have created a 2v1 there. Maybe created a little bit more there for themselves.
Draw one of the defenders out. That ball's gone high. It's deemed dangerous, and St Mary's are now on the attack. Fortunately, it amounts to nothing, but it does give Waterkloof a chance to make the game a bit more competitive again. Fantastic intercept there. Well read. Again, the ball just going up into the play, deemed dangerous and given the 5-meter hit. Let's see if they decide to go straight into the D. Changing the angle a bit. And there's the shot. Just misses. It would have been a tough one for the keeper to adjust to from that distance.
Waterkloof are doing well to absorb a lot of pressure.
The overhead on just not picked up by the left-hand defender. St Mary's still going. Probably made the right decision there, looking for the player on the piece spot, but the man marking was very tight. Moving it towards the baseline, changing direction, taking on the defender, and she'll get a corner for it. St Mary's not in a lot of hurry. This girl's playing a lot of games a day. You'd think fatigue comes into it. That's a fantastic pass, and she's on one-on-one with the keeper, manages to find the mark. Girls very happy to be 2 goals up in the first 10 minutes. It's been a competitive game, but St Mary's just with the better finishing half.
Congratulations to Karen Zenbacken on scoring the second goal for St Mary's Cliff. St Mary's Cliff will lead by 2 goals to 0.
Waterkloof now in the attacking corner. So many St Mary's defenders in there. Everybody coming back to defend, and now everybody running up to attack. Definitely a team effort. It's a great tackle. And now she's beat 2 players. Very unfortunate not to get the shot away. But they have an opportunity now. These Varticliffe girls not afraid of the 1v1. She gets it in and plays it across the goals. Up into the keeper. Ow, just off the post. Little snapshot off the back stick and just denied by the post. So unfortunate. And now St. Mary's with a chance to counter. Did very well to keep a hold of the ball there. Keep her team on the attacking end. St. Mary's probably going to play it against face a goal. Keeper getting involved and the short corner given. See the girls discussing there. It's always interesting seeing what they're going to come up with. Seen some very creative short corners in my time. Nobody running for the left post. It's a very interesting decision. Perhaps the drag, and there it comes. Oh, wow.
Oh.
That's not an easy move. Not at all. She did it very well. Faked the drag, pulled it back in, and gave her fellow striker an opportunity to hit the ball.
Umpire's blown them there for obstruction, though.
I can see that. It's unfortunate, though. You know they've practiced that. Looked like they executed. Referee not too happy. Definitely a battle going on for the ball. Defenders trying to step ahead of their attackers, and yeah, we have
There's a chance
Varticliffe.
for Varticliffe.
Unfortunately, just going wide in the 16 given.
Oh, they've given a long corner to Varticliffe.
I believe St. Mary's are up 2-0.
Yep.
Alright, Varticliffe now trying to see if they can bring a goal back. Plenty of time to save this game. We're only halfway through. No half times for these girls to readjust and think about their strategy. Need to adapt as the game goes on. Coach is very vocal from the side. It's a great pass.
Just found
And
the window
she's got
there.
legs. Yeah. So Mary's managed to keep the ball. Oh, she did so well to get that shot away. But it was blocked by the defender. Great pass wide. Player made a fantastic run, and
There's a bit of tussle there.
short corner given. Player's not too happy about it, but the referee explaining.
Do you think St. Mary's will try their fancy move?
I was just thinking that. You would doubt they would, because the referee doesn't seem too happy about it. I know we used to have a few short corners where it really went either way. Either the referee would accept it or he would just have none of it. And you kind of had to gauge how he was feeling on the day. So I think he's let them know he's not too happy and they might go with the straight drag flick. They haven't set up the same. And the drag flick comes. Good power, not a lot of height. Very well defended.
The next match to take the field will be between Collegiate, shooting towards the full building and starting off the match, and Menlo.
Referee letting the play go on. And Varticliffe given a chance to get out of their half. Unfortunately, it's not taken. St. Mary's straight back on the attack. Pressure in this game has been quite relentless. It's a great turn, but unfortunately she gets blown. Waterkloof now on the attack. It's 4-on-2. Going to have to be very creative or very skillful to get through them.
It's interesting. Waterkloof get all their numbers behind the ball, and then it's quite a lot of leg work for the girls when they do get onto attack.
Yeah, the counter-attack's coming quite slowly, but they do manage to penetrate the D. It's just not... It's not happening enough at the moment. Seems to be their best opportunity when play breaks down and all the girls are able to get back up. That shot's very high, but referee letting it go. It's going to come back for that dangerous hit. St. Mary's spreading it very wide. It's great play, keeping the Waterkloof team running. You'd think that's a strategy the coaches have come up with. Make the other team run. You know they've already had 3 games yesterday, some of them 4 games. Definitely test the fitness of the other team.
Yes, and the ball, obviously, when the ball moves faster than leg work does, so better to make the ball move.
There was a foot at the top of the D there. It'll come back. 5 meter. Unfortunately, that ball did not move 5, so now Waterkloof with the opportunity to attack. Great defending. Came in from the dangerous side, but it paid off. Picked up on the back stick. Very well done. Defending strong, but must have hit a foot on the way through. Excited to see this drag flick now. Waterkloof defenders very quick off that mark though.
I think they'll go for another variation of the top.
There's some discussion going down. It's always great seeing new short corners. Takes a lot of practice to coordinate these things. They now do have a run on the left, and she's going to stay there. Just a push and looking for the deflection. Fortunately going up into the defender and deemed dangerous.
So one thing you can really tell about the Durban schools is they are exceptionally good at flat stick tackles, and I think it's because they play so much indoor and they're getting nice and low. If you see every time they're turning over the ball, it's a nice flat tackle. They're getting low, getting their hands on the ground. Really good to see.
Yeah, again, something that has to do with the fitness. Getting down there takes a lot of energy, and you know you're a fit team if your tackles towards the end of the game are still low and solid. Ball's been given St. Mary's way. Very tough to see what goes down on the far ends of the field. Hockey being such a fast sport and getting faster every year, the rule changes, keeping the game flowing, just making it a relatively difficult game to cover. St. Mary's looking to grow on their 2-0 lead, less than 10 minutes left.
Good skills there from St. Mary's school.
And another short corner given.
This is a reminder that
You would think 2 goals is enough for St. Mary's to see this game out, but they're not taking any chances. They want to send a message.
In hockey we have this thing called the 2-0 trap. So two goals is never enough.
Yeah, especially with short corners going over the final whistle. You don't want to be one goal ahead and not able to do anything about it.
Yeah. So yesterday a team was also, I can't remember which game it was, but a team was 2-0 up, I think with 5 minutes to go, and lost the game 3-2. So it really is, 2-0 trap is a real thing.
Yeah, I can imagine the coaches constantly aware of that, not letting their teams relax for a second. They may be 30-minute games, but it's a 30-minute half. I'm sure these ladies, they play 20 minutes halves. If they play full games, 25.
I think it's 25-minute halves.
So it is a good deal of running without a break. Just need to stay switched on throughout the whole match. It is a very warm day out here as well. Everybody needing to stay hydrated. But it's a fantastic festival being put on. There's a decent crowd, plenty of food stalls, lots to do, and just some amazing hockey to watch. There's a battle going on in the middle of the field, and St. Mary's coming out on top.
There's that low stick tackle I was talking about.
I was just thinking about your words as she went down to pick up that ball. St. Mary's ready to get straight back up. No time wasted. Playing down the channel. 1-2 available, but just not able to get it. Some great play up the channel. Standard 1-2 work, beating defenders, it never fails. A little bit too direct. Waterkloof do have some space to play around the back, but that press just making them second guess. See if they can get the 1-2 going now. Oh, it's a great turn. Unfortunately, the defender so ready for it. And now their chance to attack. A few players ahead. Ball just runs over the baseline. Waterkloof now pressing very high. But unfortunately it leaves them susceptible to the big hit. Luckily they have enough defenders back. Waterkloof now 2-on-2, got a player open on the left, and she manages to find a great committing tackle there, managing to get back just in time.
You can see now Waterkloof have changed their structure. They're not getting all their players behind the ball anymore. They've left the three strikers high. At least now there's someone to receive the ball when they turn over the ball.
Yeah, and when the defenders from the St. Mary's team are getting the ball, they're definitely pressuring a lot higher. Using that channel, playing it in, lifted, but goes out in any case. So the referee just gives it the 16, and we'll see how this press looks now. St. Mary's there. Let's see if they're able to play back without being pressured too much. And that's the key. The minute you start pressing, the overhead is available. The Waterkloof now with the opportunity to attack again. It was a good idea. Unfortunately, neither of the attackers able to get on the ball. Three minutes remaining of this game. It's a good pickup by the St. Mary's striker. St. Mary's now with some options out on the right. Let's see if they'll go straight through. Only one attacker past the piece spot. They decide to go wide, spread it a bit, change the angle, and it's paid off. They're inside the D. A little bit too close to the keeper, that cross. Minutes left of this half now. It's a great overhead, manages to find a player. Unfortunately, the defender wasn't 5 meters when she collected that ball, so the St. Mary's team now given an opportunity to put it straight into the D. She manages to beat her first player, makes the penetration, looks for the piece spots, and the slap just a little bit wide. Great play, however. Far to Cliff now with 1:30 seconds. You think they're pretty safe from that 2-goal trap, but you never really are. All it takes is one quick goal now. Far to Cliff number 2, very high in the final quarter of the field, looking to be a part of the attack, and she's going to take the free hit. "45 seconds to go. You'd think this is going to be the last attack." She gets another free hit. Be great for team morale for Waterkloof to put a goal away. It's a very strong St. Mary's Kloof team. Unfortunately, that hit not making it through, but she makes up for it with a great tackle and then a good hit. Ball cleared out with 15 seconds left. You'd think that's the match. 5 seconds to go. This will be the last play of the game. St. Mary's Kloof look to put it up. It runs over the baseline, and that's the game. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, cool. I'm meant to be on cameras. Okay, cool. What camera are you supposed to take? Problem for both teams this morning, we're not completing the passes. I think you can hear me for the first time now, or I can hear myself for the first time now. This girl on the ball is very good. This should be an interesting moment. No, she missed this. Window outletting, playing to the strong side, the right hand side. The key is going to be the team that holds onto the ball better will definitely be the team to beat. It's going to be very important to keep the ball. I see Menlo Park has made a change. The coach is standing on top. Oh, that's a goal. She just missed it. That could have been a goal. I already thought it's 1-0 up. very unlucky. I don't think she did a lot wrong. Sometimes it just doesn't go in. So Menlo Park coach Warren Shanks there, he's standing on top of the goals. He's trying to get a better view, a tactical understanding of the game. And his assistant coach is sitting, standing on the bench. This seems to be a very good game. Definitely two of the top teams at the tournament. Non-Bread is his nickname, the collegiate coach. He won last year's under 18 IPT and also the indoor. Oh yeah, they've got the ball in the... Oh my word, that is so unfortunate. A great opportunity for collegiate number 4. Don't know her name, but she's definitely a national player. She's a very good hockey player. That is Josie. Running with the ball. Turnovers, so many double turnovers. Now that was better. When you get the ball, when you win the ball, the first thing you need to do is complete your first pass and then set up a counter. She tried to go for shorty. Now complete your pass. That must be Waterkloof's biggest problem at the moment. They can't complete their passes when they get turnovers. So let's see. Win the ball, lose the ball again. Good result. And it's a goal. That seemed quite strange. It seemed to me it might have been a foot or a hand. Hopefully they show replays so I can see what happened. But that's very good. Number four is an excellent hockey player. And there we go. Menlo Park on the move. Foot. Let me just see what happened here. Good run, excellent run, good pass. Oh, it's an own goal. That's what happened. It hit the defender's stick or foot. But it's very difficult. Oh, that's very, very skillful. Almost scored a very good goal. Collegiate trying to outlet into the midfield and then try and take it wide and then down the line. Ball still in play. That's a good tussle. Collegiate wins the ball and gets out of trouble. Collegiate not playing very directly. They should use the back three to transfer the ball to the other side where there should be more space and more numbers for them. It's a good idea. Menlo Park play just trying to keep the ball out of play. Collegiate moving up the ball. They should try and string about 6 passes together before they try and score a goal. Where Menlo Park is a bit more direct team. They should try and get the ball in the circle quite frequently. But I think in this morning game they did it too often. They should have passed the ball one more time. Collegiate pressing very high, winning the ball. Now she needs to complete the pass. That's quite good. Skillful but complete. That's okay-ish. So she didn't lose the ball from the start. At least she controlled the situation, but it wasn't a great pass. Collegiate also pressing high, trying to keep Menlo in the same channel. Menlo keeps in the same channel and they should win it now. And they won it. Excellent work. Around them, she might get a shorty here. No shorty, just a foot of the Menlo Park goal. Collegiate trying to penetrate the circle. This is now where Menlo Park needs to complete the pass. That's a good pass. And now they set up the counter. Now Collegiate needs to complete the pass. That's good hockey. That's a lot better. Got to get into the circle. Good defense. They're just a little bit stuck in the same channel, Collegiate. Keeping the ball on the right-hand side. They can try and change channels a bit more. Menlo Park looking good down the left. Number 10, can't remember the name. That's a hard tackle. That's a good transfer. Very good. Should bring it right now. One more pass. Not a good pass. Should have given it to the player next to her. Getting it in, shorty. Yeah. Okay, is she gonna go? I'm gonna start talking two voices. Okay, so I'm going to tell everyone what's going to happen now. So number 7 is Menlo Park's go-to goal. She's standing on the left-hand side. Tell your team. Standing on the left-hand side. They're going to pass it to her and she's going to slap it in. Yeah. She has been scoring them. Oh, she faked me. He heard me on the commentator. That's a good blow. It was quite dangerous. So they had to give it to Collegiate. Well, Collegiate getting out the back, always passing outside or to the midfield and down the line, trying to find number 4 who's going to get it now. Now she's got it. Very good player on the ball. Excellent pull, excellent pace. That's very good skill set. Oh, that's incredible. That's going to be a shorty. Advantage and shorty. Great run.
Well done, Jade.
I think her name is Jade. Great run. Great hockey player. It's your daughter. She's good. I think Leach is going to flick. Most probably. I think same player, number 4, is going to flick. You're going to see they've got the paper. The coach has got a paper and the player's got a paper and the shin pads and they read it. It's quite weird. Okay, so shorty, I think, oh, where's number 4? She's not flicking, so they're probably going to flick it. Oh, short roll, same as Menlo Park, and in. No, another shorty. Yep. Good umpiring.
Keep it going, Collegiate.
No, today he's not using his paper, he is shouting his calls. Another shorty. This time I think they're going to go for a straight flick. Yeah. Push skew, it's a foot. She hit the ball away, that's quite annoying for the Menlo Park girls. 10 minutes left in the game. Nicely poised. Collegiate seem to be doing very well in the counter-attacks. It's a joy to watch, and Menlo Park needs to start taking care of the ball. They're giving 2 passes and losing the ball every time. Now she needs to complete. Can't complete, counter. Complete. Umpire's whistle went a bit early. Ooh, they kept on playing. That was quite unfortunate. Good defending. So she got it. That's good work from the defender, getting him out of trouble. Now complete your pass. Can't complete their passes. That's their biggest problem. Now Collegiate. Okay, no, it's Menlo Park's ball. They should smash it in. Good slap. Well defended. And Collegiate's going to get a chance to attack. Can't see any numbers in front of the ball. Menlo Park back into the game. Stick tackle outside, and that's good defending. Menlo Park getting the ball just outside the 25. It was outside, yep. They should get it into the circle now. And oh, that's good. They just hit the cameraman on his shin bone. That must have hurt. 16. Collegiate goes, probably going to go into the right half. That's the right midfield. And, oh yes, that's a good pass. Good touch. It's 3 versus 5. Just pass to the play in the middle. Keeps in the same channel. Yeah, good turnover. Not completing a pass. Must be the 20th time I've said that. There they go. Menlo Park taking their hits very quickly. It's a good pick. Good skill down the line. Very good defending. Now she just needs to complete the pass.
Good girl, Jim.
Ran too long with the ball. It's an interesting game. I think it's a good game of hockey. Good brand of hockey. So Collegiate needs to they need to start playing the other half more. So when they do string their passes, that they can get penetrations into the circle and not solely rely on number 4. And then Menlo Park must just combine a bit more passes. So. Menlo Park playing down the right, the favourite side. Not a lot of movement. Oh shit. Complete the pass. Now they're setting up for the counter attack down the line. Number 4's getting. She gets the ball. There's trouble. She got the ball and. Just look out for that girl, number 10, excellent hockey player. And goal scoring opportunity. Good defending by Collegiate, getting a lot of numbers into the circle. Ooh, should be a hit to one of the teams. Not complete your pass. I think she thought the player trying to sub was going to be on the field, and she's still standing there. Menlo Park, 16 minutes, a lot of time. Change it to the right hand side. That's good hockey. This is what you should be doing. Connect more passes. That's good hockey. And shot goal. Good defending. Missed the open goal. That should have been a goal. Like you saw, when they completed 3 passes, they got a good goal scoring opportunity. It's their biggest threat when they complete passes. They really do look like a strong team. And Collegiate should start trying playing in the other half because they are getting cramped now. As you see, they unfortunately just missing the goals. Very close. Collegiate, Menlo Park. It's too early to direct. It's a foot outside. They usually take things very quickly. I don't know what just happened. It's more or less, but she took it and they shot a great captain left hand side. That's good. Good defending again. Collegiate getting deep. Menlo Park should try and get them out of their 25. Bring the centre back a bit deeper. And then getting them out of the defensive zone. But they keep on trying going the same channel of so many numbers, it's impossible to get through. So here we go with Menlo Park, the ball again, just behind the halfway line. It's 13 minutes into the game. Must say it's probably a fair reflection of the game so far. 1-0. Menlo Park smashing the ball up. Collegiate will pick it up the whole day and now complete your pass. She could have transferred to the player next to her rather than going for the glory pass. But at least Collegiate got the other half, setting up the press quite high. And Menlo needs to get out of the 25. Oh, that's not a good pass. That's a 2 versus 1. Oh, that might be a stroke. Not. I would love to see the replay of that. I thought it's going to be a stroke. Running out the back, not always a great idea. But, oh, that's a very good pass. No, it's not. It's technically good, but not a good decision. Good pass, wrong time. Menlo Park, 3 versus 3. Good tackle. Completing the pass, the game's opening up a bit. It's quite a good match to watch. Good skill set, a father telling his daughter she's on her own. Never seen that help. We've got ball goals today, makes the game a bit quicker, which is good. Teams are going to have to do their subs quite well. So Collegiate needs to stay in the half. Menlo Park has put 2 high-hanging forwards on the other side. So if Menlo Park gets the ball now, they can smash it through. And they're going to smash it through. That's a good pass. Complete one more pass. Good hockey. Foot. And the counter attack is finished. Collegiate should get all the numbers back. Should get it to the left hand side now. No, just keeps it in the middle channel. It's too early passing that eyeball. They need a couple of more passes before they go forward. Collegiate is just waiting for them to get the big pass and then trying to play the counter attack. She just pushes the ball out next to her. Menlo Park trying to build up as sort of dangerous. Ooh, that is weird. Umpire giving both umpires signal 16. Give Collegiate a chance to build out again from the back. Playing with the back 4. They usually go to one of them, try and change the channel. This time stay in the same channel, and they should lose the ball. Yeah. Gaining it meter by meter. It's not time yet to close the game off, but definitely possession is vital now. Number 4 gets the ball, very good player. Around them, should get a single penetration, or add into Shorty. Yes, gets it in. Ooh. I don't think that's the right play. It looked like it hit the Menlo Park play stick and then it bounced into the air. So it's a 16, but no one complained. Might be my eyes. 16. I still wouldn't say. So 16, Menlo Park should try and get this ball to the right hand side because there's so many collegiate players stuck in the left hand side with them, but they don't. Same channel play gets tackled. They keep on. If you divide the field into 3 channels, channel 1, 2 and 3, what Menlo Park's doing, they're keeping the ball in channel 1 when they start with the ball in channel 1, and when they start in 3, they stay in 3. Which means collegiate can pick the whole team in channel 3 when the ball starts in 3, so it makes it so easy for them to defend, it makes it so little spaces. And Menlo Park should try and change the channels a lot more. Big hit. It might be interesting now, that's good defending. Just complete the pass. Not. That's a good pass. Now running with the ball, collegiate. Good defending, I think, Menlo Park. Try and change the channel, keep it the same channel. And there's a lot of defenders in the channel, as I've mentioned 20 times. The game's getting a bit scrappy. This is the time now where you want your senior players to take control. What that means is taking control doesn't mean you need to win the game by yourself. Oh, it's in a circle. Good defending once again. Taking control means that you read the game situation. So this would be for collegiate to get to number 4. That's a very good tackle. Get the ball to fall as high and quickly as possible. Menlo Park needs to change channels. So a senior player needs to identify how to change. It's very difficult for coaches to get those messages across to the field when they play. Collegiate win it once again in the middle of the field. It's not number 4. Down the line. Collegiate gets a territory gain, but I don't think it makes a difference anymore. Honestly, this game has become a bit boring. There's 10 minutes left. I hope one of the team steps up. Whoever takes control of this game can win it by 2 goals. If I had to do a score prediction now, I would say Collegiate's going to score again and Menlo Park's not going to score. That was a very good goal scoring opportunity by number 10. She just didn't get control of the ball. The ball gets quite rubbery in the afternoon because the turfs are very hot. That's a net win for Collegiate. If they can keep the ball in the corner, then hold it for a while. Obviously she doesn't. Good pass, complete the next pass and then in business. But that's the problem. They have not been able to complete passes. Good run. Oh, that's an excellent run. Ooh. Yeah. Could have given a decision for either stick tackle, but I think it was a clean tackle. Long corner. Takes it into the circle. Hard tackle. Not passing the ball enough. That means they are running miles to fall with the ball. Very good shot. Let's see what happens. Chase. Oh, there's some pressure now on this player. But the rest of the collegiate side's not stepping up. That's the best hockey they've played. They completed 2 passes. So now collegiate needs to try and find passes and work their way up to the other side of the field. I do believe that Park will be able to score goals in the game to win it. Some nice and strong players. They're very physical, fit, and very athletic. They look like they can run forever. That's another tackle. Now that's a good pass. They're in business. So we've got a 2 versus 2, trying to get number 4. Should end up in a long corner. Yes. That's a long corner. I think if Collegiate can score now, I think they can win the game. It's probably 7.5 minutes left. Get it into the circle. Too simplistic. Good defense and complete your pass. Not completing the passes. They're making lives very difficult for themselves. They should focus on completing about 4 passes. After 4 passes, they might be in business for scoring a goal. Number 4's got the ball. That's excellent skill set. Excellent skills. I think he might the goal be backspace. And oh, foot. That was good backspace from the strike. Excellent skills from the right into backspace. Backspace is such a good option when you're in a crowded circle. Then the pass going to start chasing the game. It's a very good shot. In the park, number 10's got the ball. Excellent hockey player. Doesn't have a lot of numbers. Good pass. Now they need to get it across the goals. That's a good. That was the best passage of play they've had today. They need to start completing. They really do take the hits quickly. You'll see there, and there she goes. I think a bit wide. Not the best pass I've ever seen, but they should try and hold Collegiate their short passing game in this 25 area. I don't think they've got a big outlet option. She's going to try and overhead. It's not the best I've ever seen. This is a good game for Menlo Park. Menlo Park should, in this situation, not try and take quickly, but try and use the baseline. Run to the baseline. Good defending. That's very good defending from Collegiate. I think they can be very proud of themselves so far for their defensive unit. I don't think it's been under the most pressure in the world, but they've done very well. Other long corner, it's good, changing the direction, the channels as we spoke about. That's from 3 to 2 and now to 1. That's good, making Collegiate work. Collegiate winning the ball, not completing the pass. And this is going to be a big moment now. I can feel that Menlo Park. Sorry guys, that's the 5-minute warning. That means 5 minutes left in the game. Our clock on the screen's a bit out, but there's 5 minutes left in the game. Menlo Park, I can feel there's going to come a lot of attacking from them. Can Collegiate keep them up? And even, can they keep them out? Or can hit outside, she moves it, that's 5, yes, chucks it in, great defense. Collegiate is really doing well, keeping Menlo Park out. That's a good run. That's a very good run, and it's a shorty. I thought it's a shorty. I'll see in the replay. He blew it for lifted ball. It might be a lifted ball. Obviously, 50-50 decision, so you can't blame the umpire. Let's see. She went past them in the replay. It is lifted. Good call from number 4 on the other hand. Has got the ball. Hits it in. Hits the post. Hits the post. It's incredible. Could have been another goal. Ooh. It's Menlo Park feeling that not getting all the hits they deserve. But I must say, it's just the pressure of the clock. Collegiate slowing the game down. They've got 4 players. They've got 4 players behind the ball, making sure if Menlo Park wins the ball, they can't get them on a counter. Like now, enough plays. Number 7 is a good player with encounters. Something might happen. It's very good defending. Good from Collegiate. 7 makes a hard tackle, wins it. Ooh, that might have been something if she could pass the ball to the player on the left hand side. Collegiate really slowing it down. They are trying to win the game. This is the 3-minute warning. 3 minutes left in this game. Collegiate needs to try and keep Menlo Park at their half. It doesn't seem like they are doing that. It's a 16, not 16 umpire calls, and she needs to take it on the side. Menlo Park changing channels, which is good. Oh, that's a good brace. Still, at least they tried to do it. I think it was a very good idea. Number 4. I don't know what her name is, but she's definitely my man of the match. I think it's Shelby or something, but she is definitely my player of the match. I think she had a very good game. She has extremely good hands, she's fast, she's a great competitor. In the park, let's just stop listening to the umpires. Even if they don't agree, we'll just make the game a lot faster for them, put them in better opportunities. That's a good passing. Now they've started to pass the ball. That's a good tackling. If you don't pass the ball, then all of a sudden you start passing. It makes it very difficult for the tackler. That's a very good pass. All of a sudden they've started playing hockey. Now that there's a minute and a half left, they started passing the ball around, which is very nice to see. This might be a tight finish, but Collegiate is so deep in the circle. That's a good pass again. Take it out. Now they need to change the channel. That's very good. A lot of numbers and space on the side. Good run. Ooh, a little bit of a trip. She gets it into the circle, and this is going to be a goal. I'm calling it. Ooh, not a goal. I was wrong. And they missed a shot. But I really enjoy watching this Menlo Park team play. The team that passed the ball around. Took them 28 minutes to get into this. And I must say that really looked good. It was a very good opportunity. Should have been a goal. They are pressing them extremely hard. Now there's 50 seconds left in the game. Collegiate taking the ball to the sides not to lose the ball in the middle of the field. I think that might be the game. 45 seconds left. Collegiate's got the ball. In this situation, it's better to just keep the ball in the same channel and not do anything that puts your side under pressure. Yeah, let's get you seated down the line. Give Menlo Park 30 seconds to score a goal. 30 seconds is still long enough to complete passes. She goes direct, and I think that was the mistake. That sort of sums up the game for the day. They went too directly, too quickly from the start of the game. Should have strung passes together. I am happy to say my co-commentator just arrived for the next game. We are really looking forward to the next game. It's going to be a humdinger. And there's the game. Collegiate wins 1-0. Excellent game. Here we go. This is the game we've been waiting for.
Bit of a vibe.
Must be quite a small school, Peter, with 200 kids.
Obviously the support section is not compulsory, so
but at least they came.
Yeah.
What would your prediction be for this game?
I think it's going to be quite a tight affair. I find that St Mary's have been struggling a bit in their finishing. It seems like all the teams really, except one at this festival, struggling with the finishing. So if they can get a goal, then they're definitely in it. On the other hand, I see for St Anne's, you know, they've got a prolific goal scorer in Daniela Rhodes. If she gets on the scoreboard nice and early, then St Mary's in for a tough day. But you know, I'm not counting St Mary's out at all. They're always one of those teams that's possible to do anything depending on how they flow on the day.
Who are the players in the St Mary's side to look out for?
They've got quite a strong midfield, and that's exactly the whole point with St Mary's as well. They may be, you know, quite a young side that's trying to build, but as soon as the ball starts moving through the midfield, they flow it quite nicely forward. They just got to get it through the lines.
I like that girl that just passed the ball. I think her centre might be Fitzpatrick.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, she's a good hockey player.
Comes from a very strong hockey family as well. Both parents are very involved in the game. Masters now.
That's an interesting topic, parents and hockey. Is it a good thing or a bad thing if your parents know the game?
It depends. If they can stay out of it, then fantastic. But otherwise, you know, it's always good to have their support.
I agree 100%. I must say, I think this is going to be a 1-goal game. Especially looking forward to see Danny Rhodes play. Like Piri said, she's incredible talent. She reads the game so well. St. Mary's have a good attack on the left-hand side, winning a long corner. Long corners usually end in a 16 or a long corner. Do you agree, Piri?
Yeah, it has improved. At least they're not stuck in the corner like they used to be anymore. So now there's a bit more freedom to play and bring the ball into the circle.
And another
but as
thing,
you say, yeah, it's difficult to actually upgrade that and get something from it.
level of hockey at this festival. Have you been able to look at some hockey while babysitting?
What do you think about the level? You tell me. You've been very, very involved. Is it better than last year? Is it the same? What's your feel?
I think it's more or less every year the same. You always have strong teams. The thing that I've seen this year is that teams are putting in more money into hockey, which is a good thing. A lot of more directors of hockey at schools. People are investing in players a lot more. It might not be financially, but it will be psychologically and physically.
Morne, so as the coach of one of the best schools team in the country, what do you focus on, particularly preparing for this festival?
Prepping wise, I think the most important thing is getting your players to make better decisions while they're at top speed. So I think that's where our training is a little bit different. We just train in game mode. It's a thing where rugby teams also started doing. They just practice in team situations rather than just passing the ball down the back line for those dads who don't know what hockey is. So that is important for me. Running with the ball, making good decision. I think especially if you look at this game, how many times teams win a ball and then just lose it. One of the most important situations is winning a ball and then completing the first pass. So the St. Mary's player just won the ball there and ran 10 meters, and that was not effective at all. So I will now and again just say when it was a good turnover situation. So that's sort of what we work on.
That is a very, very important point, and evidently also why you are having so much success in general at this level of hockey. Just that also you're training at full speed or in game mode. How do you actually get that right? Is it just a matter of encouraging the players to run harder in training, or is it something that you have specific drills that you design to get that right?
I think that's a great question. It comes in with your team culture and what does it mean to the players to wear the jerseys. So if there's a competitive culture in the team and everybody wants to play for the team, will do anything to play, that's when it happens. Also, it's the drills you put out. You can't let 20 people stand in a row to eat the ball at the keeper. So you have to put out a drill where they go into game situation. I just see now St. Mary's is trying to keep St. Anne's in the same channel. I think it's quite important for them to actually try and get out of channel 1 and go to 3.
Yeah, and another very interesting thing that we've seen for the first time this year, in my opinion, at the festival is the fact that the girls are starting to use the overhead a bit more.
Yeah, definitely.
In the past, it was not even a feature here, and now that's a huge improvement point in the girls' game, particularly here. So it is a pressure reliever. You won't see that they're going to chuck it 50 yards, for example, or over a channel, but at least it is something that's becoming part of the game.
I agree, but actually there's a goal from Garsfontein that chucks him like 60 meters. It's incredible to see. But yeah, but you're correct. It's our goals are improving so much in general, all of the goals. Like that's an incredible skill set run there. It's just a final when we get 3 versus 2 in the circle, where to put their feet, the time issue. And that's just things the coaches need to work on them. That's a mistake lots of our coaches make. We are very upset when we make mistakes, but it's things you actually need to train.
And just in terms of your training, as it is at a higher intensity, you see St. Mary's really pushing for that penalty corner.
And that's his PC. That's good.
There it is. A nice passage of play from St. Mary's. They really are trying to just force that penalty corner. This is a fantastic time for them to get it nice and early in the game. If they can finish that, they'll be in a superior position for sure.
Let's make a prediction. I think straight flick from... she doesn't actually look like she's going to do it. She's probably going to just hit it. Number 6 going to hit. Oh, there she goes into mode.
Yeah. No, I think it's going to be a straight hit from Georgina Kutzer is my prediction.
Okay.
And she...
I thought short roll, yeah. I don't know why teams do it in ways when they do it. rather make mistakes but do the normal right things. I hope they don't do the same. I hope they go to the castle now. Do the same.
So often that's that type of penalty corner coming out, to the short side, and you see a
goal
backhand lineup and just a bit of a mishit, but great effort. She found the space nicely.
Definitely.
And got herself into a nice position for the hit there, Kiara Fitzhenry.
Fitzhenry, yeah, that's quite a cool surname. St. Mary's has definitely got the momentum at this stage. The big thing is capitalizing when you've got the momentum, and then also just holding when you don't. You need to really read the game, and that's when senior players come in, Piri. So what would you say? And you were obviously 10 years old when you start playing for the national side, and you ended when you were 40. So when do you become a senior player?
I would say in the national team, you become a senior player when you reach about 50 internationals. That is definitely when the rest of the players start expecting you to perform at a consistent level. Up until then, you're really gaining experience. You're allowed to make a little bit more mistakes, a few more, but not many. So
good hockey,
round about then.
Good hockey from St. Mary's. Losing the ball is fine. It's always the process is more important than the actual outcome, and that was really good. Passing the ball around. If the St. Anne's school missed that ball, they were in business. I've noticed in schoolgirl hockey, Piri, I say if you can string six passes together, you're in for a big chance. And that's our biggest problem at the moment.
Monet, I think even on national level, if you can get 6 passes together, you're in with a big shot. I think if you're looking at 6 passes on a schoolgirl level, then you are looking at a way superior team. So that is a really good target to have. But not only that, you can string your passes together, but at the end of the day, it really is ultimately at that converting your chances that you're getting and that you're setting up. We're calling that upgrade in the 25, or just making more of your chances. So that's where a team like Oranje, for example, is really, really good at. I saw one of your players yesterday, phenomenal skills. She gets the ball at the top of the circle and just lifts it over a stick, and then she hits it in one go. And that is a fantastic upgrade. Obviously something that she spends lots of time training, and that is what goal scoring is all about. It's just repetition of training.
This is something I can say about that specific girl. That girl played left half last year for the first team when she was in grade 11. She's matric now. She was in trouble, maybe not making the side again this year, and she went out and she trained every single day, and she told me she's going to become the best striker in the country. And I think she's very close now. And that's just for anyone. If you train hard, hockey is the one sport. If you train hard, you will become good.
Well done on encouraging that. I think that is a very important point for you as a coach to have pulled that off. Setting that challenge, and then she accepts the challenge and executes it well. So that's really good to see. I wanted to just come back to your trainings, Monet. So if you have a higher intensity of training, do you train for less time, or do you keep your training time the same?
So we train Monday to Thursday for an hour. And then in that slots we go hard. So you need to learn your type of players. You've got different type of players. You've got those thin, long ones that can run the whole day. So you can let them run for 15 minutes and rest 3. And then you get your stronger players, more sprinters. They must go for 7 and rest for 3. And then the biggest thing is you need to then sub them in the same as they train into games. So you can't let someone train at 8 minutes and rest 2 and then they must play a full game. It's impossible.
Yeah.
So it must, so every single time we train must be game simulation at all levels, mentally as well.
That's great. It takes a bit of effort and planning from a coach's point of view, for sure, because you cannot just pitch up and suck it out of your thumb. So it takes a lot of preparation, and after a few training sessions the players also learn, and that's what you say about that, creating that culture. As soon as that culture is set, then it's easy for the players to fit into it, and also the younger players then start striving and they know what is expected.
Great run down the left from Fitz Martin, I think. Very cool surname again.
It's Fitzhenry.
Yeah, Fitzhenry, very cool surname. That's not, she's not agreeing with the blow. So I've never seen a blow getting changed. You just need to sprint back and set up again. I must say, Piri, I really enjoy these two teams. It's long hockey histories. I think St. Mary's Waverley's got the most national players ever. Well, the only other team I think they can compete against is Oranje Meisies with Peter, you could see her counting as 50.
That's one. We're not standing a chance at this stage.
But I think with just that one, we still have more goals than all of the rest of the St. Mary's
don't forget,
goals together.
Annelie Kotze, she was also from Oranje and a national player, so the two of us teamed up. So we used to think that we are a whole army standing together, just the two of us.
So we will never play an old girls game against St. Mary's. They would destroy us.
I think you're safe. I'm over a certain age by now.
St. Mary's great run down the right, getting the ball in. That's a great goal. I am clapping hands. That's incredible. Good hockey.
What a brilliant goal there. Well finished by Emma Walsop.
Interesting question for you. So St. Mary's have had all the momentum. We've spoken about Danny. Oh, that's such a good goal. We've spoken about Danny Rhodes, centre forward for St. Anne's, who we both think is an exceptional player. I've seen her touch the ball once this whole game. Is it time to change a position, do you think?
Definitely change a position at this level. You know, she's hiding a little bit. She's not getting the ball up front. Perhaps also use that overhead or the aerial ball we spoke about earlier. But I would play her in the midfield. She's definitely good enough to be there. And you know, she's got the skills. You'll see her holding the ball up and really a fantastic player. Let's just get back to that goal. What a fantastic execution of a very difficult skill. The ball was coming across Gemma Warsop's body, and she actually managed to slap it at the speed that it's coming at her.
In the air. And in the air. That was incredible.
Fantastic goal. Yeah, fantastic goal. Well done to St. Mary's.
It's beautiful when a team has got all the momentum and they capitalize.
And you also find that, sorry to interrupt you, but you also find that now with the shorter matches of 30 minutes, it's so important to get that goal on the board, and it just frees up your whole game. You can now play with a bit more freedom and really express yourself.
It might be another situation. I think the crowd got too excited because it's more or less a 2 versus 5. Good defense, complete your pass, not completing the pass. That's the most important thing in hockey, completing the pass. A goal's trying to hit the ball 40 meters after they win the ball, and then they always mistrap. Just the easy, simple pass, and then from there you can set up the big pass. St. Mary's changing the channel, getting a bit to the channel from channel 1 to 2, and then to 3. And they should have a bit more space now there because they changed channels. That's good hockey. Not a great touch. Now again, complete your pass is very important.
And so important, as you saw now, the ball goes all the way to the right-hand channel. She brings it infield. That inside pass needs to be secure and controlled. If you lose the ball there, you expose yourself to a counter-attack, and that's exactly what you're trying to avoid. We have another look at St. Mary's, the ball speed around the back.
Oh, that's a good movement from number 5. Gets into great space. Just not... That's the thing, that's 2 passes and they're losing the ball.
So your ambition of getting 5 together is very high?
Let's make it 4.
4?
Let's see what happens when they get 4 passes, both teams. Just see how it looks. That's obviously then 1. And that's an outlet pass. Should be an easy pass, the first one always. That's 2. Good pass, Danny Rhodes on the ball. And now counter. Now it's important. Complete your pass, not completing passes. But that's just hockey. That's what you can look at home now. And if you're a young player or older player, that's the things that the better players can do. They convert it when they get turnovers. They convert it into attacking opportunity.
St. Mary's School really getting behind their team.
All 60 of them. Sounds like 55. Oh, another chance here. Oh, the good shot. Good save, goalie. I must say the keepers have improved a lot for me. They all can save the first shot now. But it's very important to get a proper goalkeeper coach to come and help you, because it helps you so much. And great shot. Goal!
Oh, fantastic goal.
St. Mary's.
Kiara Fitzhenry puts it away. She just catches the goalkeeper off guard and off balance. Looked like she was going to the left-hand side. She puts it away on the right, catches the goalkeeper offside. In fact, it took a deflection early on, and that's what put the goalkeeper off balance.
There, Danny Rhodes.
You can see she's very, very disappointed with that save.
Danny Rhodes has made a great run. Gets it in. Oh, that's good defending. Long corner.
We were talking about the goalkeepers and the importance of getting a specialist in to train them. Again, one of those positions that is specialized and needs a lot of extra repetition and training. So so too often in the past we've just left the goalkeeper to kind of look after themselves and take maybe get 10 or 20 shots in on them at a training session. It should be more like 500. What do you think, Mornay?
Definitely. We definitely have a good goalkeeper on our side. We had our own keeper coach, a great coach. And then we brought down Jacques Leroux. He's the national goalkeeper coach, boys and girls. And that's the most I've ever learned in my whole life. It's incredible how little we know. And I really back myself for someone who knows a lot about different things about hockey. And that's the one thing I've realized. You need to get specialists in the areas where you don't know a lot.
Also grow as a coach, you know, to be open to that kind of exposure. Of course, it's going to help you.
Sorry for interrupting there, but interesting. St. Anne's got a short corner with only 3 people there. What would be the reason? They 1-0 down. They can go 4-0 down. No one cares. Shouldn't they go for the goal? Get people in there for the rebound?
Well, 100%. But it could also just mean that they're really backing themselves to finish it with just 2 people.
Let's see what happens. Yep. No.
Great defense by Fitzhenry. She's having a fantastic game. She always pops up somewhere where it's important, whether it is finishing the goal or defense.
If I had to choose a man of the match now, it would definitely be her. But we've got 10 minutes left. Anything can happen still. A scoreboard on your screens are a little bit out. There is 9 minutes and 45 seconds left. But still a lot can happen. Funny thing is, in hockey, goals come in 2s. So if one of the 2 teams score another goal now, you will definitely see a goal following that.
You've statistically worked that out, Mornay?
No, I just wanted to say something out loud. That's very good hand speed. Good hand speed. Free outside should take it quickly.
Do you think that penalty corner tactic from St. Anne's had anything to do with really just not being aware of where they are in the game? I mean, they are 1-0 down. Surely they are, like you say, they should be pushing it up. But they've in the past been trained to look after the counter-attack.
Honestly, when I saw the shot, I yawned. You want some exciting... Oh, that's not great play. She lifted the ball up dangerously. St. Mary's got a crowd going next to us. It's about 12 dads. They sound like 40 dads. It's very cool. It's nice to see when they get momentum out, the fans get behind them. So back to that PCR, not game away. You need to be game away. At some stage you have to go for it. In ways you can go, I'll name 1, you can name the 2nd, and then I'll name the 3rd, and you're the 4th, and then we see who wins. First one, if the time is right, you've got momentum, you can pull off your keeper, put on another field player. That's something you can do when you're chasing a game. What do you think, Putty?
I think, you know, I want to just get back to the coaching of St. Anne's. They've been coached by Charlie Pereira for a number of years, and this is the first year that he's actually he's actually gone to Holland. You know, it may be a little bit of a transition phase for them to get used to not having him around.
Definitely. No, I agree. He did a great job with them. He got them into the semi-finals last year. Oh, and then they won the semi-finals in shootout, and they went to the finals. It was a great goal he set when he started there 5 years ago.
It's amazing how it's possible for a team to just climb basically from almost nothing to making consistently making the tops of festivals and tournaments.
Exactly. That's just the hard work and the culture you build into your teams. I must say some of my favorite parents at these tournaments are definitely St. Mary's Waverley. I like the St. Anne's parents. It's maybe because I'm Afrikaans and they really don't understand what I'm saying, but I do really enjoy them. They're a bunch of good people. Another long corner.
There's 7 minutes to go and St. Mary's really turning on the heat. They're pushing for that second goal. They want to make good of, you know, their result this morning. They had a loss.
What against you again? Against who they lose? Shorty.
Penalty corner, well done.
Again, Fitzmartin. This girl is
slightly on a different note. We've just received the results for the national team. They played Malaysia this morning.
Yo.
And it looks like they had a 1-1 draw. Jade Main getting the goal there. That would be a very disappointing result for South Africa. One would imagine that they would be very, very dominant against a team like Malaysia.
Have you played against Malaysia in your lifetime?
Yes, I've
How many
played.
goals did you score in that game?
I'm not that great with numbers, but I do recall us beating them decisively.
So you scored about 8 goals that game.
I can't answer that, Mono. Sorry.
Can't you make a comeback again? Your third one.
Definitely. I have no knees, no back, no hamstrings.
Just hang high. Okay, now the shorty. Slips, slaps in. Good defense. Clearing it out. Okay. Umpires assisting each other. It's very difficult to see. Calling time. Oh, sorry, yeah. No, they corrected. Yeah. That was good. That was very good umpiring.
Yeah, just making sure that they have eye contact with one another, and it is important to help one another out.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like commentating's the same.
Thanks for your help, Mornay.
I was going to thank you.
Mornay, what's the most impressive thing, or the thing that you look forward to most about this St. Mary's Investec Hockey Festival every year?
Oh, definitely the spirit. So many hockey goals together. Just the friendships they make. That's the one thing I ask my players after school, what did they change? And they say they'll even try and make more friends from different schools. It's incredible to see all the diversity with culture and language and parenting, and they just become friends. It's beautiful to see. And they take it on one day. They go to the same varsities. They play together for the varsities, for Wits, for instance. Yeah, and it's incredible to see. And you?
There's just no festival like this one. In particular, I enjoy the fact that the matches are shorter and there's no breaks between them. It feels like it literally is 4 days of continuous hockey action. Yes, and because the matches are a bit shorter, yes, the players get fatigued by day 4 or 3 even, but the matches are short. You always see that action, and it's very goal driven. I enjoy the fact that all teams are really pushing always to get the goals.
No, definitely. I had a rumour that they're going to try, Mary's going to try and get a second turf for next year, and all games being played at the same school. That'll be incredible.
That would be incredible, and let's hope that rumour
5
gets
versus
confirmed.
3, not the best decision. Should have run the baseline or passed it a bit earlier. Well, she's going to get a second chance.
Monet, when you coaching, how often do you shout to your players 5 versus 3 or 3 versus 2 all the time?
In training the whole time. In matches, not that much, because 90% of the time when we play the other team, the whole team stands in a circle. So it's usually 10 versus 11. Shorty, big moment. 3 minutes left. If they score this one, the game's done. Well, I think anyway the game's probably done.
Excellent. It's always so interesting how you see it's towards the end of a half or half time, not in this festival, but now with 3 minutes to go, you'll find the lapse of concentration from St. Anne's. She's not retrieving her 5 meters or makes a crucial mistake there, and this could be very costly for St. Anne's.
Something happened. I don't know if you realize now that, but St. Anne's coach is standing not on the side of the field as most coaches does. He's trying to get a bird's eye view. He's making it quite difficult for the communication, but tactically it makes it easy, and that's the gamble he's taken for this game. Do you think it paid off?
No, I think at this level it's quite nice to have the coach right next to the bench. There's a lot of communication that happens there. Also, when your substitutions are done, you can do it straight away, your communication. Another interesting thing is that with the noise levels around the field,
True.
It's difficult for the coach to be on the side of the field getting instructions across.
No, definitely, I agree with you. But it's nice to see the different types of play. You can see how the coastal sides play, how the private schools play.
You think it's all different?
I think it is. Coastal sides are very direct. They live off your mistakes, and when they get into the game, they are scoring incredible goals. But as soon as you hold the ball for a number of time, they literally fall apart. Sometimes I don't know if they're on the field the whole time when you hold the ball. So it's interesting. So who do they play next? Do you know? St. Mary's and St. Anne's, because they're going to play the last. Oh, that's a good pass, very good pass. Do you know who's the last games?
I do. St Mary's will be playing against Menlo.
If they beat them,
5
they might
o'clock.
make the semi, St Mary's. So that's
Yep.
a big one.
That is a big one, and that's
then-
what the last playoff day is all about. Is really having to get all those results and also number of points that you're pulling through. Am I right? To make
definitely,
sure
yeah.
that
Yeah,
the last day you've secured your position and play.
No, definitely. And I see St Anne's playing Clarendon, and they're one of those coastal sides that can be awful and amazing in 3 minutes. It's going to be interesting match to see how St Anne's play against them. There is
So, yeah, just quickly, Mornay, in 40 seconds to go before the end of the match. Is there another national prodigy coming from Oranje in the near future?
There is a couple. I want to say their names because there's obviously some of them is also more or less there, but I'm not going to name them. There's about 5, I think, definitely. I think that the one will get to the Danny Rhodes. The one will get there the quickest is Simone Gous. She is first year this year. I think she's going to get there quickly. All depending because she's studying in America. She's studying at UMass. I think that's also a great opportunity for girls. But to see how she gets into the system because she's studying there. But yeah, she's incredible talent. Piri, it's been a pleasure. The first game I did alone. It was so nice working with you. Enjoy your next one.
Thanks, Mornay. Well done, St Mary's. 2-0 win over St Anne's. Fantastic to see. Great performance by St Mary's. In commentary next.
Hi everyone, I'm Kyla Willemse, here with the Waterwater Griff team.
Yeah, and I'm Sonelo Polo, Coach Polo, and just here to let's run through these matches together. Yeah. Day 3, very important day for all the teams, everyone needing the 3 points. Kyla, what do you think about the format of this tournament?
I think it's a great exposure format. Legs are tired on day 3, so extra tactical and technical.
Yeah, and how is it for you've been coaching now? How many days is it?
2 days, well, day 3. So my girls are tired. But yeah, this is where heart and game plan and structure comes in, and discipline.
And as a coach, how do you feel the format of the tournament, especially the 25 minutes one way or 30 minutes one way? How does that affect you and your tactical preparation?
I tell the girls you have 20 or 30 minutes to do your thing. There's no time to muck around. That's hockeyling. So yeah, but just get there, get the job done. There's no time for mistakes. Well, and if you have a mistake, there's no time to think about it. You need to get your head up and keep going.
That's perfect. I obviously coached here, I think, for 5 years with St. Stithians girls, and I remember how it's really quick and a lot of mental preparation of result-driven hockey, and it's really great to see the girls being very competitive from the onset. And as you can see now, the Herschel girls already attacking the 25 of the Clarendon team, and they get a long corner. Have you seen any exciting players? With the national team having just drawn 1-1 to Malaysia at the Commonwealth Games down at the Gold Coast.
Yeah, listen, if I was a national coach, I would love this tournament. I think there's so much talent, so much pace coming through from youngsters. So the older girls better get running.
Yeah, I think it was quite a disappointing result down under for the SA national ladies. But this is where we are honing and nurturing the future talent of South African hockey. So I guess it's great that we are streaming live,
Definitely. I think the exposure of this is the next level already.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think any of these girls can complain that they're not getting any exposure and be seen. This is where you showcase your skills. And then we just saw Bianca Wood, national under-20 plan player.
Oh, and the first penalty corner goes to Herschel. And it'll be interesting to see how many drag flickers we have at this tournament, because I think we don't have really. There's how the PC came through. I think the ball was dangerously lifted into the player.
Great call.
So like just mentioned now, Bianca Wood being at this tournament. Are there any really exciting youngsters that you've seen here?
Yeah, we got Sarai Loubser from Oranje Meisjes, I think. Great forward. And they are attempted flick.
Okay. All right, a re-award. I think they might be looking at a different variation now, because I think the first wave is getting out there really quickly. So perhaps a variation moving the ball left or right, just to play the ball around the really, really quick first wave runner. Okay, injection comes through.
Okay, there's the variation. Great goal. Well
fantastic.
done.
And that is a great flick. Well called penalty corner. Clearly very well drilled as well, because you don't just wake up into this.
Well, Coach Paulo, I think they heard you from the side.
Okay, what is Clarence? Oh, here's the replay. Great push. Oh,
Yeah.
Look at that dummy behind the player, behind her back. And the flick
Great
comes
flick.
through. Yeah, fantastic finish. So now there's nothing to lose for Clarendon. All you got to do is just keep going forward.
And I think they got a great result in their first game. They drew to Menlo as well.
Okay.
So they're really, really doing well in this tournament.
So yeah, and there's only 7 minutes gone. Plenty of time still, and clearly a plenty still to play for. It's a fantastic ball.
Yeah, listen, as a coach, that extra 5 minutes from 25 to 30 minutes really makes a difference.
Can you imagine? I remember playing a final here against Oranje, and I wish that game was 10 minutes.
Yeah.
The relentless attack from the Oranje goals.
It just keeps coming.
Yeah, geez, like.
Did you win that game?
No, we drew and went to shootout. So, but we lost on the sudden death of the shootout.
Oh, unlucky.
Yeah. That's also another aspect of the game that's made the game so much more exciting.
The shootouts, the 8 seconds.
Definitely,
Yeah, definitely. Coach Paulo, how many years ago was when you played your final?
my final here with the St. Stithians girls.
Yeah.
That was 3 years now.
Shivered. But
Yeah.
and you yourself never
Oh,
played,
goodness,
or
no, never played here. I didn't go to one of the top schools in Joburg.
But don't you wish that if you had the exposure going forward, or when you were young, it would have opened a lot more opportunities?
Oh no, definitely, and you know, and the coaches that come out of here, I mean, you get gain so much experience in 4 days of hockey. You know,
Yeah.
you learn so much about your team, because as much as you can do drills over and over and over, it's competition that builds
Yeah.
character and reveals
It's game.
character, really.
Definitely, I agree. It's game. It's game fitness. It's game sense. It's a great ball. What a great ball!
Great space,
Oh, lovely.
great awareness, using the space around. Oh, fantastic
Oh,
cross.
brilliant! Oh, no.
Oh, okay, no advantage given.
That was great. So
Yeah.
that's a great play. And you see the gap from under 14 to under 1 is almost getting smaller.
Yes.
The under 18s are becoming a lot more aware, a spatial awareness where they carry the ball.
Like you saw there on the right hand side, India Hardy, the vice captain of the Herschel team, realizing that the space was on the outside and behind the defender, and just, you know, dropping her left shoulder, putting the ball right and putting the ball into space. Fantastic to see at this young age. So it's really been end-to-end stuff here, you know, that no one's really taken the game by the scruff of the neck and made it their own.
Yeah.
Great press here by Herschel.
Oh, nice.
as like we said earlier, that it's difficult tactically to get a great structure to going forward and to build, because there isn't really time to settle and build, because you need to be going for the result and defending really, really hard.
And it also feels this tests the girls' ability.
skills
Oh,
down the
great
line
skill.
here.
It tests the girls' thinking ability, because there's no halftime where the coach can tell you what to do. They kind of have to figure it out on the field for themselves.
Yes.
So I think we're also growing them emotionally.
Yeah, knowing that playing with coaching young ladies or young people, you usually need that time to let them settle into the game. But not at this tournament. You get out there and you show exactly what you've been working on the last 4 months of the year, and it's just really result driven. A great skill there on the left hand side. Every year that I come here to this tournament, I just think that there is such an amazing pool of talent at this young age, and I think we just still need to get a little better in how we harness that talent going forward. I think we're still getting there. I think high performance setups at universities around the country is getting better, and I think in the next 3 or 4 years we'll be seeing some really special players coming through, and most of them would have played this tournament.
No, I definitely agree. I think there's there's too many players falling for the Krugerracks that we just lose. And then they lose engines. So if we can just grab them up and harness them, like you said, and grow them into even better players, our future looks bright.
Yeah. So Clarendon coming out of the defensive quarter again. Herschel putting a lot of pressure on them. It's a fantastic ball into the midfield. And out again, this looks like a very promising outlet. Runs into the middle channel again. Ball's out onto the right-hand side. There's space down the line. Oh, look at that. Brilliant.
Go. Good defending, good defending.
See, Herschel look like they're a little bit more structured when they're coming out of their defensive unit. And on
they're
the right
really harnessing this right. Yeah.
Yep. There's India Hardy again. Oh, just
unlucky.
I think the ball just rolled onto the back of a stick there. Herschel putting a lot of pressure onto the on the Clarendon outlet there. It's a great press. And down the right hand side again.
Good, there was an aerial skill.
Clarendon really having to work hard in the bottom left-hand side and the bottom left-hand corner to get out of this press. I think every coach just wishes or always works a lot on if you have a really good left half to get you out of trouble. And look at that, ball into the middle, and again, oh goodness.
I'm still waiting for Bianca Wu to showcase her skill.
Oh, another fantastic ball down the line. Again, down this right-hand side. Herschel putting a lot of pressure on the Clarendon defense. Roll out, great roll out. We spoke about that special awareness earlier, Kyla, and ball comes into the middle. It's going to be a great chance on the right baseline. Oh, great save.
The leg's getting a bit tired now.
I think with just over 15 minutes left in this, Herschel leading Clarendon by 1-0. Herschel putting a lot of pressure on the Clarendon defense trying to come out of their left-hand channel. A lot of play happening down the right-hand side of the Herschel attack. And another ball comes through. Great step, centre back. And up we go.
Good. Use the space. Nice. Look at that skill that's coming through.
Fantastic to see a player attacking the space. Free hit outside the D. I think this is Clarendon's first real chance. They can move the ball quickly here. They could get a great opportunity, a shot and goal. Ball played in. Okay, swing and miss, and then Clarendon have their first penalty corner. With the international tournament happening now in Australia, what amount of importance do you put on the attacking and defensive penalty corner?
I mean, the game is won and lost in the 225s, to be honest. I know it sounds very straightforward, but that's the harsh reality. So if you can have those two sleek and a great variation.
Ball in again.
So close.
Another reward.
Like I said, I think it's so important to have both your attacking and your defending slick. That's where you can really score your goals and defend well. And if you have a really solid defense, your heads through on the defending corners.
Yeah, truly. As you've seen in the men's game, it really is the decider in between two big matches. In a big match between two big games. There's a push out. Goes for the straight. Okay. And now with the ball being allowed to be played over your head, you can see a lot of players playing with the stick above their head. And a few years ago, obviously as the ball had just gone over your knee height, it would be blown for danger. Great defensive unit there from the Herschel girls. With 13 minutes to go in this game, they still lead Clarendon by 1-0.
Great defending and turnout. Unlucky.
Former national player, Herschel coach Cindy Brown there, of course she would have worked a lot on their defensive unit when they are pressing, and it makes it very difficult to build your own attack if you can't get out of your own half.
And not just getting it out of it with quality. I mean, delivering the balls to your midfield and forwards on quality where they want the ball. We've seen less and less where teams just hit the ball away. The structure has become so important. Especially, there we go again.
Great step.
Good step.
You know, a lot of coaches will say that the game is won and lost in the midfield. And like you're saying, you don't just hit the ball from your defensive unit through the line to the forwards. You know, it's about a good build-up play, building up, getting all the midfielders involved in your attack. Because you can't attack with one anymore. You need to attack with 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. Definitely, you can't just have one player in your team doing everything anymore. You need to have at least 2 or 3 supporting players go with her. This level of hockey has increased so much. I mean, 10 years ago, you'd have had one girl that dribbled through the whole team, and it just completely changed.
Yeah. I think a lot of schools and provinces have given a lot of importance. Fantastic skill on the baseline there to create that circle entry. It's a shooting chance.
What a goal!
What a fantastic goal there. Near post goal. I don't think the Clarendon coach would be happy with that.
That was a cracker.
Yeah. See that pressure building and building and building, and eventually Clarendon will crack, and Herschel go 2-0 up with just over 10 minutes to go. Another ball down the line. This right-hand channel has been a nightmare for the Clarendon team. They've had to defend so often on the defensive unit on the left-hand side here.
I think this teaches the girls something. Persist. If something works, persist at it. Don't change it.
Another chance.
And
Very close, well defended. And
still going.
Yep.
Unlucky.
Okay, long corner on the 25 now for Herschel. Relentless pressure they're putting on the Clarendon defense here.
Oh, what a ball into space. That's beautiful. Another one.
Again down the right-hand channel.
If you were coaching Clarendon, what would your advice be to them right now?
I would just say that for at least 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, let's keep the ball, keep the passes short. It's a chance again on the backhand. Oh, just goes wide off the far post. You know, Clarendon just need to keep the ball a little bit, because right now they're chasing and chasing and chasing. You feel like you're chasing your tail a little bit, and it makes it difficult for you to build on your own structure. Oh, another ball into the circle, but it's gone over the baseline.
It's almost like Clarendon is getting a little bit frantic. I think they just need to settle and, like you said, one thing at a time. Get the ball, pass the ball, build one at a time.
You know, with the short format of the game that this is, you go 1 or 2-0 down, you kind of start getting that little bit of panic that builds in, because you're not building so much attack going forward, and the relentless pressure that the Herschel girls are putting on the Clarendon team means that they don't believe that they've got time to get these 2 goals back, and it's just back to basics.
Back to basics, that's it. Yesterday, Unisi went 2-0 down to St. Cynthians, and I mean they came back to win the game 3-2. So I think that's where that maturity and experience also comes in.
Exactly. And experience playing under pressure.
Yes, that's the difference.
See if Clarendon can get a 25 entry here. Ball lost on the right-hand side. There's an overhead into space. Fantastic use of the aerial.
And the amount of overheads we're seeing.
Yeah, you know, there's no skill too technical for any of these goals now these days. You know, you put in time to work and hone your skill, and you can use it anytime, even under pressure. Just under 8 minutes left of this game, and Herschel lead Clarendon by 2-0. As you can see, the Herschel goals, no panic when we have the ball at the back. You know, we're looking for the leads. Eyes up, ball out in front of you, so you can make a good decision. That is a fantastic ball into the midfield.
Clarendon trying to get something down that right.
You know, like we said, they just need to get the ball, pass the ball, keep it simple. Doesn't have to be a 20-yard pass, 30-yard pass, even a 10-yard pass. Just to keep the possession for about 2 minutes, then we can look to go forward.
Build small victories, small confidence blocks.
Another great ball. Building Herschel goals. You can see there's a well-drilled team. Cindy Brown has been really working hard.
Great stuff.
Baited the defender into making a stick check there just outside the circle and winning a penalty corner. 6.5 minutes left in this fixture between Herschel and Clarendon, and Herschel lead by 2-0. Carla, with 1 day left, obviously you can't give away too much. What are you thinking with the use of your penalty corner variations? Do you now start going into your 4th and 5th variation, or do you keep it simple and save some for the knockout stages?
Paulo, to be honest, I think today is very important. Today sets you up for tomorrow. So you either need to be top 2, middle 2, or bottom 2. So I think don't keep too much for tomorrow. So use 1 or 2 to get you in a really good position.
I'll say it is a great push out.
And
they
again.
go slip left again.
Unlucky.
Clouden looking to take this quickly. They know they're running out of time, and every fixture needs a great result.
And I mean, honestly, with 5 minutes to go, anything is still possible. So it's not over until that whistle blows.
True. You know, hockey with the playing on the AstroTurf, you can score a goal within 9 seconds.
Yeah. That's Bianco, who we spoke about earlier.
And there she is, driving into the top of the circle and wins her team a penalty corner. Oh, that was Brittany Middleton. Oh, look at that. Fantastic skill. And gets taken out from behind. Great call by the umpire.
Let's see if Clarendon can put them back in the game. 1 goal now would be great for them.
Oh, no.
Just for the confidence, morale.
Definitely, this is the time to get that goal back. We've got 4.5 minutes left in this game. Oh, pushed short.
And
what
a goal! Now it's on. Now it's a game.
4 minutes to go. We said in this fast-paced game, you can score in less than 9 seconds. Great variation there, as we see. Here is the replay. Great variation. The injector pushing the ball short. Slapped the ball in and a deflection. Yeah. Brittany Middleton, the girl who won the PC, goes and converts it.
What a great road. And Herschel again down the right.
I mean, definitely, Clarendon has got nothing to lose now with 3 minutes to go in this fixture. Oh, fantastic ball out onto the right-hand baseline. Oh, great goalkeeping. Really amazing goalkeeping by Thandolwethu Mtalana. Clarendon goalkeeper. And Herschel knowing that the best form of defense is attack. So again, they go forward. Another circle entry from them. Looking to get a PC. Great turn and shot.
Oh, what
and
a goal.
Fantastic finish. Who's that? Lauren Tarr with a great receive. The ball bounced. She didn't have to control it again. She just turned and smashed it. Fantastic goal. Herschel go 3-1 up and regain the 2-0, the 2-goal gap.
I think they might have been a bit upset with the goal of Clarendon. So now it's all in.
Yeah. You know, coaches, we always talk about the first 2 minutes after scoring and first 2 minutes. Oh,
sure. Umper again.
You know, I think also the score being 3 goals against this Clarendon goalkeeper, Thandolwethu Mtalana, she's been outstanding.
I think she's been a rock for Clarendon at the back.
And Clarendon coming through the middle again, trying to get out of the defensive area into the midfield.
What a great roll.
Great goal. Great ball.
Nice.
Oh, fantastic skill. Minute and a half left in this fixture. Can hear the crowd calling for the ball to be smashed into.
That's parents coaching 101.
Nicole, I've been really amazed over the years at how many parents come out and support this tournament. I can't even imagine what the numbers are. So many people here. The vibe is fantastic. if you are following this online, please come down to St. Mary's Waverley and watch some fantastic schoolgirl hockey. And like I said, this is the future of our country's hockey. Half a minute left. Herschel 3, Clarendon 1.
And then we go with the smash. Great pressure lever though. Herschel just taking the time on the outlet. They don't have no pressure.
Okay, I think Cindy Brown will be happy with that performance. And
Definitely.
I think even happier with the result.
Definitely, and this sets them up for the next round.
Skill and want a short corner, but the umpire calls play on. Oh, great pick on her backhand side, and St. Mary's Kloof coming through again, trying to work this right-hand channel. Okay, ball lifted. Eunice come out with it. Carl, I've always said that after you gain possession, the first pass is the most important.
No, I definitely agree, and I think it's build up or counter. Do you have numbers to go forward? Oh, that's a near miss. That's a near miss. It's always build up or counter. Do you have numbers to go forward or not? Do you need to keep the ball? That's your deciding ball.
Another aerial pass used very well, going up down the middle by Eunice. Oh, they are always such an exciting team. I don't know what it is about what they do down there in Bloem.
I think they breed them.
Yeah. No. Work, work, work.
Great deception on body.
Yeah, you know that. Oh, great chance.
Oh,
and the swing and a miss there. And the ball is out. Here's a fantastic chance now for St. Mary's Kloof. Oh, just did not connect.
Unlucky there, unlucky.
Yeah. You see the well-drilled outlet by the Eunice girls. Ball getting placed straight into the midfield. Then you shift the channel again and you go and exploit the space that you've created on the outside channel. And look where they find themselves now, the right-hand corner.
Yeah, I think Brahm, their coach, would be very pleased. A lot of kids don't understand the overhead rule. Can you give us some insight on that?
Oh, goodness. We talk about this with the senior ladies, senior men, umpires, that I just tell my team that you keep playing. You know, you wait for the whistle to go. Obviously, if the ball is lifted or put in the air by the attacking team, if you're the defender and you're under the ball, you have first preference to the ball, and no one can be within 5 yards from the opposite team. So many coaches coach it differently on how to use it to your advantage, and just give the players space, but be there so they feel that there's a little bit of pressure.
I hope the schoolgirls are listening.
It's 5 minutes gone. It's still no score between Eunice and St. Mary's Kloof. End-to-end stuff here, really. Both teams have had quality circle injuries. I think St. Mary's Kloof with the better chance. But it's a long way to go. 24 minutes left in this fixture, and there's another aerial being used to get out of trouble. Now, over the years, Carla, I've always been so happy to see how many ex-national players come support, come support either their old schools or support friends and family that are playing here. And, these young schoolgirls, it really does something, watching and seeing your heroes, watching you play.
No, I definitely agree. And the ex-national players coming back to coach. I mean, there we see Kelly Reid, we had Cindy Brown coaching, giving back to the kids what we learned.
Yeah. Great ball into the 9-yard area there. As a striker myself, body position in the attacking circle is 90% of the work done. Great receive there. One-handed skills down the line.
What a tackle. So composed at the back for Eunice.
No, there's no time and space to panic. A clear head, a clear mind. Will always get the... there's another great baseline ball, run. And this time the umpire gives the PC.
Very well drilled.
So, the first penalty corner of this fixture between Eunice and St. Mary's Kloof. And St. Mary's Kloof get to draw first blood. Good push there. Attempted drag flick there from the top. There's still another chance.
Through the legs.
So what she's doing there is trying to get the foot of the defender as your stick is really away from your feet when you're trying to defend that left and baseline. And slip and a fall. Great recovery. Correct. Well played. As you saw in the previous game, the attacker just turning on the ball, receiving it without looking back and having a second touch and hitting the ball. I love that skill especially when the young players do it, because you need to be ruthless when you are a striker.
Yes, definitely. There's no time to second guess your offer.
Yeah. And Eunice again using the aerial to get out of the defensive unit, defensive area, and they get to build up from the right-hand channel. Again, the use of the aerial.
Kloof set up a very nice press though.
And I love the composure of these young ladies. Ball into the middle. Circle entry.
Unlucky.
Great step in the midfield. Regain possession there by Kloof. Fantastic aerial into the right-hand corner.
And great conversion.
Fantastic shot.
That's where we spoke about that ruthlessness. Get in the circle, have a go.
I think if you're the left-hand striker, that you need to be getting to that far post, making the goals bigger, as the coaches always say. Make the goals bigger, be in the circle, be in the critical areas, and when the ball drops, it could be yours. Okay, danger called from the aerial, and Eunice get to build up from the midfield. Fantastic skill in the midfield there. Michelle Dakeman. Ball's out on the far corner for Eunice. I think the players were hoping to get a long corner there.
Sneaky.
This is where those one-on-one elimination skills come in handy. And that is fantastic skills. Oh, no, it's a 16-yard. Okay, so Mary's Cliff's trying to build up on the left-hand side.
Good little touch.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic use of the overhead. Well defended as well.
I think the quality of overheads we've seen has been quite good in this game, hey?
Really nice to see the young ladies really confident to get the ball off the ground. Turnover in the midfield.
Some pace in the midfield.
Great drive down the middle.
Good.
Umpire didn't see anything wrong with that tackle. Great first time touch. Deflected into space. Just lost control on the front. Still goalless, are we? In this fixture between Unisi and St. Mary's Kloof. 11 minutes gone.
And I must say,
Yes.
there we go. Before I speak too quickly, as I wanted to say, and it's very end-to-end stuff like you said, no one really taking control of this game. So it's anybody's game, to be honest.
I think Unisi had a really good chance there to get a 2v1. You know, we had two attackers against the one defender in the middle of the field, and she did very well to get between the two players. Oh, for anyone watching, this is exactly what we mean by stick pressure. You know, you don't just get your body in the line, you put yourself there, you play at the ball, force the attacking player to do something with it, and just unfortunately kicking the ball there. But great relentless pressure there by the Kloof centre forward.
Right.
Free hit on the baseline now, within the little 5-yard dotted line. The new rule being that you have to move the ball 5. Oh, the umpire feeling that defender was not 5 yards. Did not move 5 yards before playing or trying to regain possession. And we have a penalty corner for Unisi.
So you see more and more schoolgirls, we call it fishing for the short corner. So that's where I spoke about how this whole level just increased. Everyone's getting smarter, the tricks are getting smarter. And it's so good to see the young girls keeping up with it.
Like I said earlier, we just saw Bianca Woods already in the South African under-21 team, and she's a schoolgirl. You know, traditionally you would be in your first or second year out of school to be making those teams, but shows the depth of the quality you have. Great push, great stop, great.
Stop, flick. Oh, what a fantastic goal.
Great push, fantastic stop, over here, a drag flick, good save. But again, we keep working. Unisi scores. Unisi draws first blood with 15.5 minutes left in this game. Unisi score off an attacking penalty corner. Here's our replay, Carla. Going to talk us through it.
What a great flick, save. Kloof needed to step and clear that ball. And there comes the shot.
Oh.
So well converted.
"15 minutes left in this game. So, Carla, I think that goal was disallowed for the swing and a miss, and which is dangerous play in the circle by the first attempt with the rebound.
I would tend to agree with that. Yes, it's still 0-0, so I would tend to agree with that call. I think we get so caught up in the action, and that the umpires are also still just people, and missing a swing here and there, it's also human.
I think it's fantastic that the use of video replay and referrals. You know, like you said, we are all human. We all make mistakes, but with the use of video technology, you know, games and important decisions, we can always make the perfect decision.
No, most definitely. Great space. Good step from Eunice. This game's really intense.
Yep, with 13 minutes left in this fixture, we find ourselves still goalless. And we spoke about, with the format of this tournament, every game needs a good result or result, and everyone's looking for those 3 points. Windy day, very hot day in Johannesburg. That breeze is really welcome. Great play on the baseline. Ball coming through the 9-yard area. Oh. And amazing one-on-one skills there. An aerial onto the defender's left foot. And St. Mary's Kloof have earned themselves a penalty corner.
Yeah, I think Lee Piggott really worked that short corner from baseline.
Yeah. And again, we see that a really well-drilled penalty corner can be the difference between no result or being a draw and a goal at the end.
Sometimes you only get one short corner in a game.
Yep. Injection, good stop. Oh, they've gone for the variation.
Zigzag.
Oh, and it is well defended at the end. And long corner.
Taken very quickly. Good.
Nakala, we know that playing the game at high intensity puts the defensive unit under a lot of pressure. And I think that's what St. Mary's Kloof was really trying to do here. Oh, fantastic ball all the way through the whole field.
And yeah, Eunice come again with the press.
Just a really good press. I think the centre back here would need some help from a teammate. Eunice pressing very well.
Very well, composure.
We spoke about it. One pass at a time. Well defended there at the end. On the bottom left-hand corner here. Eunice, St. Mary's Kloof trying to build down their right-hand channel. See, when the ball is thrown into a lot of traffic, you are almost certainly going to lose it.
Yeah, definitely.
Great midfield transfer on the outlet by Eunice and have opened up this whole right-hand channel. Great step there. Oh, yes, a fantastic chance. 3 versus 2. Turned strong. Well defended and very well spotted by the umpire. Just over 10 minutes left in this fixture. We find ourselves deadlocked at 0-0. St. Mary's Kloof working this right-hand side, right-hand channel. Great ball, great receive.
Oh, what a fantastic goal. Great strike. I think that was a 2-touch goal.
That is exactly what you want from a striker, especially a centre striker. Must be there, ruthless. First touch, control the ball. The next touch is to finish.
This is so nice. There comes the replay.
Well taken, very quick. Free hit. Target ball into the middle. Stopped. Oh. Kala, as a former striker myself, these are the drills we do hours over and over and over. You know, in the circle, the ball is always in the right area. You just need to move your feet.
I think that's one of the biggest things the schoolgirls can learn is don't move the ball to suit you. You need to move to suit the ball.
Yep. Okay, we find ourselves now just 2 yards outside the Kloof defensive circle. Great pressure from them, and Kloof again have possession. still a lot to play for left in this game, with just over 9 minutes left in this fixture. St. Mary's Kloof leading UNIC by 1-0. Can see a little bit of urgency now from UNIC.
It is so nice to see that St. Mary's Kloof's plugging away at this right-hand side paid off for them. And like I said in the previous game, where persistence pays off. Too many times we want to change a thing if it doesn't work, but just persist at it.
So UNIC gain possession. They're now again on their right-hand corner. Oh, very well played. Very great use of the aerial skills. It's a little dink over the defender's stick. St. Mary's Kloof working this middle channel. Oh, so close. Not over yet.
Very close. That was some fantastic midfield play we saw there.
Great connections. Great use of one-on-one elimination skills. And then a connecting pass into the midfield. And start seeing a lot of tight legs in this really dry, hot Joburg heat. And this is when you just need to get the ball and pass it. You know. Great pressure. Ball into the midfield. Great working back there from St. Mary's Kloof, and I mean, there's over 6 minutes left in this match. Still anyone's game. Another chance for UNIC on the baseline there. Look for a PC. Find space for yourself. And great, well defended. Well, very well defended by St. Mary's Kloof.
I must say, did you see all the numbers back in the circle?
Yep.
That just shows you how composed Kloof actually is, and disciplined in the defense.
Yeah, reminds you of the old saying, you know, you defend to win a tournament, you attack to win a final. Okay, St. Mary's Kloof find themselves again on the left-hand baseline. Great save by the goalkeeper there. Now another long corner.
Really making the goalkeeper work today.
And I think in the last few games you've seen the goalkeepers from all four teams really adding value to their teams. Five and a half minutes left in this fixture between UNIC and St. Mary's Kloof. And St. Mary's found themselves 1 goal ahead. And here we go again with another attack. Well cut out. Oh, down the middle. Here's our goal scorer. Or was it? Well defended by UNIC. Now the ball comes out on their left-hand side. Great use of the disguise.
Changing that channel again.
Yep. I think UNIC have done that better than any team at this tournament, but they're not really utilizing it from midfield to attack into the forward line. Ball comes in. Oh. Well worked down the right-hand side. Carla, you said that, you know, great use of changing of channels from the left into the middle, out to the right, ahead into the 25, and a great ball across the circle. And an infringement by St. Mary's Kloof, and UNIC scored, or almost scored, from their last attacking PC. I think they'd fancy themselves to give it a go again. Exactly 5 minutes left in this game. Now, good push, variation. Oh, well read and cut out by St. Mary's Kloof. Here's a chance for a counter. Fantastic pace by the St. Mary's Kloof striker, working the baseline and drawing the long corner. And again, quick free hit. Well cut out. Forward we go again by Eunice. Great use of the backhand shot to relieve pressure.
Just to gain some field again.
Mm-hmm. So with just 3 minutes left in this game, St. Mary's Kloof leading Eunice by 1-0. Again, trying to go across the channels in the midfield by Eunice, well cut out this time by St. Mary's Kloof, and really working hard through that middle channel. Carlo, what would you be thinking now as the Eunice coach? With 3 minutes left, you are 1-0 down.
I think, like we said in the previous game, go back to basics. One good push, one good stop at a time. Don't think too far ahead.
Yeah.
And Eunice's very good at the mini games, so maybe revert back to mini games and get closer together. They're getting very spread out right now. Trying to find that, force that long ball actually, not finding it, force it. So maybe just pull the team back together, tighten up on our marking, and then take one thing at a time.
Yeah. I think St. Mary's Kloof will fancy themselves to take all 3 points in this fixture because they've really controlled much of the midfield and have created so many more chances than the opposition.
No, definitely.
Oh, and the ball cut out there. Oh, great skill on the right-hand side. Another right-hand pull, found himself on the baseline, just lost control there. 2 minutes left in this fixture. Eunice using the aerial again, well cut out by Kloof.
Very well controlled.
And again, they find themselves on this right-hand channel. Minute and a half left. I think St. Mary's Kloof have the same mentality as I do. Best form of defense is attacking.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, we saw with the counter-attack there from Eunice Shorty.
Mm-hmm. And they get the ball back.
So Eunice just looking a little bit frantic at this moment. They just need to calm down, use the experience and the knowledge that they have.
Less than a minute left in this fixture between Eunice and St. Mary's Kloof. St. Mary's Kloof find themselves 1 goal ahead. And here, maybe Eunice got one more chance in the middle. Great run down the middle. Good use of speed. Oh, he has a great chance. 40 seconds left. A shot there, well defended by St. Mary's Kloof. 30 seconds, there's still plenty of time to get that equalizer. Do not panic. There's time to get your goal back.
Eunice really picking up the pace and the urgency right now. Dangerous left in the circle there. Good defense from Kloof, very well composed.
Bodies on the line. You need to defend everything that you put up front. With 10 seconds left in this match, I think we can say it's done and dusted. Well done to St. Mary's Kloof. They kept to the game plan, and it definitely worked.
Very good results.
And that came up.
We are live back at the St. Mary's Investec Hockey Festival 2018. This is the visuals of Bloemhof playing against Paarlgem. Next to me sitting Louise de Jager, ex-national player. Very involved currently, Louise, with the junior national team. But could you tell us a little bit about what you're doing with them?
Yeah, so my function with them is actually quite versatile. have a really big focus on the development of their mental toughness. So that's the first big aspect. The second big aspect is really around building the team dynamics and the team culture. And then over and above that, just bringing in that sports science element where tracking them, monitoring them, and then doing obviously the formal testing and evaluation of their training program. So quite a lot that we're busy with them at the moment, so it's quite lovely.
Very interesting that you also moved your whole career in the aspect of mental training. Something that probably very lacking in hockey in particular, maybe not so much in other sports, but definitely not something that you'll find you see often in this game.
Yeah, I think so. And it's actually it's quite a pity, because I think that this is, I mean, as all sport, requires a lot of mental toughness and a lot of those mental skills that are just not being developed even at a school level, intra-provincial level. So quite a big lack and quite a huge emphasis is actually required to work with, I mean, the kids at a school level, provincial, and then also obviously leading into the national teams. So I'm quite grateful for the opportunity to work with the S-121s, especially as they build into a World Cup qualifier at the end of the year, and then next year the World Cup.
Yeah, super interesting. Lou, we'll get back to that again. Bloemhof is in white shirts with the blue skirts and ball possession currently. And Paarlgem, they are in yellow. Looking at their previous results today, Bloemhof has come off a 2-0 defeat at the hands of Oranje Macy's. And Paarlgem, a 1-0 defeat that they received from Unisi. So both of these teams really becoming now very crucial for them to get a successful result here. They're looking to get maximum points going into tomorrow, into the finals, or the final placements. Bit of a local derby. Of course, Bloemhof also from Stellenbosch area, and Paarlgem just up the road. Bloemhof currently coached by Jenny King, an ex-national coach, so there's no lack of experience there and input that these players are getting, and you'll probably find as we go along. We'll be having a look at how well they are drilled and what exactly their platform and team structure is all about. Lifted ball, dangerous into the hand, and it's a quick free hit. Paarlgem taking the ball up on the left-hand side, looking for their combinations. Lou, you're also involved with the Investec Hockey Academy. We've heard a little bit about that, but what can you tell us about the Investec Hockey Academy?
Yeah, so the big focus with the Investec really is that they wanted to empower women in the sport. And through that, they offer two courses, or two types of courses. The one is a customized clinic that we do at the school. So we get requests from the schools, and then we go in and obviously do everything that we can do. So it's not only hockey focused, but we do bring in the mental skills and the nutritional side too. And then really the big thing that we focus on is the flagship courses that we host, that's really about kind of focusing on the development of women in the sport. And those are hosted throughout the country, and we get literally the best of the best coaching staff and biokineticists, sports scientists, sports psychologists to then come in and add a lot of value to the girls.
Very interesting. And Paarlgem, just having a look at their penalty corner. Mistrap, the ball bouncing awkwardly up as soon as she made contact with the ball. And Bloemhof will try and get the ball out. They're going to play it around the right. That's where most of the space is, and they bring it up through Ioane Rousseau. It's fascinating, Lou, because the Investec is obviously heavily involved in this tournament, and it's evident how this tournament's grown through their involvement. So to have something like the Investec Academy is really important to take the development of the schoolgirls to another level.
I think so, absolutely. And I think what Investec has done right over the years is bring in those specialists. So yes, we are absolutely focused on developing hockey and, teaching the technical and the tactical aspects, but I think with their keen focus on then the mental skills, the nutritional and the actual well-being of the players, I think it just adds a lot more value to the players' holistic development as a whole, which is something very unique and something very special.
Right. And a dangerous lift into the attacking player, and it's free just outside the circle. With Paul Gim having another go at it. She's going to line it up with about a meter, not even a meter, 30 centimeters away from the line, and the players putting maximum pressure on her. But it's Blumhoff again bringing the ball to safety. It seems like there's a nice intensity to this game. It's obviously a lot at stake here. Got to get their maximum points, and even though it's middle of the day, it's very, very hot out there for the players. It's day 3 now, and it's probably starting to feel it in the legs, but this is not a time to use that as any excuse. How would you deal with that mentally, Lou?
That's such a good question. I think you just have to try and simplify things as much as possible when you get to this stage of the tournament. I mean, the legs are aching, there's no doubt. There's maybe a lack of motivation because I'm sure everyone is tired and kind of just wants to finish up. But I think it's really just bringing that single focus back to let's focus on the job that we need to get done, and each player really focusing on their role and their responsibility. So keep it really simple.
Is there ever a time you think that you can complicate things, or are you always referring back to simplicity?
I think that there's definitely a time for complication if you're gonna, because the players are always going to deal with a lot of thoughts and a lot of, especially your strikers when they're trying to hit shots at goals, there's a lot of thoughts that go through their minds. But I think in a game situation you really want to simplify things, and I think the opportunity for confusing them completely would be in practice, where you just completely overstimulate them, and so that you teach them how to refocus and to bring that single focus back. But definitely not before a game or in a game.
Yeah, so that's when you want to keep things very simple. It's always been this is a great build-up, but look at that intercept. She just touched it with the back of the stick, which is the illegal side to use. But this is bringing Blumhoff into a fantastic position to get a circle penetration. Perhaps here they're looking for width, but they're choosing for the ball straight through the middle where all the traffic is. Most coaches' worst nightmare, that. You want to attack the space and not go through millions of opposition players. Lou, it's really always fascinated me how important it is actually to be mentally prepared, and how little time we actually spend on doing any kind of mental training. In fact, we have no idea how to do that. Is there an easy way to train yourself mentally? Is it something you can do by yourself?
I think there's definitely a few of the mental skills that you can teach yourself, like goal setting. You don't really need someone to stand there and hold your hand through kind of teaching you how to get that right. But obviously the more serious techniques such as refocusing, breathing techniques, those things require a little bit of practice, and obviously somebody who knows what they're doing. But there's definitely some things that players can do, and they can take kind of ownership of their own process a little bit too, by doing a bit of reading. But yeah, I think that's probably where the difficulty comes in. It's that you actually need a professional to at least start things off in a school system, and then it's always can become the responsibility then of the coaches and the teachers to kind of build off that.
That's right, and implement all the skills that they learned from the professional.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're having a look at the first penalty corner for Blumhoff. It should be a well-drilled setup. I mean, they are certainly well coached, so it'll be interesting to see what they have in their armor. Great trap. She gets it off direction goal, but slightly wide, and there was no one on the far post deflection. It's kind of something we've seen quite a lot at the festival, is the execution of the penalty corner is probably sitting at around 5%. For teams probably like Oranje, it's sitting at 10-15%. It is of course a wild guess, a gut feel of mine. But the execution of penalty corners is something that can be improved at this festival level.
No, absolutely, Pits. If you think at a national level, you are hoping to get that execution up to about 30% or 33% every opportunity should at least be going goalwards, and then converting at least 1 out of 3 is kind of the optimal, is what you're kind of looking for.
That's right, and I think the men's game actually is sitting much higher currently. I think they're sitting at 50 to 60%. There's just so much power nowadays in the drag flick that the men is able to. It's basically impossible to defend it, and it takes a lot of bravery as the players are running the ball down physically with their bodies, which of course I personally feel is very, very dangerous. But that's where the game has gone, and it's a beautiful aspect of execution of skill.
Absolutely.
Lou, here's my question for you.
Another one.
Yeah, I've got many. The mental difference between a striker, a defender, midfielder. Elaborate a little bit on that.
Such a good question. We've been doing a little bit of profiling of strikers, and almost, I wouldn't really call it talent identification, but let's just call it that in terms of actual mental skills that best suit kind of where you play in the field. Your strikers are obviously your more kind of, dare I say, arrogant, boisterous players, somewhat aggressive. But really they need to be your go-getters. So people, they're not scared of stepping through. And then your defenders need to be your more cool, calm, composed players. So, they need
slightly
to
more
be
conservative.
Absolutely. And I think just be able to, they build the whole structure to the game, the whole dynamic. So just also they need to have that vision for that and kind of the composure. And then your midfield is in between that. You need a bit of fire to go forward and to add value, but also the composure to make sure that they come back, and then obviously support the defense in that. So it's actually quite an interesting topic for like mental talent identification going forward. And
why I find that so fascinating is I often find when you look at a much younger age, and just to a lesser extent on this level as well, you ask a player how did they end up in this position, and it was basically a teacher or a coach who said to them, listen, I think you're going to be a good defender. Now what is that based on? Is it a physical attribute? Is it a mental attribute? What is it that coach saw that gave them the indication that this player is going to be in this position? And then you'll probably find as they develop through the time that it's maybe not the best suited. Maybe the personality or the characteristics that you just spoke about doesn't line up with what the position is. And it would be very, very interesting if that can be documented, and it can become part of a coaching course where you can actually educate coaches on that aspect.
No, absolutely. From a young age, I think the identification is more around skill set. So if you can hit the ball really hard, you get kind of put in either as a striker or as a defender to clear the ball. And then, like you say, as they progress through, especially through high school, then I think it does, whether it's formalized or not, it does become almost a personality attribute.
Yeah.
But there's lots of opportunity, I think, to do, and actually, as soon as you start thinking about the best players in the world and their characteristics, it makes good sense, and it's actually very evident of that mental skill that actually adds value then to the actual playing position.
We see Jean-Marie Thomas just finding herself in a bit of a pickle there. She was found to be tackling illegally. Maybe a bit of physical contact, but she's off the field for 2 minutes. She's received a green card, and 2 minutes in this particular game is quite a long time. It's only 30 minutes long in total. We're sitting with 13 minutes to go, so her team will be without her, and only 11 minutes to go by the time she gets back on the field. The question is whether Bloemhof is completely aware of the numerical advantage that they have, and will they be playing to that strength?
You really want to be pushing up hard and high when you have a numerical advantage. Like you say, especially since it's such a short game, you want to be putting on maximum pressure from the get-go, and especially if they go a player down, you really want to be capitalizing on that early on.
And this is where very, very good coaching comes in, where you're going to see that the team is so drilled by the time they see that a player runs off, automatically whole structure changes, and they'll be throwing a player much higher. I do not see. Do you see a change in the Bloemhof structure at this stage?
No, not much. They should be pushing through a fourth player to actually run at the defenders, especially when they have a free hit like that. I also don't see much of a change in the pole structure. They've had obviously their centre forward has now dropped back into the centre link position.
Yeah, just to give them a bit of extra cover, you're right. And I actually do see that they sacrificed the right forward position to just cover a little bit more in midfield for that player who's gone off.
Your goal really when you are a player down is really to delay play as much as possible. Hold the middle of the field and really force the other team to play out wide and almost to play as softly, well not as softly, as slow as possible, really to slow the game down, which unfortunately Paul is not getting right at this current moment in time.
Blumhoff with another opportunity. She's bringing it in on the backhand. It's a difficult position. If she gets that turn right, which she does, she gets the penalty corner. She finds the foot of Paul Gim in the circle, and we'll have another look. It's just a third penalty corner for the match. No success thus far, obviously. It's 0-0. And it's getting to the later stages of the game. It would be fantastic if either one of these teams can get on the scoreboard. Usually opens up the game nicely. And either way, the intensity increases as soon as you see a goal.
See Paul Gim setting up two defenders on either side. Or would they be running a 2-2 possibly off that?
Looks like they're just converting into a 3-1, a normal sort of old school. As we did see a break there, the umpire saw a break, and one of the players has to run over the halfway line. So they'll be defending with 4. Another numerical disadvantage for Paul Gim.
That's a great goal.
Great goal. And with that numerical disadvantage from Blumhoff, I mean, Blumhoff really taking advantage of that numerical disadvantage and making absolutely no mistake.
Great
goal by
composure
Elzay Dupisani. Great composure, as you say. Also with the player down, they had the opportunity to move the ball closer into the D area. They almost walked it into the circle. She had so much time and space. The goalkeeper not adjusting her lines, and it was an easy finish in the end.
We speak about that increase in intensity as soon as the goal is over, and you see where we already found the play.
So you see both players are putting pressure. That's a direct result of losing a player in the defensive penalty corner, and both having to go up and put the pressure, and it just exposes the space behind them. Great finish by Blumhoff. So Lou, we just jumped right into the chat about the importance of psychology in the game. What is your background in psychology?
So I did an undergrad in sports psychology at the University of Johannesburg. I then continued my studies a little bit further, so I got an honours in sports science. But with my absolute passion for the development of mental toughness, I decided that I would then further my studies. So I did my master's essentially in sports science, but with a specialization in mental toughness development of hockey players. So I actually tracked from under 14 all the way through to the seniors what the difference in mental toughness levels are. And then from that, just almost started to develop and started to see in which age groups are we really lacking a lot of the ability, and then start to put together some action plans and a model to build that.
Yeah, that's absolutely fascinating. So you did that psychology aspect, but through the science of the degree.
Correct, yes, that's correct. I had a wonderful supervisor at the University of Johannesburg, Dr. Leon van der Kerk, and he specialized in the sports psychology, so he's an actual sports psychologist, and he almost just mentored me through the entire thing. So I really got an incredibly good background, and like I said, focusing that whole master's 3 years of really focusing on the mental toughness development stuff, just learning then from him how to actually put that into practice and how to work with players and teams to develop that.
That's certainly very fascinating, and we need a lot more of you, but thank you for starting that field anyway and get us going, particularly in the hockey area. It's certainly needed.
No, it's going to be a fun journey ahead, there's no doubt. Lots of work to be done, but I think that everyone understands that there is a need for it, so the support is high. So I think it's just a matter of actually getting out there and doing it and supporting players and teams as best as possible.
So your numbers are back even now. Bloemhof with 11 versus 11 from Palchem, and Palchem really trying to get high up in the field. They're successful. Bit of an awkward save, and that leads to another penalty corner for Bloemhof. Palchem, beg your pardon. They really are applying the pressure and trying to get that goal back.
Yeah, unfortunate save for Mishka Ellis. She's also part of the SA Under-21 team. I did a lot of work with her in our December camp. What a stunning player. Some really great ability and very, very dynamic goalkeeper.
She in the South African Under-18 setup? Or Under-21?
Under-21. She's currently part of our SA Under-21 team, which is great value from the back.
Nice. Fourth penalty corner for Palchem. They would feel pretty desperate. They have a great crack at it. Fantastic save by your girl there, Mishka Ellis. She is showing her worth. What is the program looking like for the Under-21s going forward, Lou?
So we have a nice build-up now until senior IPT, where we really are hoping for a good result.
What a fantastic execution. A very difficult hit at goal. The ball was bouncing up. She made absolutely no mistake. And we have a game at hand. Palchem pulled it back. 1-1.
It is a great execution.
Fantastic goal there. Lenay Geldenhuys. She put everything into that shot. And we have a slight delay. The umpire saw something illegal and she has given a yellow card. That would mean 5 minutes off.
That's going to be to the end of the game, Pete.
Yeah, that is, and this is now not the best time for that to have happened. They've just pulled the ball, the goal back, Palchem, and they now are number down. Will this change the outcome of this game?
Let's see if the Bloemhof girls can pick up the intensity now just to finish off these last 5 minutes.
They're going to hope for that momentum shift. It's very important to play according to that momentum shift and understand where you are in that game. Have you got the upper hand, or are you needing to consolidate what's going on?
Comes back to that composure. Is there someone in the team almost taking leadership for
you often find that even though some players really want to take that responsibility, that it's so difficult to work through that momentum, especially if it's against you. Obviously, for you, it's very easy. You just go with the flow. But how do you change that to get it back into your favor? Hey. And the umpire reaching for a green card. That is Michaela Dubel, who got herself in trouble with the umpire. She did not retrieve the 5 yards expected. Oh. Getting physical, it's evident that there's a lot at stake in this game. Both teams are really pushing for an outcome, sitting even. The stage points are shared, 1 each. I have another question, Louise, and I really wanted to know this for personal use more than anything, but how do you find a balance between being tough on players and giving positive affirmation. There is a balance between the two, I understand, because it's important to drive the intensity. This is how I understand it, and force to get more out of players. But at the same time, you want to make sure that they're not broken down by the time you're done with them.
I think that also comes to building a personal relationship with the players. There's some players that will take criticism well and from the beginning will not take it personally. I think especially boys to maybe a less effect, but girls can be quite sensitive, especially if you're coming from the outskirts without that relationship base, then they generally don't take things very well. But I think it really comes down to spending time with players. I think for me as a mental toughness coach, the biggest advice I give to coaches is have one-on-ones with the players. That's really the only way you get to know them. And I think that's one thing that you actually taught me when we were playing for UJ all those years ago, is take the players aside, have a conversation with them. That's how you get to know if they're actually going to be able to deal with what you have to say to them. And it's very also, I think, a situation critical. I mean, if your goalkeeper has just let in 3 goals, that's definitely not the time to be critical on them. It's more the time to be positive and to give them that positive affirmation. Yeah.
As much, I learned this from a previous national coach who made it clear that it's very important for him to actually, a fantastic deflection there by Emma Becker. This is her second go at goal. The previous one, she had a big sweep at it and just missed the ball. But just back to the point, it is, a coach probably needs as much. Another look at that before I get back to the point. That's a great deflection. She just let the ball hit her stick and it deflects up. Keeper had to make a save. The coaches need as much coaching as, especially mentally, maybe more so than players, because you as one person dealing with an entire team of great diversity. Where a player just has to deal with their own performance.
Absolutely. I think that the eventual benefit will come from coaches learning the skills and being able to implement them with the team. Like I said, not everyone can have a sports psychologist that they can take out their pocket and use. So I think coach development and working with coaches is absolutely necessary, and that'll be a really big focus of me personally to get right in the next few years.
Well, it certainly sounds like you're going to have a very, very busy journey ahead. One of great excitement, and wishing you all the success with it.
Thank you.
And I found it personally very fascinating to chat to you about it, so thank you for your time.
Pleasure.
We just see that in the last few seconds now, Bloemhof has actually pulled their keeper off the field. They've put a kicking back on. They're really trying to force a result here. They need to get their players high if they want to get a result. Yes, she makes a touch to it. It's in a dangerous position. And it's the end of the game. Fantastic last few seconds. Nearly worked out for them. In the end, Bloemhof won, Palchem won. The action continues at the St. Mary's Investec Hockey Festival. Thank you. How long is it?
Can you bring me food?
We're back live at the St. Mary's Investec Hockey Festival 2018. We've got Waterkloof versus Oranje. Waterkloof will be in yellow and blue, Oranje in white. Alongside me, Robbie Pullen, the coach of Kingsmead. How's your tournament, your festival been?
Yeah, we're very impressed. It's always been a great festival, and already we have improved from our last year's position, finishing in the bottom 6. We're already now in the middle section, so yeah, we're very happy how it's gone so far.
Great. In the meantime, Oranje has already opened their scoring. This, of course, is a team that is prolific at it. got the ball through the middle with a little touch, deflection. Keeper didn't quite see the ball, and of course 1-0 up Oranje. They will just be driving the intensity through the whole match. They do not know any other way to play.
Yeah, I think, when you play against Oranje, you want to be tight for 10 minutes at least. So I think poor Waterkloof have sort of been caught on the back foot. But I think the last few years we've seen so much about this Oranje team who just intensities of another level and just put teams to the sword all the time.
Yeah, I had a chat with the coach Mornay Woodendal a little while back in commentary, and it was fascinating how he explained how they train and what intensity he tries to get with his team. It's certainly an example, if most teams could follow, that it'll just get the level up of all the teams. It's a difficult thing to do, and for the whole team to actually buy into that culture is probably the most important thing.
I think that's the biggest thing you've just mentioned there, getting that culture. I think a lot of the schools today have girls who are multitasked, playing various sports. So to commit 11 months of the year to a game of hockey is quite impossible for a lot of them. But you can definitely see the rewards that have come out of their team.
Yeah, and I think they do have a massive focus on all year round preparation, and it is shining through in their performances, where they really just focus on getting themselves the best possible, and they probably not a lot of them do anything else besides play. So the investment is huge.
Correct. I think also they're very lucky. They're very good athletes as well. So those that do another sport or do athletics, which is a unbelievable sport for our type of game. But just their ability, their knowledge of the game is just phenomenal, and their rotation for options are amazing. And they, as I say, are just another league at the moment.
Yeah, basic skills like having the ability to hit the ball where it requires making the right decisions in at the right time. That's obviously crucial in our game.
Yeah.
And they kind of do it with ease, and it shines through because of the training that they're doing. They're doing it. Everything is at top speed.
Correct.
And in match play.
Yeah, and I think you're right. They've got a work ethic which just goes in from game to game. You don't ever see them getting upset with each other. They just work well. Their rotation and vision are just in another level as well.
You're right. And now, what I always find interesting is because of their reputation, it becomes difficult for most teams to play against them, because you'll probably have a far more defensive mindset when you're going into the game.
Correct. There's no doubt. I mean, their outside halves overlap unbelievably well. They rotate through the lines. And, most of the coaches are teaching forwards to mark the opposite number. But when that opposite number lands up in your circle, your whole pattern falls apart.
It's a bit of a problem, yeah.
It is. It's not easy.
And then you have to keep in mind that the fitness levels needs to be superior, and they probably, nobody's really going to outrun Oranje at this stage.
Not at the moment, no.
Yeah.
So they, as I say, once again have set the bar, and I think it's going to be very hard for any team at this tournament to really compete against them.
Really fascinating. Mornay told me about Karinka Jacobs. That's his striker that he's got, who... the position was probably a bit threatened last year. She was back. She was playing in the defensive line, and he mentioned that to her, and she decided that she's going to put the effort in and train as hard as she can to become the best forward, because that's where he needed her. And just yesterday, I saw the most phenomenal goal from her, where she just lifts the ball over the stick in the attacking circle, and she hits it one time. I mean, it's skills that you don't really see that often from a schoolgirl.
Yeah, I think, most coaches today, you find a player, you stick with that player's position.
Yeah.
We don't like them to move around too much, but it's just amazing to hear that story, because there's very few other players who would have taken that risk. And I think, putting that effort in has paid huge rewards for her.
It's amazing that she also, just have the self-discipline to put that effort in and get herself up to scratch in a completely different position. This is the first penalty corner for Oranje. They do have quite a bit to show. It's in terms of hitting and flicking and the rebound play. Injection slightly off target. They still get it towards it. Great save by Anne-Ries Smit from Waterkloof, just pulling it off on the backhand. Oranje still on the attack through the long corner. Turns it over, so Waterkloof now has the opportunity. That's very difficult for them to actually hold on to the ball and string a few passes together. They're probably going to be looking at about 2 to 3 passes that they need to string together to get out of the back.
Well, that's it. I think that they've just hit a river ball at the moment. I think they need to reset it now. If they're going to stretch this game out, they're certainly going to lose further. I think they need to keep it rather tight. And that's going to be the key to Waterkloof, is just regrouping and trying to keep their structure very sound. But to me, the minute you open this field up, Oranje will run you ragged.
Yep, you have to keep everything closed. You're 100% right. And then just having the comfort for Waterkloof to be on the ball, that's probably the most important thing here. They need to be comfortable. And even though they're going to get pressure from Oranje, like we see there, don't just hit it away, you know.
Correct.
Just make your combination passes.
Definitely, they need to build, and I think that's what happens when you concede an early goal. You start to play a bit of panic and you start rushing. But you know what, I think that once they settle now and they don't concede again, they could maybe put a bit of pressure onto them. But once again, Oranje are behind the ball in numbers. They read that their stepping is very good, read the game well.
Yeah.
And this is the problem. They catch on the break, and this is what they're going to need to get their numbers back to cover them.
Yeah, just fantastic to see the speed that these girls can run and play at. Very, very exciting. Rob, now in terms of Kingsmead, how do you guys prepare for this festival?
Well, look, it's been hard for me. You know, swimming is our one of our biggest sports. We literally 3 weeks ago finished our swimming season, so I've only really had all my girls for about that time. But I've been very fortunate. I've sort of gone and picked my best sort of players in the school, my best 15. So I've got some grade 9s here, which I'm giving some blooding and exposing to. But, you know, we come here, it's a different format. It's a unique format. And, you know, you need a bit of luck to run your way. But I think what has been really nice is that, you know, we've been able to adjust and try certain tactics out. And I've been quite incredibly happy with the way some of the kids have responded to that. There's been 1 or 2 games we've let ourselves down. And that is the building process I think all of us coaches build towards. And I think, you know, me coming here not trying to win the tournament is more about survival and improving on last year's results. It's always more encouraging.
Yeah.
So, you know, each year I play, I'm going to be setting myself a better target and obviously try and prepare harder for the following year.
And I think that's a fantastic way for the players also not to be unrealistic and get disappointed early on in the festival. You know, be realistic about the outcomes and where you are at. And that way your performances will probably be more consistent as well.
Correct, no doubt about it.
Great execution of shot from Saray Loubser, the captain of Oranje. She gets herself into the circle and through a little tiny bit of space, you know, maneuvers herself with great skill and then gets the shot off. I keep forcing it. Now, Rob, you also an ex-national coach. How's the transition coaching national men to schoolgirl hockey?
Look, it's been amazing. I think, you know, there's no doubt that when, you know, at a national level you have the full commitment to your players. So it's a different ethic that you train with and expectations as opposed to a schoolgirl who's got to go to music and swimming and play hockey. So I think from that point of view it's been easy, but I think what is nice is that the knowledge that I've gained and experience I've gained at that level, I've been able to put back into the schoolgirls, and they've seen the rewards and the ability for the improvement of their individual skills. So yes, I have got a lot of girls who are putting the effort in, and hopefully the reward will come. But I think what has been really nice is that the sharing of knowledge to all the coaches has been really good. And, you know, we're all out there to compete, but we try and do things. And we tactically, for me, I'm not a coach who just gets out and plays. I read each situation and each team as it goes along, and I try and set my team up for that match. So, yeah, it's been a great experience. And the knowledge I learned internationally as can build anybody as a coach.
Well, that's really fascinating to hear that your expectation from your players. You see Oranje with another very dangerous situation. She gets the penalty corner off. That was Renee Bresler. And we'll have a look at their penalty corner. But what's fascinating for me is that you expect your players to be able to adjust every single game. So you are not stuck and rigid 100%. In your expectation of what they need to be able to do each game.
Most definitely, yeah. We have to be. You know, like you said, you saw this girl who's just adjusted from a fullback to a forward. You know, her expectations were as a sweeper, and her coach was honest with her, and they've been able to guide her all the way through. And I think it's for every player. I like players to be exposed to more positions. That makes them more versatile.
They're trying a variation at the top. They're still in possession of the ball. Waterkloof really needs to step, and it's a great save off the line. She bats it away to the side. Just a bit hesitant in their defense for me, Waterkloof. They need to step and be aggressive, far more aggressive than really try and avoid getting any kind of, maybe just make the initial save. That's the one you've got to focus on, but then any rebound needs to be dealt with aggression. Oranje slightly guilty of hanging onto the ball, trying to force something in no space. They get the ball back. You have another look at the penalty corner, where she actually has her back. She tries to spin and gets it off nicely to the far post. And play really just continues, and they just keep hammering at that goal. Leading 1-0 at the moment. It's still quite a bit of time to go, 17 minutes. Question is, Rob, would Oranje really try and go maximum here in terms of their physical effort, or do they hold back a little bit for later?
Look, I think from a coaching point of view, they only have one way they play, and I think it's all out. So I think, you know, their fitness levels of all their players are so high that they can afford to rotate and continue doing it. There's no doubt they want to win, and I think, you know, he'll just keep plugging away, and he'll just keep rolling his players and just keep them fresh all the way. I just think the problem they do have is when they get into bad habits of running with the ball. They're one of the best sides at moving the ball, so that's the only thing that will start to let them down when they start to run with it individually.
Yeah.
So, but to
it's
me,
a little bit of a nice problem to have as well.
I think it's brilliant. I think, you know, I think he'll come off. He'll be upset. Like every coach, no coach is always perfectly happy, but you know, he'll just rethink in the next game. The players will rethink about it, and they'll be back to normal. And for me, I think this is going to be one of their easier games in the pool, because once they're through tomorrow, it's going to be really, really tight. And I think that's going to be really exciting to see who they will meet in the bigger games.
Yeah. And Waterkloof with a nice opportunity, bringing the ball forward through Abigail Sampson. She's a bit hesitant, not really attacking the Oranje players with speed, but she did get the free hit, and she now allows her team to push through with numbers and see what they can build on, and try and get anything in the circle will be good for them to latch onto. So you having to coach, we just see a stoppage of time through injury. In fact, no time has stopped. You'll notice that the clock keeps running. So they'll allow the physio onto the field and deal with the injured player. Time continues as it's a running clock throughout the whole tournament. And as soon as she's off the field, they will continue with play. Rob, you have to coach your team against Oranje. What is the first thing that you would get the focus on?
I think it's critical that I would have a structure that would be pretty solid. I would keep them in the midfield tight. I would certainly force them wide and have a situation where I would isolate them. On rotation, I think the biggest concern I'd have is that where generally you go man-to-man in your 25, you would have to hand over. And that is the key you got to talk about, is that who hands over where. So I think, again, if your structure is very sound and you stay in your areas, you almost go to zonal marking on defence, and you then just got to make sure that you don't allow them to run through midfield. I think that's their biggest strength they do have.
100%, and giving them any kind of space, you're setting yourself up for a lot of running and potentially a lot of mistakes.
Correct.
So, as noted now, Waterkloof is in fact doing man-to-man marking. It's almost like a damage control. You don't know really which fantastic shots at goal, and she finishes it with ease.
Yeah.
And let's just talk about that. That is not a very easy skill. She gets her feet around on the left-hand side of the circle. Aligns her shot up. We'll have another look at it. She brings it into the circle. They're giving her far too much space. She sets herself up, and a fantastic finish. Far post.
And I think that's just a prime example of what happens when you go man-to-man. Everybody follows, space opens, nobody closed her down. And I think that, for me, is one of the key things that you'll learn as a coach if you are going to go to man-to-man, that you are going to be caught out.
That's 100%, and exactly the aspect we've just been talking about. And what Oranje does so well is when they are man-marked, they will run you deep and far away, and that allows lots of space for their midfield and defenders to come through.
Most definitely. And once again, now they've just opened the game up again. You can see she's been allowed to run. Freedom, they're backing, they're all going man-to-man again. So it is definitely damage control.
Yeah, and this is a time really for Waterkloof not to panic. It's only 2. They can still get back in this game.
Most definitely.
But the most important thing is not to go man-to-man. They have to close the zones and force Oranje to play more of a passing game and on the outside. So in terms of training time, how many hours a week do you put into the Kingsmead team?
Well, we've been putting in 3 hours a week. That's the maximum I've been allowed, or I can use. So yeah, I've been getting in 3 hours a week, and it's never enough. But I've certainly seen some huge improvement in that short space of time that we've had with them. So from that point of view, yeah, we've just seen them being dispossessed. And
It's a 3v2.
They're going to have to take advantage of this.
Just the lack of speed, but yeah, it's a fantastic 3v2 situation. They definitely had the numerical advantage. Needed to really just burst into space and get ahead of the defenders.
That's correct.
Here's another look, and it's that turnover again. Oranje drawn into running with the ball, dispossessed, and Waterkloof running the ball out wide, and she can get the shot. Takes a little bit too long. Great cover defense by Oranje. Good skills and setting herself up for a shot. It's Karinka Jacobs again. They're really relying on her attacking ability. Happy to play the ball deep and just take a bit of time, although that's very direct again through the middle. But if I would give any advice to Oranje now, is just to pass the ball around a bit more and
keep it. That's it.
Yeah.
Just keep them moving. Yeah. You know, as I say, they're just going to be direct as possible. So for me, I would try and keep the ball wide, just keep it moving, just keep shuttling Waterkloof and catch them out. They've done it so well so far.
We've had a few discussions about the fact that there's a great another attack, fantastic goal this time through Anne Janse van Vuren, making no mistake. Another midfielder coming through the line and attack, and just too much space. And what Oranje does really well is any attack they get here, we have a look, that slight little pass forward, she beats her with speed, gets it to the middle of the circle. This is very important because that gives you the maximum angle to score from.
Correct.
And you see inherently all the Oranje girls always try and get themselves into the middle of the circle where they have the best possible options.
And I think also what was great was you didn't see her taking a full-blooded swing. She just picked her shot, pushed it in the corner, really well taken.
That shows a lot of maturity and experience. And if you don't have it in terms of years, it's what you get through training.
Correct.
This is nice, encouraging play from Waterkloof, getting the ball wide and up the line. It's that last connection pass we're looking for. We spoke about maybe combining 4 times. That was a third pass and needed to get to the fourth, which would take them all the way into the circle.
Ooh. Some really good aerial skills happening here. Just amazing how they just roll for each other. Here's another opportunity.
Very convincing performance so far by Oranje. And there has been a bit of talk amongst people here at the festival that perhaps this year they're not quite as strong as previous years. And then as the festival's gone along, you know, they just tend to prove you wrong again.
They do. No, look.
It's probably a bit of hope from other teams that they do look weaker, but no cracks yet.
Nothing at the moment. No, there's no doubt that they are going to certainly, in my opinion, have the ability to win this tournament again. It's going to take a massive effort. I think the teams of the past had it a little bit easier, but certainly what we've seen here today, very few sides can defend.
Who do you think, if you had to call it, who do you think would make a final?
I've been very impressed. In our section, being at Kingsmead, we've seen a lot of Eunice, and I've seen a little bit of Herschel. And there's no doubt that those two, for me, have the ability to compete against these two sides. I think Herschel's structure is quite sound. I think their attacking ability is phenomenal. They've got some really good links and forwards. And again, Eunice, on 1 or 2 occasions I've seen them, they've played very similar type of hockey to this. They've just really been able to roll sides. So those are the two that from our section that I've seen that I think really could come through. You can't leave St Mary's out. I think they're always a good outfit and put up a good fight. So I haven't got to see them, but I know that they'll always be sort of in the top 8.
Yep.
But yeah, for me, you know, I don't know if there's anybody else at the moment who are strong enough to do that.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with you. I haven't seen much of Eunice, as I think they've probably been at Kingsmead or Rodine
That's
more than
correct.
here. And I did see the previous match of theirs, and I agree with you. They looked very, very solid and impressive. And that would be very... the fourth position, I must agree with you. I'm really hoping that St Mary's will pull through. They're having to fight for every point they're getting at the moment, but that shows a bit of character. Another nice position for the Oranje striker to be in, and of course, no problem hitting it on the backhand. They can do backhand, forehand, slap, whatever you need. It's possible. And Rob, in terms of the physical preparation for this festival, is it very taxing on the players?
I think it is, yeah. I think, the first thing you have is you're playing 4 games a day. Yep. And the second thing is 2 different turfs. They're different. You find this one being just a sand rest, people's feet burn a lot more. They slip slightly, whereas the water base is a lot cooler, the ball travels a lot quicker. So you've got to learn to adjust very quickly. And I think also, trying to watch teams, very few teams can be a school... teams here get to watch someone else play. So you'll end up playing here, travelling across the other side. It's hard because, as a coach, you've got a lot of work to do. So for players, it's not that easy. But like I say, the format is very unique and it's an absolute lovely format. I think it's great for hockey. You don't play it like a game where you have a half time. You literally got to get in and you've got to get the business done.
It's fantastic for spectatorship.
Absolutely.
You always come to the festival and before you find yourself, you've actually seen 3 or 4 games.
That's right.
And you've got to pay attention because it's just completely action-packed. And so goal-driven, and that's what's so beautiful about this format is everybody needs to score goals, and you got to do it early. And there's a real intensity about the game.
That's good. Yeah. And I think as coaches, you also try and play your system differently. You find yourself being defensive initially, then going attacking, and vice versa at times. So it's important. Also points-wise, when the first day is finished, you start to think about what you need to do for the second day to get through, and I think that makes it nice and challenging.
Just noticed the last movement. There was only 2 Oranje defenders in the circle, 3 Waterkloof attackers, which means for me they're slacking a little bit in the discipline and marking. Now, this is when it's going to become interesting for them tomorrow, where competition becomes much tougher, and they need to make that mental switch where they can't allow any slip-ups discipline-wise.
That is definitely correct. And that's why I say I think that that Eunice and Herschel, who I've seen, are sides who can counter really well and put you under a bit of pressure. So yeah, I think Oranje are going to have to be very cautious tomorrow. I think 3-0, it's quite easy for them now. They've made a few changes and they're just enjoying the moment at the moment, just going through the paces.
Yeah, and with 5 minutes to go, we saw earlier they're just happy to draw the ball out and wait for the Waterkloof to come out of them. There's absolutely nothing more they need to do. They can just hold possession. They can relax a little bit in terms of the running they're doing. Not that that's in their nature at all.
But just the ability on the ball now, just comfort. Look at that space. Waterkloof have backed off too deep for me. They're going to just give space. There it goes again. So yeah, I just think at the end of the day, if Waterkloof learn anything, you don't play many sides of this caliber in your career. So it's a major experience for everybody who gets to play them. And I think a lot of coaches will always think twice coming back next year when Oranje's in your pool.
That's very funny. It feels like a South African national player having to play against Argentina or Holland for that matter. And there's a little soft tap in on the far post, and the goalkeeper delighted as her player literally saved the ball off the line. We have another look at it. It was pretty much a goal. I was celebrating for sure. Ball worked in, again little aerial skills and an awkward save for the keeper. On the far post, unmarked, nearly gets it in. In fact, 2 players nearly getting it in. And a great save off the line.
Very good.
Yeah, so it's a tough thing to mentally work with when you know that the opponents are that much better than you.
That's correct.
Everything in your demeanor changes, and you know that there's going to be a lot of running, and you most likely can't keep up. For me, the most beautiful thing about watching this Oranje team is knowing that it's possible to achieve this level at school. And it's certainly, as you said earlier, it sets the example, and for most teams strive to get to that.
I think also from a national point of view, it's exciting to know that the quality and the standard at this level already is so good. and that you're hoping that other kids around will aspire to continue and grow and become good sportsmen like they are.
Yeah, that's right. And also for me, the conversion from this level, particularly like the Oranje side, have got really good players. The conversion from those players into national players, I think that's also an important statistic to keep in mind. Because that's ultimately, if you're striving to be that caliber of play, then that conversion needs to take place.
There are 2 minutes remaining of this match. The next match will be
Who is it?
Kingsmead will be playing towards the score and starting with the ball. Pearson will be playing towards the scoreboard. Just a reminder that it is running time, so please can you get onto the field as soon as possible. The umpires for the next match will be Jacques and Annie.
Okay. 1 minute 30 to go, and Oranje gets another opportunity just to get their penalty attack nice and smooth and building into tomorrow. Injection needs a bit of pace, but fancy stuff. That is called the German option, as that's the country who started that variation, and now there's freedom to hit the ball. And a fantastic finish at goal.
Wow.
Makes absolutely no mistake. Too easy. Anne Janssen van Vieren with a goal. And it is Oranje 4, Waterkloof.
Congratulations to Anne Janssen van Vieren for scoring a goal for Oranje in this match.
Fantastic finish, that near post. Usually the goalkeeper has that covered, but Oranje really has tested her all over the show. Last effort for Waterkloof, bringing the ball forward now. Looks very promising. They're going to get the ball into the circle. Sluggish legs, but they're still in it. She's driving it along the 5. Did not travel 5, so free hit will go against her, and Oranje certainly will just hold the ball up. And it brings us to the last few seconds of the game. Rob Pullen, thank you very much for joining us in commentary and chatting to us.
Thank you, Pity.
Your experience and knowledge is certainly very, very valuable, and wishing you all the best for the rest of your festival.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Last few seconds, and there's the hooter. Oranje 4, Waterkloof 0.
Congratulations to Oranje Nations for winning 4-0.
We're going to be
Hi, we're at St Mary's. I'm Doug Mateus from Cell C, and it's fantastic for us to be involved again. Our 3rd year with the Investec St Mary's Hockey Festival. A great showcase for South African sport, in particular young ladies playing behind me, and not just them, but also their families. A wonderful day out, and from Cell C's perspective, we talk to many different audiences, many different ways, and sport is just one of them. So if you're out there, come and join it. Otherwise, watch live at the Investec St Mary's Hockey Festival.
You've been here, you are coaching a side?
I'm actually the manager with Wickham Collegiate School from Pietermaritzburg. This is my 3rd festival, and the girls really enjoy it.
Yeah, no, I think it's fantastic. I was saying earlier that as a coach, you know, we always say that competition reveals character. You know, it doesn't matter how many hours we can be practicing and practicing. You need to compete to see where you really are.
That's right. So here we have Kingsmead on the attack.
Oh, free hit just outside the circle for Kingsmead. Wayward pass there. Pearson coming out with it. He's in the middle channel. Oh, there's a lot of space in front of her. Great 50-yard run with the ball. Ball goes across the circle. Kingsmead get to rebuild. really love this format of the tournament. It's 30 minutes one way. No time to really muck around and rebuild and rebuild. You get your chances, as you see here. Kingsmead having a chance in the circle.
Well
Fantastic,
defended.
fantastic defense. Kingsmead still at it. Another circle entry. Free hit to Pearson.
Oh, off the body. Unlucky Pearson.
I've noticed a lot of the school girls or the school teams have been really working hard to build attacks down the right-hand channel. And I don't know if it's a game plan or it's just, is it more natural or is it easier to go right?
I think it probably is a game plan because you've obviously got the left-hand side, the weak-hand side of the opposition. So a lot of them do their build-ups down the right-hand side.
As we see another one here from Pearson. Win a free hit just outside the circle. So Linda, when you started,
many moons ago, yes.
What can you say about the evolution of the rules and the game over the?
Well, I'm going to give away my age now, but my matric year, 95, was the first year we actually played on the Astro. So I'm of the vintage of grass players, actually. So you can probably work out how old I am. We didn't have we did have proper sticks, but the self-pass rule wasn't a rule then.
Okay.
And I think that's definitely changed the game. I mean, it's made it so much quicker. So for us oldies, we've had to learn the game pretty quickly.
That's great, and I know that we've had a big change in the long corner rule the last couple of years.
Yes, that used to be from the sideline.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I love how FIH, or a controlling body, has always tried to better the game and make it more exciting and more accessible to maybe the non-hockey person to understand. And as you said, we keep saying that we need more goals in hockey.
Yeah, it's definitely much more exciting. Can I also tell you that I had the offside rule? So as a forward, as a striker, it was very, very hard to make sure that you weren't offside because you always had to have the goalkeeper plus one defender in front of you, or else you were offside. So, yeah, definitely.
So that's where it came from, that hockey players are way smarter than rugby players, eh?
Much smarter, yeah. Yeah. No, it has made it more exciting because you've obviously got the forwards then that can run into the circle. They don't have to, make sure there's always two players in front of them. So yeah, I think these girls have it far too easy now.
As you see, Kingsmead trying to get out the defensive zone on the outlet, and again swept out. Free hit just outside the circle. Ball moved out onto the baseline, the right-hand baseline. Pearson, there's a great chance. Again. And I think we're saying with that, the taking away of the offside rule, you've seen a lot more deflections.
Yeah, that's right. A lot more players diving for the ball.
Yes, because
their body on the line.
Exactly.
You did that. We did. They had a lot of scrapes and grazes.
With Ross Howell as your first national coach.
You were scared. We both had Ross Howell as our coach, and we were scared. You put your body on the line. Didn't matter if you hurt.
You leave nothing, no regrets. You leave nothing on the field.
If they pick you up off the field, you've done a good job.
Yep. 23 minutes left in this fixture between Kingsmead and Pearson. Still goalless. A couple of circle entries by both teams. But no clear chances.
No, not yet. Both teams have been defending pretty well. Well done, Kingsmead.
Great, and Kingsmead get the ball in the middle of the field. Didn't get to look up before she made that pass. Great pick and well won back. A little bit of space now for Kingsmead. Pearson looking to build from their defensive area, losing the ball over the sideline.
Attack by Pearson.
Great turnover in the midfield. Now she needs to get her head up to make a connection with the player. Oh, drops the ball back to the guard player. Free hit just outside the circle. And again, the hockey rules are that the ball has to move 5 yards if the infringement is in the final 25. Linda, you played your last couple of seasons in England.
Yes, so this is my 3rd year at Wickham Collegiate in Pietermaritzburg, but before that my husband and I have been in England for 12 years.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, we played Premier League there for a few years for Cannock Hockey Club.
Right.
But then since having children, things have got a bit slower. And not as fast and agile as we think that we are. The ball seems to travel a lot quicker than we do. So
I still would love to see you do what you used to do for the national side.
that was a very long time ago.
Fantastic individual skills.
Attack by Kingsmead in a circle and a shot.
Well defended, very brave defending by the Pearson right half. Kingsmead have really improved over the last couple of years. Ball played straight into the circle. Those are the rules. You can play the ball straight in if it's outside the 25. Just over 10 minutes gone in the fixture between Kingsmead and Pearson. The score remains goalless. Pearson working this right-hand corner. Ball into the 9-yard area. Oh, and PC1. First attacking corner, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. You can see all the Kingsmead defenders putting on goal masks just for safety. The ball seems to fly a lot quicker in the air, so it's definitely a safety precaution that I highly recommend.
Yep. Yes, with the inclusion of the drag flick. The ball can go anyway in the goals if it's flicked into the goals, but as the injection comes out, good stop. Great save, rebound, shot. Very well defended by Kingsmead. I see a lot more variations in the attacking penalty corner in the girls game than you see in the boys game.
Yeah, I think the boys pretty much straight shot, straight flick. That's it. The girls tend to work the ball a bit more around the circle, which sometimes isn't a good thing. They tend to faff, I think.
Yeah.
And they hold on to the ball too long.
Still a believer of the old school, get the ball on target and we work the rebounds.
Yeah.
Wayward pass there by Kingsmead, trying to build the ball up in the midfield. Ball goes over the sideline. Pearson gets to build in another attack. Great turnover by Kingsmead in the midfield, and they get to build. Seeing a lot of good individual skills.
Well defended, Pearson.
Ball across the field. Oh, fantastic step in the midfield. And Kingsmead get to build down the right-hand side. Great circle entry, great
And
chance.
a shot. Good save.
Fantastic save.
Well done, Pearson, goalkeeper.
Hannah van Wyk in goals for Pearson today. It's a really, really good save from close range. As you see in the replay here, great backhand shot. She got a whole body behind the ball, and defenders need to clear up behind her. Ball hit up the field. Pearson get a chance here, 1v1 skills. Here's a good chance for Pearson. As I've seen today, Linda, that a lot of goalkeepers are being really like holding on to being the last line of defense and keeping the teams in the game.
Yeah, no, I think the goalkeepers have done extremely well. They're under a lot of pressure. They are always on their toes, not coming out so much, but also wide awake the whole time, because the balls, with these deflections, the balls can come from any angles at any pace, and these goalkeepers are doing extremely well.
Yeah, I think around the world we've seen the importance of the skill that is goalkeeping.
Yeah, no, it's an amazing position.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of hard work.
Guess you become a team by yourself within a team.
Yeah. Good attack
Pearson.
by Pearson in the circle.
Well, one back. Another free hit just outside the circle for Pearson, trying to work it into the attacking circle. Oh. Now the team has really settled and stamped their authority onto this game.
No, it seems to go from end to end.
Yeah. A lot of double turnovers in the midfield and makes it very difficult to build a solid attack.
No, and I think Kingsmead have had the 2 shots at goal. I don't think Pearson they've had 1 or 2 short corners, but they haven't had the shots at goal yet. So
Great work down there.
Still 0-0. 14 minutes to go.
Great individual work on the left-hand side for Pearson. Again, they just can't get a good quality pass into a striker in that circle. Dangerous lift. Umpire calling it back, wasn't quite taken away. The infringement happened. So how's your coach finding this format of the game? 30 minutes one way?
Yeah, you know the pool games are 25 minutes and it's not long. I think unless you get on the scoreboard pretty early. We've had a lot of draws. We've had a few nil love one losses, and it's not long. It's not long at all.
No.
Once you've just got into the game suddenly ends. So, and it's a cruel format, you know. A draw or loss can just mean you're jumping from 4th in your pool to 8th in your pool. It's a great festival, but you've got to score goals. You've got to get results. A 0-0 draw is not going to help you.
And as we saw this morning, our national women's team drawing 1-1 to Malaysia. I think a lot of us would think that's an easier pool game for us.
Yes, yes.
And clearly goal scoring is
problem.
Yeah.
That wasn't a problem for you, though, was it?
Oh, that's my favorite thing to do.
Smash the ball as hard as you can as the goalkeeper.
No.
Why not? Even now.
So, turn, swing, no one up front. So just over 12 minutes left in this game. Still goalless. Like I said, Kingsmead had the better chances. Got their 2 shots on goal. Good saves by the goalkeeper.
Oh, watch those stick tackles.
Also nice to see the umpires leaving the cards in their pockets.
Yes, I think that's great. They've been great facilitators of the game, and I don't think I've seen many cards being pulled out. So
yeah,
I think generally the girls and the coaches, I hope, have been well behaved. Unfortunately, that hit Kingsmead foot in the circle, so short corner for Pearson.
I think if I was the Pearson coach now, I'd be thinking about putting the ball on the goalkeeper, put the goalkeeper under pressure, you know.
Get everyone in for the rebound.
Yeah, exactly that. See Pearson loading the right-hand side of the circle.
Good injection.
All right.
Variation.
Oh, well defended. Chance still there for Pearson. Very well played.
Good advantage umpire. Oh, across the goal mouth. Oh, Pearson, someone should have put that in the back of the box.
Yeah. You know, as coaches, we always say that being there is half the work done.
Yep.
But
Just gonna put your stick in the way.
body preparation, you know, stick in front of you, looking up, making sure that you always have your eye on the ball, and just making that connection. It's a great tournament here and a great opportunity for these young ladies with the Africa Youth Games coming up, I think in July, and hopefully they'll qualify for the Youth Olympic Games that'll be happening in Rio later this year.
Oh, that's an awesome opportunity for these girls.
It's another chance for Kingsmead.
Oh.
Well defended again, defender stepping in front of a player, making herself big.
I think this festival is a great pre-season festival for many of the teams because you know you actually start training in January really, where traditionally your term 2 was the hockey season and you only started then. So I mean this is great preparation and ready for our term 2 league.
Oh, fantastic skills down the middle. Well cut out too. Again another double turnover.
Oh, Kingsmead have got the ball back in the middle.
Nine and a half minutes left in this fixture between Kingsmead and Pearson. We've had one or two really good chances for Kingsmead. Pearson just missing one that went across the goal mouth. And we remain goalless. I think in the previous game we saw Oranje Macy's really putting on the afterburners and getting 4 past Waterkloof. They've been always doing well at this tournament.
They're an impressive team. They work hard, they train hard, and they score goals. And at the end of the day, you know, you're going to win matches with all those goals that you score. So
exactly.
Very disciplined team.
Kingsmead trying to build an attack on this left-hand side. Turnover in the middle. Another turnover.
Attack from Pearson on the right-hand side.
Great ball. Opening up the field. She still got it. Top of the circle. Oh, just a wayward pass.
There are 8 minutes remaining of this match. The next match will be between St. Stithians playing towards the school and starting with the ball, and Peter Madsburg playing towards the scoreboard. The referees
A few really great runners of the ball, but I think in the modern game, passing the ball into space rather than running it by yourself is what has always worked. Another chance for Pearson.
Oh, well defended Kingsmead.
Chance still there for Pearson.
Free hit to Kingsmead.
Great defending by Pearson. think they've had a better territorial play. But it's that final pass in the final third that is letting both these teams down.
Yeah, Pearson, I don't think have had a clear shot at goal. I think it's been a bit of a scramble around the goal mouth.
And with 7 minutes left in this fixture, well, like you said, Linda, it's very important to get that first goal, put the pressure on the opposition. And we find 7 minutes to go, no goals, and every point counts here. Oof. Another chance for Pearson on the 25.
Oh, good dive by the keeper.
Keepers here have been outstanding. Naledi Mudisele in the goals for Kingsmead. Another great chance for Pearson.
And a short corner.
Oh, another attacking penalty corner.
Let's see what Pearson do this time.
Rachel Barry running all the way to her coach to get the instruction of which variation they'll be doing for this attacking PC.
Ejection a bit slow to come out.
And fetch it. Okay, ball lifted.
Too high.
Kingsmead ball. Yep, Kingsmead ball just outside the circle. Great ball. Well picked up. Oh, well
Good turn
worked.
from number 12 from Kingsmead, Sarah Benning.
And there's a great turnover in the midfield for
From
Kingsmead.
number 13, Kate Galloway.
All cut out. Kingsmead get the ball in the right-hand corner.
Oh, unfortunately, the ball goes over the back line. Free hit to Pearson.
You can see the Kingsmead press is really to hold the first two lines, let them hit the ball through the lines and front marking by the defenders. A little diving sweep. Free hit to Pearson again, just outside the circle.
Push up, watch left. Watch left.
Patient, oh, unlucky there with the bobble. Fought hard to get that back. Oh, here's a chance for Kingsmead.
Except she's on her own. She needs some support. Running into the corner.
I think she did very well to retain possession there.
Yes, especially she had two attackers against her. Two defenders, sorry. Oh, well, double teamed Pearson.
As you can see, nice and physical.
Nice hard
yeah.
blow from the umpire. Nice and hard on your whistle. You know you've done something wrong.
Just under 3 minutes left. This fixture between Pearson and Kingsmead. Kingsmead have a great opportunity. She goes by herself.
Oh, just a weak shot at goal, reverse stick shot at goal. Good save by the goalkeeper.
You can see now in this Joburg heat on day 3 of the tournament, the last 2 minutes are the hardest.
Yeah, these legs are tired. These girls are exhausted, I think. They've given it an all every single match. I must say my girls moan and groan about the ice baths, but I promise you now, we went there, we went through it, and it does help just to ease those aching muscles.
Relieving pressure there, just hitting the ball out from a defensive corner, and Kingsmead get a restart with a 16-yard hit.
Just a reminder that it is running time, so please can you get onto the field as soon as possible. The umpires for the next match will be wearing that ice.
We spoke about tired legs, but the tired minds start to show as well the last couple of minutes of every game. "90 seconds left in this game, and we remain goalless between Kingsmead and Pearson. Even though Kingsmead have had the 2 out and right chances,
Yes.
I think the Pearson coach will feel a little hard done that they couldn't do much with the possession that they had in their attacking 25.
I think Pearson needed to convert short corners. I think when you have a short corner, it means you've got a great chance to score a goal.
Yeah, and
it's a conversion of those penalty corners
Exactly.
that start counting.
Last 40 seconds. Well defended. Swept up the field by Pearson. Goes right through. Maybe time for one more attack for Kingsmead. I think they're just going to slow it down and take their 1 point. And that brings us to the end of this fixture. Kingsmead Pearson ends at 0-0.
Thank you to the umpires. Congratulations to Kingsmead and Pearson on a 0-0 draw.
I coached St. Stithians here for 5 festivals.
Okay.
Yeah, and the best result being a final
wow.
against Oranje.
And?
Against Oranje, it felt like there were 27 of them on the field.
I think there are sometimes. I think the umpire should count just to check. So what was the final score?
The final score was 1-1. We actually scored first in that final, and it went to shootouts where we lost in sudden death.
Oh, what a great result.
No, it is a fantastic result for, the not traditionally great hockey school.
Yeah,
but
well
I mean,
done.
with more schools pumping a lot of support into their sport, you start seeing results. And I think St. Stithians, mainly for the Joburg schools, was the first to show that.
Yeah, I think every school now has their own Astro. Some schools are talking about 2 Astros. I think it's just the way forward, really.
Yeah, we talk about those putting in those hours, and you can't expect the girls to put in hours if you don't have a turf of your own. St. Stithians now on the attack. Circle entry.
Well defended, GHS.
Great ball into the midfield. Kim Owen turning, great receive, just couldn't get a connecting pass going forward. Former men's national player Miguel de Grassa leading the St. Stithians girls. Oof.
Attack down the right-hand side for GHS, intercepted by St. Stithians. Now there's some space in the middle.
Kim Owen again, great pass going forward, individual skills by Julia Lecher down the right hand channel and lost it over the baseline. Ball went up, aerial skills being used by the GHS defenders to get out of the press.
I think that's a great skill to be able to do, especially to relieve that pressure, because as a defender, I think you look up and you just see a sea of red in front of you and you start to panic. And I think, you know, just by throwing that overhead relieves a bit of pressure. You hope your forwards will run onto it, but if not, another wave of red comes again. But
I've been impressed in, especially in the last maybe 5 to 6 years, how many girls have practiced that skill, practiced the drag flick.
Yeah, I think Piti Kutsia made that drag flick famous, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And I think everyone wanted to be able to do a Piti Kutsia drag flick. But I think it is a great weapon. If someone in your team can do a drag flick or an overhead, I do think it's a great weapon to have.
Yeah. I mean, an overhead relieves pressure like nothing else. So
you know, not many goalkeepers are expecting the girls these days to do those drag flicks.
Yeah. And you'll see all the 3D skills, in individual play, getting the ball off the ground over the defender's stick, as the ball usually stays flat on the AstroTurf.
That's why indoor hockey wasn't as exciting. Those 3D skills.
Yeah.
Much better on Astro.
Oh, but indoor is such an exciting match. You know, it's so quick. I loved indoor. First 5 minutes gone, and I think the coaches called up the extra 5 minutes on day 3 of the St. Mary's Hockey Festival. Remains goalless here between St. Stithians and Peter Maritzburg Girls High School. Good ball into space, just couldn't get it. Side mark at the end of it. Good ball into the midfield.
Well played by number 8 from St. Stithians, Kim Owen.
Oh, and a slip, giving St. Stithians a chance. No connection, ball hit over the baseline. And GHS get to rebuild again from the back. Lost over the sideline. St. Stithians again on the attack.
So Paulo, tell me, which team do you coach for now?
Right now I'm at the University of the Witwatersrand.
Okay, Wits for short?
Yes, Wits for short. And yeah, the hockey at Wits, fantastic chance here in this fixture from GHS. Yeah, the hockey at Wits has just grown from strength to strength. You know, you look at getting an AstroTurf, even for varsity, makes a huge difference.
I'm
sure.
sure.
You get hours and hours on the park. You know, you put pressure on yourself as a coach to better yourself. So yeah, we've had a great run. And
so what do the girls play in a league? Do they play?
Yeah, the first team is in the Premier League, the Johannesburg or the South Gauteng Premier League. Second side is in the Promotion League.
Okay.
Did very well last year, came third. I think the first team came fourth, but all very close. First team was in the semi-finals for the Varsity Cup.
So that's a new thing.
Yes,
that they've introduced.
also
Good.
very exciting, very exciting. Introduction of power play So for 5 minutes, you can only defend with 5 people in your 25.
What? And the one includes the goalkeeper?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so you only get, I think, 3 to 5 minutes of it. And if you score on that power play, it's counts for 2 goals.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is super exciting.
Yeah, so it's really good for viewing pleasure. I know that Varsity Sport has got a lot of viewers. Super Sport gets behind that.
That's
And
brilliant
I think,
coverage.
yeah, and it's great to have School Sport Live covering this on the streaming platforms. I mean, you don't really get to see too many schoolgirl sport on TV. But we start with the platform. What do we have? We've got the internet.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Oh, well cut out there, and St. Stephen's get to rebuild from the beginning in the middle again. Chloe de Souza lost out the middle there.
Oh, good attack by number 5. Olwazi Zondi, the captain. Great run from her.
Yeah, great step from the centre back. I think you've seen in the modern game using the centre back as an extra attacking player. Because if the centre striker does not track her back, there's an extra person in attack. The Caitlin Redhead in the middle for
that's a
fantastic
great pass.
ball. Great
well
chance.
Defended goalkeeper. Still their chance. Oh, short corner to St. Stithians.
Spiwe Moya in goals for GHS, and again from the previous game to this, we've said that the goalkeepers have put in a whole lot of work. Traditionally, that should have been a 1v1 easy goal for a striker.
Yeah.
There's the receive in the circle, keeper coming out, closing her down. There was a foot from the captain, Olwazi Zondi. Okay, push comes out, stopped. Caitlin there's a chance there. Chloe de Souza at the top there for St. Stithians. Again, we see a variation from the top. Caitlin Redhead on the ball. I thought there was a little danger in that ball that went up. Here's a PC again. Not as slick as I think Coach Miguel de Graça has practiced over the last couple of months. Oh, well played.
Amida Klaassen, she is a very quick player up front for Girls High.
And you see her again on the ball, trying to build an attack. Oh, great short passes. There's a blind pass into, and that gets intercepted. Fantastic first time receive by Skylar Sneeman. And
cleared by St. Stithians, but good reverse pressure.
Great reverse. She just gets her eyes up. She can see she's got support on the far right, but very well defended. No, that's not seeing too many goals. You have to wonder, are we working too hard on very well on our defensive structures, or are we not working hard enough on our attacking play?
That's a good question. I think it's a bit of both, really. I do think the defenders have, defend really well, double team well. Attackers just need that extra bit, that extra bit of flair. I think give the attackers a bit of space, and you'll probably see some great goals.
I've actually been very impressed with the decision making, some of these goals at this young age. There's always, do I pass the ball, do I run the ball?
No, I think schoolgirl level hockey has improved dramatically. I do think the pace of the game, the Astro, they're playing on the Astro, as they, as kids, really.
Yeah, as they develop, yeah. 17 minutes left, and this game between St. Stithians and Pietermaritzburg Girls High remains goalless. Running up the field, looking. Oh, there's a little bobble. Don't get to see that often on the Astro. Ball going right through the middle.
Another good clearance from girls high keeper Sipiwe Moya.
Well done.
Number
Fantastic
12.
turn.
Caitlin Redhead. GHS soaking up a lot of pressure in the last couple of minutes, defending really well. Now an attack from St. Stithians down the right-hand side. Ball too high.
A great defensive unit will keep frustrating the attackers until you make an unforced error like we just saw there.
That's right.
There's another chance down the middle. Oh. You know, I think if we've seen more than 3 passes once in this game, will be one too many. I think the teams are either really trying to force the final pass and not making enough connections, and in turn losing the ball.
Oh, that's a great tackle by number 7 from GHS, Skylar Sneyman.
Oh, cut out there on the backhand. So many double turnovers in the midfield. So Stevens get to build down the left-hand side. Chloe D'Souza on the ball. Nolwazi Zondi, JH's captain, has been leading by example. She's been really solid, holding that tackle line. Every ball that comes through the middle, he meets her stick first. Oh, fantastic. Quick feet and agility. Oh, Sneyman with the chance here. Space down the right-hand side. Just over halfway through this game. We remain goalless. A few half chances for both teams, but nothing too promising as you see.
I don't think we've even had a short corner, Paula, have we?
We've had one by St. Stithians that.
Oh, that's right.
Great ball down the middle, the outlet. There the chance here for St. Stithians.
Just need a bit of pace.
A little bit of a little belief in herself, work the ball into the space, get her eye up, and try and make a connection.
Good turn by Amida Klaassen.
She's really good, this young lady, very exciting player. Ball in the middle of the field for St. Stithians. No. Oh, umpire seems to have seen something they didn't like there. The defensive team did not go 5 yards back, and Shanae Page gets to sit for 2 minutes.
Good turn by Chloe and a shot at goal. Good save.
Fantastic save.
St. Stithians trying to rebuild again.
And the ball into that. The ball into the 9-yard area. This is where St. Stithians will be looking to put on a full court press with JHS being one player down. St. Stephen's seem to be holding back here. Ball picked up on just above the halfway line by St. Stephen's, looking to go forward with Caitlin Redhead
And a
on
shot.
her backhand.
Oh, into the corner.
Fantastic goal by Caitlin Redhead.
What a great goal. Right into the corner. 1-0 to St. Stithians.
A really fantastic turn that opened up the whole field for her.
Good steal by Chloe.
Here's the replay. Left drag onto her backhand and hits it across the goalkeepers.
She's had too much space, didn't she, at the top of the
Yeah,
circle?
she did. I guess we'll look at that extra player that St. Stephen's has at the moment. And here's our goal scorer again on the ball. And playing a 1-2.
So, Paulo, back in your day playing for the South African team, did you prefer reverse stick shots, deflections, smash it at the keeper?
I was a deflector. I really trusted to be nimble and agile around the defenders. Loved being in the 9-yard area.
Yeah.
Here's our goal again. And it is so difficult for the goalkeeper moving across her body to come back and get a foot on that. Oh, Linda, I love being in the 9-yard area just around the P-spot, working quick movements, 1 yard left, half one right, and one touch.
Frustrating the goalkeeper.
And the final defender.
Yeah.
Just over 9 minutes left in this game. St. Stephen's lead 1-0 against GHS. Fantastic individual effort by Caitlin Redhead.
Good pressure by St. Stithians. Girls hard defender, not quite sure where to go, and a steal.
Oh, Caitlin Redhead, so quick with her hands. And there's Chloe D'Souza in the circle. And the ball goes out for a 16-yard hit. Oh, step. Almost intercepted. Oh, fantastic work by Kim Owen in the midfield. Oh,
cheeky
great
little
ball.
pass. St. Stephen's have been dominating these last couple of minutes. They've been camping in Girls High 25-yard area.
There's little Caitlin Redhead on the ball again. Aerial skills into the circle. Drew the foul.
Just a reminder that the next match is between GS Milan and Prasfontein. GS Milan will be playing to score and starting with the ball, and Prasfontein towards the scoreboard. The umpires for the next match will be Moira and Jane.
Ball into the circle. No one at the end of it for St. Stithians. Great pick by Kim Owen in picking the ball in the air there.
Oh, well cleared. Unlucky the ball, she just lost control of the ball.
Yeah. Like I said, Nolwazi Zondi has been outstanding for her team, leading by example at the back there. Ball up. Relentless attack here and pressure from St. Stithians. Oh. And over the baseline. 7 minutes left. St. Stithians lead by 1 goal to 0. we've got a very exciting player in the Maritzburg girls team, Miss Clausen, playing up front. You know, it's never over. As a coach, I'd always back myself with a player like that in my side. You know, it's never over until the final whistle. She can make her own magic happen, and I don't think St. Stephen's can rest back and think this game is over. It's not over by
I
any.
think if the defenders can get the ball to her and she can have a bit of space, she's very quick, quick hands. She's very dangerous up front.
Mm-hmm. There she is again. Oh, and she's really quick.
The defender.
She is really quick. Oh, and amazing hands as well.
Oh,
well defended.
Steal.
Yep. As we mentioned her, yeah. As we mentioned her, she gets the ball very, very quick. And amazing hand speed. Gets herself into the circle.
Long corner for Girls High. So let's see what they can do with it.
Skylar Sneeman on the ball. Well defended by St. Stithians on the edge of their circle. And overhead thrown. Relieve pressure, create space ahead. St. Stadium's building another attack just over their attack in 25. Look at that sea of players. Oh, great close receive by.
And it's in.
Chloe
Another reverse
D'Souza.
stick goal. Well done. St. Stithians, 2-0.
Melinda, what an amazing skill that close receivers secure the ball, then you can look and find where the space is, then you start playing the ball towards the goals.
Yeah, she had a great receive there. She turned the ball, reverse stick side, and a quick shot at goal. I think it caught everyone unawares. Straight through the goalkeeper's legs.
Oh, there's the receive.
Unfortunately, the goalkeeper's legs. So the score is now 2-0 to St. Stithians.
Just over 4 minutes left in this, and I think Coach Miguel de Graça can really be happy with how his team has played. Girls High building their own attack down the left-hand side. Maritzburg Girls High moving the ball really well. Patient attack. Skylar Sneeman here. Again on the right-hand channel. Gets the foot. 3 minutes left in this fixture. It's never over with this quick-paced game on the AstroTurf. On the backhand, gets the lift. Umpire deems it dangerous. St. Stephen's get to slow things down a little bit and hold on to their 2-0 lead.
I think the key now is for St. Stithians to keep possession and not let Girls High let them into the game.
Yeah.
They've only got 2 minutes left. They need to maintain this 2-0 lead.
The backhand cross there.
Well defended by Nolwazi again. There she is.
She's always on the hotline, and here is Miss Clausen.
With a bit of space. And off she
on
goes.
the ball again. Off she
That
goes.
quick free pass, itself pass, made a world of difference.
We said it in the previous game. The last 2 minutes, girls are getting tired. The mind is getting tired too. Decision making. Just need to slow things down a little bit.
Concentrate a bit more.
Yeah. And see now, Caitlin Redhead has dropped back into the centre back position. I don't know if that's saving legs or just holding things nice and tight at the back. "90 seconds left in this match. St. Stithians lead Maritzburg Girls High by 2-0.
There is still time for Girls High to attack. It's not over. 1 minute left.
Skills. So we count down the seconds.
Here we go, Scala again, down the right-hand side.
Great ball.
Unfortunately losing possession.
Yep.
St. Stithians just need to keep possession. Just play out the time. Don't give the ball away.
Oh. Fantastic natural ability that Caitlin Redhead has. That's the person you really want the ball in the last 2 minutes of the game. You know, keep drawing free hit after free hit. She's got an overhead, relieving pressure. 10 seconds to go. Linda, thank you very much.
Thank you, Paulo.
That was
Been
fantastic.
great. Good chat.
Really was. St. Stithians win this by 2-0.
Congratulations to the team. Thank you to the umpire. Amelia Crossan from Maritzburg Girls High, number 13, comes to take over for Lucky Girls High.
Day of the St. Mary's Investec Hockey Festival. Action-packed tournament, really never ends, and play just continues with the running clock. One match after the other. So DF Milan is an all blue, Garsfontein in the turquoise with stripe white top, playing from left to right. On the ball currently, Garsfontein. They're going to be looking to get their first penalty corner, but great defense by DF Milan, bringing the ball out. Immediately great intensity to this game. Evident that both these teams are really after maximum points. Sitting alongside me in commentary is Jeanette Mackey, the coach of Pearson, all the way down in Port Elizabeth. How's your festival been?
It's been great. It's just battling to score goals.
It's so funny how every single person, basically, coaches sitting here, all saying the same thing.
Yeah.
What do you think is the problem?
I don't know, Pity. I think maybe in schools we need to work more with maybe, I don't know what's happening in Johannesburg, but back home in PE, we need to get more clinics and high performance going and get these strikers hungry for goals. Because let's face it, goals wins a match.
Yeah, absolutely. That, and for me, a great goalkeeper, you know, that's one of the aspects also that allows teams to do very, very well in a festival and tournament environment. Great attacking play, great defensive play. And, you know, what happens in the middle, it's kind of, you can get the ball going forward and it's, you know, it takes care of itself.
Definitely.
If you say clinics, and so it basically boils down to more training.
Definitely.
And training the right techniques.
The right techniques. Right coaches, right techniques, definitely.
Yeah. So getting the players to get involved in a lot of repetition.
Yeah.
That's also evidently what makes a great goalkeeper, is really repetition of training.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
How do you find the standard of the festival this year?
I must be honest, a few years back, it used to be very pace hockey. That's what I'm finding. I found out last time, but this time I see that we do have it, But the middle lot now, that's in the middle lot, they need to work more on pace. Like a Rania team, if you look at a Rania, those girls can hit a ball and they've got such pace. I'd like to know what Modena is doing off-season, seriously, because let's face it, you come from there, Pity.
Yeah, and I've had a nice conversation with him earlier, and you know, he does let you in on his secrets. Basically boils down to him training at a tremendous intensity every single training session. He expects from his players to run very, very hard in training session, game pace, and every single drill that he does with them is game related, and pace.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, he's got the luxury, unlike most other schools, where the player is expected to do different sports.
Yes.
At Oranje, they can invest completely in hockey if they choose to do so. They do not have to do other sports.
Correct, yeah.
So that's it really is a luxury, and it's fantastic. But nice to see that that's the kind of standard that can be set if you do invest
definitely,
in it.
Yeah. It's like with us at Pearson, we're a big water polo school. So the girls in the first term, it's water polo, athletics. So you won't have the full squad that you'd like to work with to train to get you ready for tournaments.
And you have to take care of the balance of the player.
That's right.
Because academically they have to stay on top of the game, and you can do extra training, but you know, you're looking at fatigue then as they're doing too much in a day.
Definitely, yeah.
So we have Dev Malan currently on the attack. They are just enjoying a little bit of the attacking play and a good percentage going forward. Garsfontein has probably been a bit of a surprise this year. They've really come through nicely, haven't they?
I've picked that up. I have seen that. They've been like very strong on the ball and off the ball too. I haven't really played them, but we played them for the first time now and we drew to them. And yeah, surprised with the play. Very strong.
Now, Jeanette, you guys have got a very famous little player who hails from Pearson, Ongasiwe Mali. She's currently at the Commonwealth Games in Australia representing the national women's team.
Yes.
You had the privilege working with her?
Yeah, no, it was actually a pleasure to work with Ongi. I started with Ongi in grade 9. I had her for 4 years. And her discipline at the beginning, she needed to work on it. And then she said, ma'am, one day I want to play for South Africa. And I said, Ongi, you can do it with the pace you have. And just get the discipline to work, my girl, you'll get there. And yeah, she worked hard. I must say, Pity, with Ongi, she didn't actually play club hockey. She just stuck to school hockey and her academics. And when it was practice, she would give everything.
Well, that's very interesting. You know, you often find, and I think you mentioned that because of this reason, you often find that players need extra exposure
definitely
to gain that experience. But then, obviously, interestingly, in her case, she only played school hockey, and then phenomenal that she can make that step up from school hockey right into the international scene. Yeah, certainly a bright future for her ahead.
Oh, definitely.
She has got one of the elements for me that's crucial on the international level, and that is speed.
Yes.
If you do not have speed, you may as well not even try.
I agree.
And speed is one of those that you can only improve a certain percentage. You know, you're either fast or you're not, and you can improve it, but not by a great deal. Unlike something like skill, that can improve by 100%.
Oh, definitely. I agree with you.
So now she's still at school. She's just finished school.
Ongi's finished grade 12. She's going to Jameson University in August.
Is it James Madison?
James Madison's, in August,
Oh, how wonderful. What an opportunity.
Yeah, no, they've been keeping in touch with us. We've been doing a lot of Skypes, and Ongi's looking forward to it.
Yeah, what a fantastic opportunity. We see more and more of our students finishing their school and then opting to go for the education in America. Of course, it just opens up a whole nother world. It's a completely different culture, but they still get a tremendous exposure. And of course, you can't really fault the education they get there. They really do take care of the student athlete.
Yes.
So academics first, and then you know, the athletics also hand in hand with that.
Yeah, no, definitely. Pity, can I ask a question? as a national player, ex-national player, what do you think for our players to leave our country to go play there? Do you think it's a good thing?
I think it's a fantastic thing.
Is it?
I think there's a phase in your development as a person that you need all the exposure you can get.
Okay.
And often, it's not for every player. A lot of players, it's better for them personally to stay in South Africa or stay at home or choose a different environment. But there's a lot of players that will gain far more in personal growth by pushing themselves out of their comfort zones and leaving the country. Also, an environment like the States where the focus is very, very professionally on the hockey. So if you're recruited to go there, it's a great option. I'm assuming that financially everything will be covered for a player like Ongi.
Yeah, no, they have,
And very few universities can offer that in South Africa. So particularly for her situation, 100% she has to go.
Definitely,
And she'll still get great exposure from hockey, and she just stays in the loop in terms of personal development, and she'll stay in the national team and she finishes studies.
Yes.
And she can be back playing for the national team for many years to come. And then, of course, has a sound career.
Yes.
Because she completed her studies after that.
Yeah, that'll be great for her.
Yeah. There's a lot of players who opt to go to Belgium, Holland.
Okay.
That's a different thing, as that's far more focused on just the hockey and not so much the studies.
Yeah.
I would suggest that players finish degrees first and then opt to go to those countries, just to make sure that you've got something behind your name to fall back on.
I think that's a good advice for the youngsters that are coming through. Yeah.
So what will Ongi be doing in the meantime? Do you know, until August?
Ongi said she's involved with a lot of like South African, the camp. But she is, to be honest, I think she wants to just be fit, get fit. She's coming to help me. She will help me with my team.
Okay, she probably gets a bit of training in there.
Put her up with my strikers,
Yeah, of course, the national team has got the World Cup later on in the year, so it will be good for her to purely be able to focus until August on that journey. There'll be no stress on her in other regards, so it's actually the perfect preparation.
Perfect,
So Dave Malan and Garsfontein really fighting a battle. It's 0-0 with almost halfway through the game. Evenly matched so far. Not one penalty corner for either teams. So certainly a fascinating battle. Jeanette, appreciate your time. Thank you for coming to talk to us about Ongi and your journey with her. Also, you and your Pearson group. Good luck with the rest. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you. Only a pleasure. Thanks.
Great drive by DF Malan, trying to get the ball very direct into the circle. And Garsfontein looking to make that breakthrough. It's DF Malan coming out with the ball again. They're just taking their time to set themselves up and try string a few passes together. They're going to take the ball up with a long pass, trying to reach in the end Marissa Veed. The pass just a tad too strong for her to get to. Garsfontein working the ball around the back, looking for the space and the options. They're really trying to keep the right-hand channel free to pass the ball in. They opt to go infield. It's a great little break into space, and it's Garsfontein still on the ball. She's running strong. Gonna get herself into the circle, and this is where she's going to look for the foot or the infringement, but DF Malan doing well to keep her out, and it's a long corner set up for Garsfontein. Sitting alongside me, Marcel Lamont, absolute expert in physical conditioning. Marcel, Tell us a little bit about your expertise.
So, well, PT, I've been working with hockey now for the last 2 years. I have graduated with sports science from the University of Johannesburg. I've worked a little bit with the rugby boys, the young guns, the Lions and the Blue Bulls. So it's getting there, slowly.
And now you've really focusing also in conditioning of hockey. How does that differ to athletics or rugby that you've been involved with?
So again, we have to look at the different components that the hockey entails, and that now we have to think about looking at the different systems. For example, hockey is a lot more endurance, a lot more intensity. We need to look at the different individual skills per player and then make sure as a group we are all in sync with everything to pass and move forward.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Every sport obviously has its speciality components that you have to look at. If you're looking at the schools level, particularly this girls festival that we are involved with now, is there any comparison you can draw, or do you have a comparison how this compares to any other country, for example, on the schoolgirl level?
This is a tricky question. Our girls, I can see a lot of the schools, they've made sure that their girls are 100% conditioned, and obviously this has to take place through a periodized training program that happens throughout the year. I think if we have to look at a high performance level at many of the different countries, including South Africa, our girls are getting there.
Okay.
They are much more conditioned than what we would usually see in schools.
Right, and you know, we're always sitting with this aspect where there's quite a lot expected from the schoolgirl athlete. You know, they play, they, for example, are swimming for a few weeks or a few months of the year, and then winter sport is chosen. It's quite difficult to make that transition from one sport to the next.
Yes, it is very difficult, and what I've done now at Rodin School is what we basically did is we try to work on the basic fitness or the general fitness that would be involved, whether it is aquatic sports, whether we're looking at field sports such as your netball or your hockey, and make sure that general base is there for fitness, as well as reduce the risks and then slowly implement the small technical things that would be involved with that specific sport code.
Oh, that's certainly fascinating. So it's more of a holistic approach, making sure that the athlete is holistically conditioned, and then particularly in the season that they are in, you then focus on what's required in that season.
100%. That's exactly what we're doing.
That's a nice way of killing a few birds with one stone.
There we go.
So if you look at the physical conditioning, particularly if you look at athletes participating in this festival, would you say it's pretty good, or there's lots of room for improvement?
No, it is pretty good, but look, there's always a ladder that keeps stretching up that we need to build onto. So yes, there is lots of room for improvement. I'd love to see many of these girls be a part of the Commonwealth team. So there is that space that they can look up to and set their goal for themselves.
That's great. Jeff Malan getting their first penalty corner for this match, and it'll be interesting to see what they have got to offer in this regard. Everybody looking very calm, and even though they're really trying to turn up the intensity and play, we'll see now with this opportunity. Injection slightly off target. She gets it towards goal, but now a real opportunity here for a counter attack from Garsfontein. She's going to hit it. That's the first secret. Got to get the ball up early, release it, do not run with it, just pass it into space. And the ball's received in the circle. She's trying to get it into good space. Great defense in the end by DF Malan, dealing with a tricky situation in that counter attack. It's fascinating to see how the ball can move from an attacking penalty corner all the way to the other side of the field within literally a second or two in the counter attack, and that could cause danger on the other side of the field. Not much in this match. yeah, we have another look at that play. She's trying to work herself into space, but the secret really is for DF Milan is nice low defense. They get the sticks low on the ground and body position prepared. Stay calm and try and connect your passes. Eyes up, make sure you can see where you're wanting to go. Good little drive down the sideline and equally good dispossession. Circle penetration on the left for Garsfontein. Dealt with well by DF Milan. Real effort being put into that action. Fatigue setting in for all the players. This is where it starts counting now. Marcel, that physical conditioning needs to shine through at some stage of the festival. What is your ideal amount of time that a player needs to put or focus on conditioning per week, shall we say?
I would say that a player, especially at a high performance level, we need to have a weekly program. I spoke to you previously about, that periodization, and that includes the little segments within the week. I'm not saying that we need to have a high intensity load for the entire week, but we dissect that a little bit. We have 3 days of a high intensity, we deload a little bit, we make sure that we're all aware of the risks of injury. So obviously we do a little bit of exercise or stretching that would reduce those risks on the interval days.
So a fluctuation of intensity from one day to the next, and making sure that you're reaching an optimal sort of work rate in a week, but you're also bringing it down for recovery.
Perfect, 100%.
Am I a good student?
You are a great student, phenomenal, PT.
Perhaps the implementation lacking slightly, eh?
Just, no, we get there, don't worry.
On your screen, you just had a little quick glimpse there of some ball people. Make a massive difference on the intensity of the game. As soon as the ball rolls out of play, the ball is placed back on line. Sometimes that's not such a good thing. You want to take the rests when you get to your fourth game in the day. But mostly it's really nice to not have to run after the ball too far. It gets placed and you can drive the intensity of the game. Garsfontein struggling to make that connection pass, and ball goes out on the far side. And DF Milan, we can have a look at how many passes they string together. That will be the second. And they're probably looking for around about 4 connection passes. There's a dispossession, and they've got another roll going. That's the second pass. She gets it across the face of the goal. She had a player not quite in position. Nearly gets a deflection. Garsfontein again sighing a little breath of relief. This time of the festival, yeah, we have another look at that replay. She gets it nicely across. It's a great cross. It's on the floor. It's easy to control. Just the positioning of the receiving player out. Of course, that's your last connection pass that's gone astray. Marcel, how evident is it, or are you seeing, I know in boys' schools that's quite popular to have a gym at the school. Is it something that's on the increase at girls' schools?
PT, this is a little bit of a tricky question for me because the 2 previous schools that I worked in were all boys' schools. So, of course, conditioning for gym-wise was 100% there. With the girls' schools, I think they are trying to implement it slowly, because they do see the positive impact that it has when it comes to the different sporting codes. So I think that it would be ideal for every single school, especially girls' schools, to start getting a little bit of gym equipment there. With the gym equipment, we also need to link it to what kind of sports they're looking at improving. But as a whole, we look at explosiveness, we need some box jumps, a little bit of kettlebells, the weight plates, all of that. We just use it together and slowly develop a nice proper gym.
So I've noticed that there's quite a change from a completely full gym in terms of equipment to something more open space and a few pieces of equipment that you can actually do a lot with. Correct. Is that something you've noticed?
Yes, because what we're doing is we don't want to use the equipment and not get a full range of motion with the equipment that we're using. We want to get simple stuff and then use it for functional training where it is sport specific. However, it is still building a little bit of that strength and a little bit of that power in the athlete.
Yeah, and you can do quite a lot with body weight training even, so it's not necessary to have a tremendous amount of equipment. It's really, it needs to be used cleverly and effectively. And you can actually get away with not that much as long as there's something to work with.
Yes. So as long as the basics are there, you can get away with anything.
There's a bit of a misperception, in my opinion, and correct me if you found it differently, but and it's probably why it hasn't been so popular to have gyms at girls' schools, that they think they're going to get big and bulky and, you know, don't look like girls anymore. But in my opinion, would you say that's correct?
No, that is incorrect. I've had so many queries about that from the girls, about they're too scared to gym their legs, or they're too scared to work a little bit on the upper body because they don't want to look like the guys, which is an incorrect perception. I have told them that, look, the weights that we're using is a minimal amount, and it's basically just strengthening the muscle that we have so that we can get that explosive power, we can get a little bit of that balance, that strength. So when implementing a gym within the girls' schools, I think it's very important that they understand what they're going to be doing in the gyms, how it's going to benefit them to excel in the sport that they're doing.
Right. So we're not doing bodybuilding. In other words, we're not increasing the size of your look. We are merely strengthening the little muscle that you've got and get that up to scratch and working properly.
Yes, so that's exactly what's happening. I wouldn't say that our girls have a little muscle, PT. But
smaller muscles.
The smaller muscles that are there, yes.
Yeah.
We just need to make sure that we build it accordingly to whatever sporting code they need to excel in.
Really quite a lot of play happening in the middle 50 area, the attacking 25s. Gets a bit of action, but there hasn't been that 100% execution. In other words, both teams are looking for that one opportunity that's going to come along. Time is starting to run out. It's 3 minutes to go. And both these teams will probably feel very desperate now to get some success from it. That's a great ball to the middle of the field for Garsfontein. She's running it to the outside. It's not the ideal position you want to be in. She's going to work it. They're going to work themselves back into the middle. Another great penetrating pass, and she gets it through the middle. Struggling to hold on to the ball. Good defense by DF Malan. Marcel, my last question for you is, at what age is a good age to start for a hockey player doing extra conditioning?
I would say as soon as the hockey player starts entering a high school level. immediately that foundation and that basis needs to be set. So from the age of 14, when they start becoming competitive and trying to move to a high performance level, they would slowly need to start conditioning their bodies to reach the intensity that they need.
And then as they get stronger, the amount of work that you do conditioning-wise increases.
Definitely. So obviously the program that we design gets developed according to the norms that are set per age group. And we analyze that and we try and get our girls to reach those norms. And as the age group increases, so 14, 16, 18, and then they go into the varsity stages, we look at the different norms and then obviously develop a program that is suitable for their age group.
It certainly is fascinating how much can be done in the sport, and the scope for extra work besides just purely hockey is where, you know, some teams really achieve far more. I'm particularly thinking of a team like Oranje, that's physically in sublime form. I wouldn't say probably the best. There's always room for improvement, but they've really set the bar for everybody else in terms of their endurance and speed.
Correct.
For me, the biggest difference between them and any other team here is how well they executed speed.
Speed is executed quite well. They've obviously had a very good periodized program that they've been working with. When I say periodized, I'm speaking about the resistance training that they've put in the gym, as well as all the endurance and speed and power, that explosive power, that reaction time that they've put onto the field. And it's evident that the program is working. So I hope that the rest of the schools can see that this is what we need to start implementing in the different school girls.
Fantastic. We're coming to the end of this match. DF Malan 0, Garsfontein 0. And you'll hear the hooter. There it goes. A draw. Another match comes to an end. St. Mary's Investec Hockey Festival 2018. And the clock continues on to the next match. The St. Mary's Investec Hockey Festival 2018. The action continues. Collegiate in Port Elizabeth versus Herschel in Cape Town. We are in Johannesburg at St. Mary's in Waverley. It's been a fantastic day of hockey. Sun is starting to go down and temperatures dropping. Collegiate in white and blue on the ball. Herschel in the pink and navy. Herschel, really a fantastic festival so far. They're one of those teams who are pipped to make it to the top 4. They'll be looking for a favourable result here, of course. You need to take maximum points into your playouts tomorrow. But so far really have performed optimally at this festival. Collegiate on the ball, she brings the ball forward. And really the fascinating thing about Collegiate at this stage is that they have very, very speedy forwards. They love running at speed. And what they do so well is they put the opponents under maximum pressure in the defensive zone. Alongside me is Louise de Jager. Louise, ex-national player, played many years of hockey in her life. Still currently active, very, very fit.
You have made a little bit of a transition, Louise, to more endurance running, am I right?
Yes, that is correct. It's yeah, it's been quite a process.
And you're looking in great shape, and it's definitely a change in terms of what training you used to do in the past when you were completely 100% into hockey. Do you find that you're in better shape now?
I think better shape, yes, possibly in terms of endurance, but I think in terms of strength, not so much. I think definitely in terms of endurance and able to last. Maybe is a little bit neglected is that proper endurance base. I've just seen the difference in me having that endurance base, the effect that it's had on my playing. And I think that there's much opportunity for that, and then obviously you build from that base into then your strength and your power and also actually a lot of agility. I think agility is possibly something that is highly neglected, also in terms of the physical things. I think we get into the gym and we do that kind of work, but I think the actual footwork that you do in a warm-up, you know, is it literally takes 10 minutes just to work on it, whether you set up a T-test for the girls, just to kind of work on that, do a little bit of a ladder drill, and I think that it would have massive results.
And collegiate get quite quickly. But collegiate already back in numbers. They did that very well to prevent the counter-attack.
Herschel playing with a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of energy, which is actually lovely to see, especially in this stage of the tournament. It's 3 days of hard running already, and they seem to have the legs to really carry a lot of intensity forward, which is really nice to see. Constructive hockey and building up really strong.
In your opinion, what's the best way to recover in a festival where you're playing?
Recovery very seriously. I think we see a lot of teams just come off the turf and immediately go into a team talk or debriefing, and then they walk away to parents and families, and out to then your recovery time. So I think the physical aspect and then also obviously the nutritional aspect can have a massive effect on your recovery.
In your opinion, what do you think about an ice bath?
I am not. Me personally, I don't like an ice bath, but that's because I think it's
too cold.
It's terror. But I think that it does definitely have a positive effect on the legs. It's just a matter of actually controlling it. Are you staying in there for long enough? And I think the problem we've always had is the ice bath actually cold enough to bring about the changes, the physiological changes that you want.
Do you know the temperature it needs to be?
Very cold.
Freezing?
Freezing. Yeah, not manageable.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah, so that's not manageable degrees.
Yeah, but I think also if you're playing 30 minutes or 25 minutes like they have been playing quite often, I think that you can get away with not having ice bath. I think really a good stretch afterwards and the nutritional things, I think it will do the trick. Whereas I think if you were in an extended tournament, then you would need something a little bit more severe, such as an ice bath.
Yeah, I often find that psychologically, for some people, it's really nice to have an ice bath. It refreshes you, and you have the perception that your legs are fresher and just, completely frozen. It's maybe because you can't feel them.
And you yourself, Pete, do you believe in an ice bath?
Yeah, look, I enjoyed an ice bath because it was, it cooled me down. That's probably the only. Whether it actually works, I don't know. But I early on in my career decided that I wasn't going to make a big deal of it. If I was told to go in the ice bath, then I just do that. And if there's any chance that it would help me, then yeah, let's go for it. But I must say, from personal experience, probably a very, very important aspect is the nutrition in your recovery, and without a doubt at schoolgirl level is something that's neglected or perhaps not even aware what they need to do exactly to get maximum recovery.
Yeah, I think it is definitely the awareness. It's, don't go off. I know that you're on tour and you're having a good time, but if you're going to be taking in lots of sugar, now any energy that your body would have used to now recover, it now has to use for breaking down the sugar that you just put in.
Really promising little break there from Taz Preller from Collegiate on the left-hand side. She's already jogging back and getting back in line with defense. And a step, Herschel in possession, and they're fighting to get it back.
And the umpire deeming there to be a shield, a stick shield, so that's a stick obstruction. And Collegiate comes away with the ball.
Nice breakaway.
Yeah, Herschel strong on the ball. She's really running well with it, but again, just getting that stick between the ball and the defender's stick, which of course becomes an obstruction. And the umpire completely aware of it. Collegiate at speed again forward. She's going to try and get the backhand shot off. She drives it in and crab walks it into the circle. Nobody at the end of that. She flings it into space, hoping for the best. They still have possession.
Lots of opportunity for Collegiate to bring it out and really to build up, and unfortunately still forcing the ball straight down the middle of the field. I think they could look to use the trough a little bit more. They seem to have strong defenders who can actually distribute the ball. So just actually to use that to build up.
That could be one of those things where you are so caught up in the idea that you really want to push for that goal and just get to the goal. Unfortunately, that's where all the defenders are as well. So you always have to look for the space on the outsides and work the patient way up.
Absolutely. It's a matter of trusting the process and trusting that the timing and the opportunities will eventually come through your hard work.
Asking enough questions, and the right questions eventually will lead to that breakthrough. Beautiful thing with team sport, eh?
Absolutely. We'll always create opportunities. It's just a matter of, can you put it in the back of the nets? You'll always create short corners, shots on goal, and sometimes it's just that last little edge that's missing.
Starting to see this phase of the festival that the teams are very evenly matched. You see a lot of draws now, 0-0, 1-1, etc. And it's just evident that the format that is being played shows. And now where it becomes to the, different sections are playing against one another, and it's important to get results, that it's so difficult for teams, and it takes so long for them to find that breakthrough because everybody is just evenly matched.
I think it's a lovely setup of a tournament. That way also everyone gets to play some strong teams and some weaker teams. So everyone is exposed to a really nice level of hockey, and they can play competitive hockey, which is so lovely to see. And then, as you say, Pitt, when you get into now a day 3 situation where the teams really even out, then it's really a test of fighting spirit, guts, and trusting your own team's process. So, yeah, what a lovely festival. And I think a really good setup for great hockey.
Collegiate with their second penalty corner. Previous one just slipping under the stopper stick. They're now opting for the short option. She's going to get it towards goal. And it was saved on the line. I think even on the way there, hitting a foot of Angie Wellham, the captain. She just stops, and it gets her in a tricky position because now she has to face the ball through the face mask. Probably better to continue the movement going forward and applying pressure. Collegiate having another go. They're playing this very clever. They're keeping it short. That's to avoid that stopping issue they experienced earlier. Are they doing it short again? You'll have it look at the lineup. This one going long to the top of the D. Great stop. She gets the strike off. It's off target. Herschel trying to take, we'll have another look at it. A great stop and set up. And you can see the angle that she's holding her stick is completely turned in. And she just topped it over to the left-hand side. In the meantime, Herschel trying to take the ball early. And it did not place the ball. Still on the 16-yard. They were called back. They're still in possession.
Herschel need to create a few more opportunities here. They've gone forward nicely. They've had some good intensity going forward, but still not a shot on goal and haven't really created any short corner attacks just yet. They're going to have to work a little bit harder to create some things higher up in the field, so you can build up nicely all day, but ideally in the attacking 25 is where you really need to create some exquisite hockey to score some goals.
I'm wondering, after having a very successful festival and a successful day, whether Herschel is taking the foot off the pedal a little bit, trying to rest themselves for the finals or the final playouts later.
Yeah,
You
it's
think
also
that's a clever tactic?
Whether it's a clever tactic or whether sometimes it just happens. I mean, sometimes mentally you just can't switch on and motivate and carry on going through. So whether it's actually an intentional tactic or just something that naturally eventually catches up with you, yeah, I'm not 100% sure if it would be intentional, but definitely taking their foot off the pedal a little bit. Yeah, but maybe a recovery or a little bit of a boost is not a bad thing.
Looking for the connection pass in the circle going astray. I'm not even sure there was someone in possession. But Herschel, for me, really looking a bit sluggish at this stage. Collegiate with far more promising attacks. They're on the ball again. And looking more energetic than Herschel.
Herschel really just needs to focus on linking up and not give the ball when those legs get tired. The focus really needs to become two-touch hockey and not individual running with the ball, because you make yourself tired and make yourself work a lot harder with the double turnovers. So they really need to focus on maybe slowing the game down even and making sure that they're giving 100% passes every single time they get the ball.
That's what all teams and players strive for, and that's the differentiating factor between your top players and good players. Great little promising run here, a little flip pass into the middle. And the speed is coming through, a great challenge for the ball. She comes away with it and she wins the free hit. She's going to take it early. She's going to try and force a mistake, but not successful. Herschel, calm and collected, bringing the ball out again. She plays it inside, nobody there. Collegiate sweeps up, clears the line, pulls it slowly, cut infield. This is a very promising little player for Collegiate, Caitlin van Goeverden. She has been busy, but Herschel again, that's the running you're talking about, Louise, where it's kind of aimless running, just really running with the ball and not connecting with players, and everybody gets tired when you do that, because it's not only the ball carrier that's involved, it's also the people leading off the ball that's going to get eventually a bit fatigued for running for no reason.
Yeah, absolutely. That pointless running at this time or this period of the festival is really not how you rest your body or prepare it for tomorrow. So they really need to take a look at that, and it really just comes down to keeping possession of the ball.
Now, Louise, when I met you, you played in the midfield. You later on in your career moved back in the field. What's your favorite position?
Actually, centre forward, much like you. I always say I'm a forced defender. I never chose.
So out of character and personality, they moved you back, and it's not really what you are.
Absolutely, that talent identification came through very strong. No, I guess it worked out well with the overhead and the distribution skills out the back, so I didn't have much choice to become a defender. I think the defense eventually just chose me.
Yeah, I must say, I personally also definitely a striker by nature. And then in my very last international career was asked to play at the back, and it was dreadful. I did not enjoy a minute of it, and they never asked me to come back, so that shows.
Point taken. That's funny.
Yeah.
There we go, a little bit more of a passing game. Just very little support for the ball carrier. For Herschel, they build up, but there just seems to be that lack of the breakdown when they're getting into the 25 of options to actually pass to, and she's forced to run by herself until a defender joins her in attack. I think those legs are tired. Oh, goodness.
Danger ball, and she takes it early. Herschel is on attack. She's going to try and lift it into the circle to get her foot. But no mistake from Collegiate. Solid defense, stepping up nicely, body position correct. And she's going to try your overhead. I'm wrong. She is opting for the left dump. And she can bring it infield and out. This is
lovely
really good
hockey.
play. Nice build up, inside, outside. The lead not quite there. Player breaks in front of the player. Is what's required, but the free hit taken quickly. Collegiate still driving the attack. And the umpire again seeing the shield. She is on the ball, noting the shields today.
What a lovely build-up from Collegiate, though. Keeping the ball, two-touch hockey up the line. It's actually quite a simple game. Hey, Pete.
It's very simple. Pass and receive, they say. If we just all keep it that simple, Louise, that is the challenge in itself. And
absolutely.
You were talking earlier in our conversation about keeping things simple. And it's amazing how hard it gets to be simple when you are tired.
Yeah, absolutely. You're tired and the brain is not functioning and the concentration is lacking a little bit. It always becomes a little bit of a mission. Collegiate with a free hit on the line, just above the halfway line. Lots of options.
7 minutes to go. And one of these teams really need to make a breakthrough now.
And Herschel clear the ball up the line, but unfortunately with no one on the back of that. They just keep throwing, forcing the possession away, unfortunately, Herschel.
It's very noticeable how Collegiate has had every single attack down the left-hand side. Very, very seldom moving the ball to the right. It could be that Herschel is trying to apply the pressure on this side, on the right-hand side, and this is just where Collegiate then takes the ball back in attack. But no channel changes as such.
Oh. Lovely build-up here by Herschel, but still no one on the end of that. As soon as they get into the 25, unfortunately, all that momentum is just broken down.
Collegiate still on the left-hand side of the field. Intercept by Herschel. Attacking down the right. She's going to take the ball all the way into the attacking area. She gets the ball off and it's going to reach her player, but a great step by Collegiate. Nice and awake there in defense, and now the attack goes down the right-hand side. Exactly the space they were looking for. Herschel staying calm, controlling the ball, controlling the tempo.
Good step by Collegiate. And a loose ball goes across.
Collegiate are going to throw some numbers up in attack. They're going to push for this goal they're looking for, but really just playing the ball into space, and Herschel stepping into that space to intercept it. Even Steven game at this stage?
I would say so. A lot of back and forth in the middle of the field, with obviously Collegiate having a few more opportunities with their short corners, but very evenly matched in the midfield and in the center of the field.
Now, Louise, you're an expert of the overhead or the aerial ball. What would you say? Is it a lot of power or is it a lot of technique?
I think it's a really good combination of the two. If you try to just power through it, you will battle. You do need to learn the technique, and you need obviously the muscle memory of the technique needs to be built first, and then after you've got that right, then the power you can put in the power element. So I think you have to start with the technique, because you can't just, unfortunately, girls are incredibly strong, but boys can just step through and use the wrists and use a flick of the wrist, whereas girls really need to get underneath the ball. Especially if you, I think that it's maybe, anyone can learn how to throw maybe a 25-meter overhead, but if you're really looking for that impact in the overhead, you're going to need the technique mixed with the power, which will make a formidable combination.
Talking about the impact of the overhead, there's of course, probably not many people will know this, but there's a variation of ways to find that impact. One is that you go slightly low on the trajectory of it, and you give it very hard. And the other one is to give it far more height and let it drop somewhere with a bit of love for somebody to run onto. So again, once the technique is there, then you can start playing around with exactly what type of overhead you want to throw.
And also in which aspect of the game are you throwing an overhead then to relieve pressure out the back, which is when you may want the loopy one that's going to slow the game down a little bit. But if you really are moving forward and you're throwing a hard 45 where you actually want the bounce to be favorable for your player. So it's also in different parts of the field you're going to throw a different kind of overhead depending on obviously the outcome that you're looking for. But out the back, you just need a really nice high loopy one, and then you hope that the bounce is favorable.
And all players always asking the question, how do I receive this thing? Because the umpire always blows against the team who's thrown it. So we can confirm that that is an objective, subjective decision. You need to look at the situation, and every umpire is different in how they're reading it.
Absolutely. I think the biggest thing is that you just can't run into the ball, into the space. So I personally feel very underdone by umpires, especially if you throw it into your player and they receive it and then you get the blow against you.
Yeah, because there's a defender close to them.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's actually a special skill. I mean, it took effort and to throw it to them, and then you still get blown up unfairly, but it's just something that you eventually move along with and you accept the umpire's call. As long as you're not running into the ball and creating danger, it should technically be your ball, but like you say, very objective, subjective umpiring on what the umpire actually sees.
Collegiate's got Herschel in the corner. They've got 2 minutes to try and force something out of this game. Very even. Collegiate again gets the free hit, so they have an opportunity. But every single Herschel player is behind the ball, trying to defend it. It's a scramble, and Herschel's going to come away with the ball. The time is running out for both teams. Herschel can run with it now. There's space and support up front. Numbers not in favour, but the backs of Herschel needs to join the attack and come through the lines to really get that numerical advantage. 1 minute to go. You feel this is the end of the game. That's a really last efforts. She's going to let it roll over and take the favourable position in terms of the long corner. The umpire says bring it out. You cannot take it all the way infield. That's unfair advantage. Louise, again, fantastic chatting with you and having you in commentary. We'll make sure that we do the same tomorrow and catch up and talk hockey.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks very much for having me.
Thank you. Just a few seconds remaining. It's 30 seconds to go. Both teams still jogging. You feel that the sting is out of this. They're just going to run the clock down, and perhaps both of them pretty happy with the draw. Consolidated, 20 seconds to go, running the clock down. You see Collegiate pushing some forwards through now into the circle. They're going to try and have a last attempt, but the ball goes astray, and nobody really too keen to run after that. The hooter has just sounded. It's Collegiate 0, Herschel 0 at St Mary's Investec Hockey Festival 2018.
welcome back. We are at the St. Mary's Hockey Festival. I'm joined here by a legendary striker, the men's national team, Mr. Miguel de Grassa. Miguel, what do you think of this tournament?
Thank you, Paulo. Kind words there, especially from a legendary South African striker yourself. But yeah, it's been a great tournament. Very, very interesting format. It's the first time I've been here coaching at it. So yeah, the 25 minutes one way is quite stressful. But it's good fun, and there's been some really good hockey out there.
Yeah. So we see here Menlo Park trying to attack that right-hand baseline. Well defended by St. Mary's. Miguel, I love how much pressure this format puts on the players. You know, just you get on the field, you get on with it.
Yeah, you know, the longer you take to get on, the less time you have, and you know, if you're playing a tough team, you need all the time you can get to, especially get that first goal.
With this being much of a pre-season tournament for looking at league, school league, how do you work yourself around tactically as a coach?
Yeah, so we were quite lucky. We had the St. Stithians festivals, which we used as our pre-season. So we got a good 5 games in there. And my prep there was that the first half, the first 20 minutes, we try to get 2 or 3 goals up quite early. It worked, except when we got here, it didn't. So yeah, I've got to relook at the strategy and maybe change things for next year. But all good so far.
Oh, fantastic! I mean, I keep saying that with the fast-paced as this hockey on AstroTurf is, it's never really over. As short as it is, you know, you can score a goal in 7-8 seconds.
Yes, you can. We were yesterday. We had a game against Unisi, must win. We were 2-0 up, so we were doing great, and we're excited. And yeah, we lost that game 3-2. So in 3 minutes, 3 goals, anything can happen.
Not so great to be on the receiving side of that fantastic quick turnaround. But yeah, you know, we always say that you either win or you learn, and I guess that's a great learning curve for everyone involved.
But it was good hockey. It was good hockey.
It's a super chance for the home side.
That was Emma Brink on the ball. She's a really talented player. Bit of a tongue twister.
I think it's always St. Mary's kind of being the favourites to take this fixture. Obviously with the home crowd support and having the most caps at their home tournament.
Yeah, St. Mary's are a well-trained outfit. I think between Roxy Turner, she's doing a great job with the team. They always are.
Yeah.
And home ground advantage.
Yep.
It's not easy playing on this turf, and they've got it mastered.
Yeah. Okay, and as we see Menlo Park here trying to work an attack down the right-hand channel. Now the home side gets to do the same on their left hand.
Tanner Livingston and Emma Brink almost getting through there. It's good interplay. Just needs that final D entry to win the corner and go from there. It's a good setup from Menlo, but I find one thing I've noticed as coaching here is if you can get the ball out of the right channel and get the ball to the left, there's acres of space. So the teams press really nicely, and it almost looks like there's too much pressure to get to the opposite side.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier, that a lot of the team tactics have been looking to use and utilize that right-hand channel.
Right side, strong side.
Indeed. Okay, so Mary's trying to build out the right-hand corner. Lost the ball on the halfway line. No, Miguel, over the years I've always been astounded at how many ex-national players, and now yourself being a new member of this special fraternity of ex-national players that are coaching here at this amazing festival. It's great how many of us come back and really to try plow back what we've learned over the years to these young ladies.
No, agreed. You have to. Like, if you just keep your knowledge to yourself, then you're not really doing your country any justice. Yeah. That was a very naughty tackle there from the Menlo number 7. And there we have the St. Mary's crowd.
Oh yeah, definitely the 12th man on the field. 12th player in the field. Menlo get a chance now down the middle. On the backhand, it's the nice little backhand paddle trying to find the striker in the circle. Well picked. Menlo coming down the middle again. Ball on the backhand side and a paddle. Then the striker seems to think there was a deflection from the defensive team, but ball's gone over. 16-yard outlet for St. Mary's. Very aggressive press here by Menlo.
Agreed. Their front 6, they are definitely putting pressure, but again, those little channels wide and just past them are wide open, but unable to get the ball. But St. Mary's are on attack here.
Great break in the midfield here. Waiting for numbers to come join in. Great ball. St. Mary's get another free hit just outside the circle. Be a free hit on the for St. Mary's, the left-hand corner, attacking left-hand corner. Ideally here, you'd like to get the ball out of that really difficult and very tough to get a circle entry from that area, unless you get off the ball off the ground, like Georgina could say that's there.
There's the first chance. Unfortunately, just unable to get on the end of that. I thought that was flying in the roof. I saw them score a goal like that earlier today.
And sometimes you just have to, trust yourself and just swing. Swing at the ball and hope the hockey gods are on your side.
Agreed.
.5 minutes left in this game between St. Mary's Waverley and Menlo Park. It remains goalless, but Menlo have a chance now on the left-hand baseline. Mary's playing the ball up and challenging Menlo Park to get out of their defensive corner on their left-hand side. Great chance. Oh, just couldn't get that under control on the bobble.
Yeah, sometimes those hit your stick and go in, and others they hit you. I've seen some of those flying to the roof.
But we keep saying that practice, practice, practice. I was on the park. You know, you then now start controlling luck.
Agreed. What does Gary Player say? The more you practice, the luckier you get.
Indeed, that's exactly it.
So far, not many clear chances. I think the best chance was probably that last one for Menlo. We just needed one person to take the game to the opposition, really get in the circle and smash one up for us.
And I think this crowd here would obviously be hoping that the red team does that. But it's... And I was thinking earlier, are we getting better at defending, or just attacking structures and systems and principles not being trained well enough or hard enough? Because I see a lot of good defensive structures, but I can't really say I can say the same for...
I think you're giving less credit to the coaches than you should. I think the coaches are doing all the homework, so we'll give a kudos to the coaches, saying they've really seen the good work from the opposition and really blocking them off, trying to see if they can do something else that they're not used to, disrupt their play, and then hopefully like it comes up for us, for them, and they're able to execute on a goal shot or something on the other end.
Yeah. Like I said, hockey is really much of a mental, a tactical, and more of a chess game than a boxing match, back and forth.
Correct. It's almost how I felt so far in this tournament is if you have the best defense, then you're going to get results.
Yeah.
So whether it be a draw or a win, you don't end up losing often because you just don't concede.
Yeah. I'm one of the best form of defense is attack. Attack, attack,
Correct.
attack.
Correct.
Great individual skills on the right hand, by the right hand half for Menlo Park.
I know you can't see this on the screen at the moment, but I just find St. Mary's aren't really making full use of the field. They need to stretch it a bit out, really stretch Menlo, and then they'll be able to get more opportunities, I think. But it's quite cramped, so the midfielders can't come through and sort of execute their skill and find the forwards after that.
Yeah. It's very much channel bound and channel based, very close to each other. They've just earned themselves a long corner now. See a chance for St. Mary's. So those beautiful, dandy aerial skills. And I know you're a huge fan of those skills, Migs.
Correct. That was Kiara Fitzhenry. She really has some handy hands. She plays in the Premier League here in Joburg. And yeah, she's a really talented player.
Another baseline run. Okay, that is the first attacking penalty corner. Goes to St. Mary's Waverley.
Our first real chance. As we look at the replay here, I think it was for the first tackle. That was before that one. So no real advantage for the shot. But what can St. Mary's do here?
Here we go. Miguel, with just 13 minutes left in this game, I've seen so many variations. Here's a counter-attack by Menlo Park. Can they get the ball into the dangerous area?
That's
Well
super defended. Yeah, on your previous point there with the short corners, I think I know where you were going. With 13 minutes left, you want to get a shot on target, like put the keeper under a bit of pressure.
You know, today I've seen so many of, especially the first attacking PC being a variation. I don't know if the coaches don't trust that the first poke will be. So I believe get the ball in target, get the rebound, put pressure on the goalkeeper, and we take it from there.
Yeah, I think that comes from the first wave running, because what I've noticed so far, we just wait for this attack. Okay, that comes just to a long corner. But what I've noticed so far, the first waves have been so quick that first shot has pretty much been blocked off every single time.
Okay, fair point. I don't know. I guess as a striker, I'm not quick to give the defenders credit before I put the responsibility on the strikers to make things happen. There is a fantastic goal, deflection from a great baseline run, ball swept across the field, across the goals, great touch, and the ball's in the back of the net.
Looks like the goal scorer was number 16, Stephanie Ford.
Again, ball off the ground. Oh, what a great deflection.
Super deflection there.
And again, half the work is done by just being in the right place.
Correct. Get ahead of your defender and you'll always get the touch.
So
you've scored a few of those, eh, Paulo?
Oh, that's my favorite area to be in, the 9-yard area. You know, just but a little bit of clever running and just getting a stick away from your body, and you get your stick there first. St. Mary's under a little bit of pressure. Just under 11 minutes left in this game. Menlo Park leading against the hosts, St. Mary's Waverley. I think it's important that that 12th player doesn't stop shouting and screaming for their team there, because this is when the team needs all the support when they're 1-0 down or find themselves under pressure.
It definitely does help. Gives you that extra edge. And at this part of the tournament, I'm sure the legs are very tired. So as soon as you start chasing a game and you're 1-0 down, the legs are even more tired. So
yeah. And with this being day 3, I mean, your mind's already also tired. Concentration goes out the window a little bit. There's a chance again for Menlo down the right-hand side. Cross comes in. Again, you spoke about those connections that St. Mary's need to make in the midfield. It's either too long or very, very tight and compact. Oh,
it's a cheap turnover. There's a really good chance. Unfortunately, just unable to get the shot. But PC, let's see if they throw in the variation or if they just decide to go at the goal again.
Nine minutes left in this game, and Menlo Park lead St. Mary's Waverley by 1-0. push. Oh. And lost it in the receive there in the stop.
Oh, it's a great counter-attack.
fantastic.
Can we trap it? Oh, unfortunately, just not able to trap it. But they're still on attack, so hold on.
So Mary's putting a lot of pressure now on and very well won PC. St. Mary's number 16 there, Gemma Wassop.
Unfortunately, Emma Davidson not able to just trap that one. I think she completed the trap. Yeah, it was wonderful. It's the first almost 100-meter pass I've seen completed.
Okay, St. Mary's will able to get their second attacking PC for the game. Will they go straight this time?
I think it's going to be a variation.
It's a drag push at goal. Still chance is still alive for St. Mary's. Oh, great save.
Oh.
Big goal on the rebound, on her backhand. Great initial save from the goalkeeper, but Emma Wassop was there to finish it. Yes, the replay, please talk us through it, Miguel.
Yeah, she has the first initial shot, it gets saved, and she goes for the rebound, nice and flat over the keeper again. Fantastic finish.
And even better celebration.
Yeah, you have to celebrate when you score goals, eh? That's what we play hockey for.
Exactly that.
You train hard, you have all this prep time, so why not celebrate when you get things right?
Yeah. It's great when things go according to plan. And with 6.5 minutes left in this game, the scores now level again are to 1-1. Now we've got Gemma again on the ball. She's going to build a little bit of a bee in her bonnet to that amazing goal. Mendo again attacking down the right-hand side. Great use of the aerial pass.
Lifted into the body, so it's just a free hit out. But it definitely, you said Gemma has a little bee in her bonnet, but like you definitely see it when you score a goal, that goal scorer is buzzing. So if I was St. Mary's, I'd keep trying to find Gemma.
She's really on fire right now.
A high ball from Kiara Fitzhenry, doesn't quite find her target. So super pass down the middle, and we've got a 2v1 situation. Emma Brink on the ball, passes it out, but good save from the keeper.
Well composed keeper there with the centre back running back to help.
And this is definitely the time. It's end to end now. 4 minutes. Everyone's playing for a win. The shot comes across, and unfortunately just unable to get that deflection. But this is what makes a team from here on in. 1-1, must-win game. Who's going to do the job for you?
This is when we talk about who wants it more. Turnover in the midfield, and Melo look to build.
I really wanted to go to 8 seconds, but I really want to know if 1 in 8 seconds.
Okay. You can see here, Miguel, that everyone wants this win. You can see how important a win is for both of these teams. No one is slowing down and holding on to this.
Yeah, it's becoming a little bit too direct at the moment, and this is that time where, and the shot comes in and it looks like it's gone in, and Menlo take the lead 2-1.
It's just under 3.5 minutes left. Great right-hand baseline run and a pass back, as we always say, on that 45. If it's not, you can't find the 90, give the pass on the 45. Yes, that first time slap near post.
Yeah, that's a super strike.
St. Mary's have just under 3 minutes to get this back, and I guess Menlo Park have got 3 minutes to hold on to this very precious lead.
Yeah, I say don't write St. Mary's off just yet. If we can get the ball to an Emma Brink in the circle, she's got some tremendous firepower up there, so she can score you goals.
This is when the time of the game as a coach that you just keep telling your players to keep the ball, keep possession.
So not like that.
No, don't hit it away. Giselle Hofmeyer on the ball on the right-hand side here for Menlo, and Georgie Katia powering away through there. Oh, ball hit straight up to Gemma Wassup, who couldn't get that under control. .90 seconds left in this match. Menlo Park leading St. Mary's by 2-1.
Super pressure there, but well worked from St. Mary's. Easy outlets on the right, but unable to find that last player on the end there.
Oh, here's another chance for Menlo Park. On the backhand, good hit, well defended. Another chance on the backhand, and it just goes over the bar. Miguel, you can see that it's definitely a team tactic there for Menlo Park, that when they get into the attacking area, they're trying to get that ball into that 9-yard area.
Yes, they've got their players in there hunting away, looking to get that touch, and we've already seen one goal come from that. In fact, actually, the second goal also came from the 9-yard. That slap was close enough.
Yeah. Less than 30 seconds left in this. Probably one more attack that St. Mary's can try get.
And they almost got it, but still 15 seconds to go.
They have a long corner.
And that's the end of that game. There's just a few seconds left.
Menlo Park winning by 2-1 over the home team, St. Mary's Waverley.
Yeah, thank you, Polo. Thanks out there.
Tactical and technical coach.
Agreed.
Now we've got Clarendon versus St. Anne's. There's 28 minutes left.
I'm not sure what this game is doing for the league structure or the pool structure with these two teams.
Oh. Great 1v1 elimination skills there. Find yourself in the circle, but oh, fantastic hands.
Yeah, really good skills. You could see she was trying to bring it round back onto the foot, but just couldn't get around to find that left foot. But super hands.
Well picked, and now they're under pressure again.
And the ball runs off the baseline. So for those who aren't sure, Clarendon are playing in the white, St. Anne's in the navy blue.
Makes you know, like you're saying, you don't know what this game means for the standings of the log, but you know, I think as a coach, every game it reveals character from either your defensive unit, or it exposes something that you could work on, or you know, so every game has been so important for all of these teams. 3 days of hockey, it's been a lot, eh?
Yeah, not only for that, but also the final rankings at the end of the season. So we all know everyone wants to get into that top 8 tournament.
Yeah.
So in order to get there, you got to win as many games as you can. So even these little dead rubbers end up becoming vital for a team to win, to get points, to climb up the rankings.
This young lady up front there for Clarendon is doing a lot of damage in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, she's fast, she's good hands, as you see here.
Great vision as well, eyes pop up to know exactly what she wants to do next. Oh, amazing skills.
Ah, the super skills.
Again, we see, a little too high, but yeah. There's Bianca Wood. She's a national under-21 player.
Yeah. And you can see she absolutely dominates. Her hands are good, her vision's good. And if I was Clarendon, I'd always be looking to give her the ball, especially in these dangerous areas.
Yeah. Clarendon again trying to work the ball into that circle. A wayward pass. Ball goes over the right-hand sideline.
St. Anne's really struggling to get the ball out their back.
Amazing defensive pressure by Bianca Wood, working her way through. Oh, tries to dink the ball over the goalkeeper.
And the ball just crashed wide. Again, super skills.
Really exciting young player, this.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of her. In fact, this is the first time I've seen her at this tournament, because we obviously haven't been needing to play them. But what I've seen so far, I like.
As the temperature drops and the beautiful sunset in a very warm Johannesburg, day 3 of the St. Mary's Hockey Festival. Tired legs, tired minds, but the goals are driven, results are needed, and don't think you'll see anyone stopping for anything. Again, looking for Bianca Woods up front. Gets it to her. Oh, what a fantastic. Great receive, great inside pull. Doesn't need to touch the ball again, and she hits it on the backhand.
Yeah, I like her. She's got an eye for goal. She's hungry. She wants to score. Give her the ball. Can't wait to see this replay if we're able to get it. Yeah,
like you
there
mentioned
hasn't
earlier, why wouldn't you want to give her the ball? Oh,
And yes, she is
inside.
again. Off the wrong foot, sideboard.
Very
and
difficult
we
skills to
celebrate.
master. Very difficult skill to master, hitting the backhand shot off your left foot. And that's exactly what she did.
Yeah, great technique. And Clarendon back on an attack. Unfortunately gives it away to St. Anne's.
St. Anne's trying to build up from the right hand side. Oh, Clarendon, great step and a pick. Clarendon on attack again.
Hello.
Good defensive skill there. Stepping to win the ball ahead of the striker.
Well played, unlucky there. 10 minutes gone in this game between Clarendon and St. Anne's. Clarendon lead by 1-0. Fantastic Bianca would strike on her backhand across the goalkeeper onto the sideboard and in the goals. Ooh. Bit of a swing and a miss.
Yeah, so I know St. Anne's haven't seen much of the play, but I wouldn't write them off just yet. They are a classy outfit.
I think ex-national coach Charlie Pereira used to coach the side for a while.
Yeah, he was coaching last year, I think it was, and now he's moved on to the Netherlands. So he's coaching at a club there, doing really well.
The skills, I think St. Anne's have crawled back to being contenders in this match. Here's Bianca Woods losing the ball in her defensive 25.
Yeah, I probably just chose the wrong skill to work with there. Defensive 25, keep it safe, keep it out of contact, and work your way wide, and then you get out pretty easy. But the chip and charge doesn't quite work there.
Clarendon opting for the long ball.
It's worked, because I think it's a long corner now.
A long corner for Clarendon with a whole 18.5 minutes left in this game.
Another touch from Bianca Wood. I would have loved to see her pull the trigger there.
Yeah. With the ball in the air still.
Yeah.
Very good awareness of space by the Clarendon number 9, Emily Middleton. St. Anne's still trying to build up and trying to create their first real chance in this match. Oh, nice strong run. Fortunately couldn't make a connection with a teammate. game getting a little scrappy. Like we said, day 3, legs are tired. Mentally exhausted as well, but you need to grind out that result.
Yeah, just a double turnover. So Clarendon are doing well to get the ball, attack into good space. They lose it, but then St. Anne's kind of give it straight back, which is not helping their defensive course.
Oh, it's straight to the opposition. Just couldn't trap it there. Daniela Chasinski finding a space down the right-hand side. A ball coming through.
And is this their chance? It's a good save.
Still plenty of time left in this game. Next, just 16 minutes to go. St. Anne's trying to build something down the middle. And this might break through now for Clarendon up front.
Yeah, plenty time. Just a matter of staying composed, completing the passes, preferably to the girl wearing the same shirt as you, and we've just seen a double turnover. Do you think the kit's clashing a little?
I just think a little lack of concentration at this point. Another unforced error there by St. Anne's. Oh, as we see on the replay here, Bianca Wood's goal. Look at the big bright-eyed excitement of a goal scorer.
She looked a little surprised there, as if she's never scored one in that corner. I hope that's not the case.
Fourteen and a half minutes left in this fixture. Oh, nice chip and charge there by Daniela, and almost getting on the end of it. She's a nice, exciting player for St. Anne's. Great opportunity, keeper coming out, not making the connection, and Daniela Chasinski almost getting at the end of it. As we see, great skill from St. Anne's there. I think more and more the game keeps going, they're getting closer and closer, starting to make more connections. And it's paying off for them going forward. So absolutely what an opportunity for these young ladies playing at this tournament. Fantastic opportunity to be seen by you guys at home, on your tablets, in your rooms, watching on the internet. Tell all that are watching, all close to you, School Sport Live. I am joined now by Jenny King, former national coach, coached me for a few tests back in the day when I was young and very agile and quick. Jen, how's the tournament going for your team?
You were agile and quick, I love it.
How's the tournament going for your team?
We had a good start compared to previous years. Managed to qualify in the top 12. But unfortunately came up again to Ramya today, which is not an easy team to beat. And just narrowly lost now to St. Mary's Kloof. But I must say I'm tipping them to win the tournament.
St. Mary's Kloof?
Yeah. They have an outstanding midfield, very creative strikers. and an incredible short corner.
Now, Jen, what I noticed about St. Mary's Turf was how aggressive and well organised their press was.
Yeah, and I think the marshalling's all done in the midfield.
Yeah.
And top midfielders, they retain possession after turnovers. And I think they're going to be very successful. They thoroughly deserve their win against us. I'm a bit disappointed we were 1-0 up. But that just shows the class of this side.
Yeah. And I was saying, like, you know, how quickly things turn. You might think 30 minutes is short for a whole hockey match. But, you know, it changes in seconds. And here's a very exciting player for me, Bianca Wood. Got great individual skills. Took on one too many there.
Yeah, I think she gets herself into really good positions and is often isolated, so ends up having to take on too many players. But yeah, great hands, good skill, speed. So certainly a player that national coaches and probably university coaches would be looking at.
Yeah, no, I think she'll be hunted by a few
Absolutely.
universities after this, and I think this game in particular, she's been really outstanding. The individual effort that she scored now.
Yeah, I've just arrived, so I didn't see the goal. But even in that short clip there, you see how she posts up to give a pass.
Always leading, re-leading.
Yeah.
And those aerial skills that we train for hours on end. You know, when you find yourself on that baseline, there's nothing else on that gets yourself out of trouble.
Yeah, and I think she has all of those little skills. And even there, when she received that ball, she just knocked it into a space where she could receive it again for herself. And that's just feel. I'm not even sure we can coach that. I didn't ever get it right with you.
Okay. You know, when we were watching the replay, with every time she touches the ball, her eyes come up. So she knows exactly what she wants to do with the next movement after she's made the first ball.
Yeah. The other noticeable thing about her is that she immediately changes the angle of her movement, which is really difficult to defend. Got it?
Okay, just less than 10 minutes left in this fixture. Clarendon leading St. Anne's by 1-0. That fantastic Bianca Wood strike. Pulling the ball left. And just as the ball hit the line, she let rip. Here's a chance and a great goal.
You know, that goal started with Bianca Woods leading her player out of the area. Her other player running with the ball took full advantage of it. And then notice
here we go.
Low body positions in the circle, sticks low, and you'll reap rewards.
We keep saying, doesn't matter how hard you hit the ball, just get the ball going towards goals, make the goalkeeper work.
Yeah.
And the goalkeeper's wrong-footed.
Yeah. Well, Paul, if I must compliment you, that is one thing you did make the goalkeeper work in our day.
Thank you, Jen. And I've seen a lot of use of the aerial ball, like getting out of defense.
Yeah, that's noticeable from last year, and it's an absolutely vital skill for defenders to have. And just to release the pressure, you know, all the schools now have started using proper presses, and you need to have more than one way of getting out of the field.
Yeah. I remember with our side, Jen, when you coached the national side, there was a big thing for you. All our defenders needed to know how to throw the ball over the press, especially when you're being full pressed.
Yeah, and you know, we used to go into tournaments where we were always usually lower ranked than any other teams in the world. So you had to take on, if you're going to lose possession, do it higher up in the field than rather in your own 16-yard area.
St. Anne's get to come away with it. The player 5 yards, okay. Gets a foot. Just under 8 minutes left in this game. Score is now 2-0 to Clarendon.
I think I must compliment the coaches of the schools at the moment. There's so many little details that I'm seeing more and more on the field. You know, just here with the sideline run, the reverse press of the defender, and she didn't overcommit. She just had stick pressure on the ball, and that invariably you'll find that they'll give a bad pass or give the ball back to you.
Yeah. Now I was talking earlier about the defensive structures are so well organized at this tournament. Myself as a striker, and I'm trying to find fault in the strikers and the attacking play, but I have to concede that the defenders are really well drilled.
Individually, but I think the tactical defense, the teams that are playing in the top 6, 8 at this tournament are all have good counter cover. Yeah. And it's noticeable that the teams who haven't gone through are the ones without counter cover. And the more coaches start bringing that in, getting defenders onto the ball side of the field, they're going to be successful. Because as a coach, my opinion is I defend to wins. And you have to go from a foundation of strong defense.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as a whole, the South African coaching fraternity is getting bigger and getting more knowledgeable. I think coaches are trying and looking for work and knowledge.
Yeah, I was really privileged to work with, there were 18 top or aspiring coaches in South Africa at the end of last year. We ran a level 3, and I was absolutely amazed. I almost went in a bit nervous thinking, well, it was mostly men who were going to be on the course, and I wondered how their reaction would be to a woman head coach, and it was absolutely amazing. Yeah. There was nothing about anything more than wanting to create better hockey players in South Africa, and it was an absolute privilege to be part of it. And what fantastic coaches, young coaches we have in this country.
That is exactly what we need. We need great coaches at the lower levels, not really lower, but the younger levels.
Yeah, absolutely.
To build a wider base of quality player with good individual basics.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's noticeable around the country is how many schools are committing to high performance programs in girls hockey, and that's why the caliber of the top 6 teams in this. In fact, I think there's only 2 teams that are really the top team at this tournament, and then the rest of the 8, there's very little between them. So we've got 12 top sides in this country, and there are even schools that aren't here.
No, it's really great, Jen. Last year I think it was when I was at October at the All Africa Games. I flew up to do the FIH Level 3 course with some of the FIH Hockey Academy coaching instructors.
Yeah.
And we do a lot of work with a lot of video, a lot of simplifying the big concepts and the principles. Yeah. Because the higher you get, the simpler it should be, really.
Yeah. Well, hockey is probably, I think, one of the most difficult games to play. The ball's moving. You have this thin little stick that you've got to do amazing things with. Everything's done on the run. And I think the best thing is advice I could ever give a coach is keep it simple.
Yeah.
The simpler you make it for your players, and the better you drill them in the simple things, you're going to be successful.
Yeah. The more they play, the more they'll teach you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, just 4 minutes left in this game. Clarendon leading St. Anne's by 2-0. It's beautiful sunset in Johannesburg. Are your sunsets like this down where you're from, Jen?
Not with clouds in it, no.
Because you've got that mountain.
No, we just don't have any clouds at the moment.
Oh, geez, and we've had a lot of rain and a lot of flooding, and wish you could just.
Well, we've had a lot of wind that's sent it to you, so it's one thing we do to you. Another thing I've noticed, and I saw it in that last free hit outside the circle, is how improved the marking is. I think that was something really lacking in South African hockey, as we were too zonally defending and not man-on-man marking. And there's been a visible difference now in the body positions of the defenders, how close they are to their players, and the concept of that's your man, you stay on them and you mark them. And that's why these games are just so competitive.
Yeah, and I noticed with the national PHL, the National Premier Hockey League, that good fundamental coaching when players are still upcoming and from 16 to 18, 21.
Yeah.
Some players that really grasp the concept of marking, and some who have no cooking clue what you're talking about.
Yeah.
They just think being in a circle is marking. I'm in my area, so that means I must be doing something right. And
Yeah, well, you've got to mark and defend. I had an experience in my last game where we really marked well, but we just didn't make a tackle. So, but I suppose I've got half of it right. We're marking.
Yeah, you see, or tick 1 out of 2.
Yeah,
and I noticed
and work on the other.
Yeah, I noticed today with not really disappointing results, I think, for our national men's and women's team down in Australia at the Gold Coast Commonwealth Games. You'll see the top team, like an Australian men's side, the difference in detail of when they do not have the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think we've sent lambs to the slaughter there, to be really honest. The South African women's team, I don't think, has played since December. And you cannot compete on an international stage if you don't have regular international competition.
Yeah.
And it's so bitterly disappointing, because you sit at a tournament like this and look at the young talent that's coming through. We should be getting up in the top 6 in the world, and we just lose these young players.
Yeah.
I've seen at least 12 players here that I would have any day in a club side and you could develop them into really top players.
Yeah, but I think, Jen, you know, we are here to nurture their talent, and you and I talking into the universe, and hopefully someone with 100 million rands wants to donate it or sponsor.
Oh, I thought you'd say marry us.
No, with a little bit of money, yeah, we will give back.
Yeah,
we'll give back to the sport that has kept our hearts and captured our lives for so long. Coming back to this fixture, Jen, we've got 30 seconds left. Clarendon, by far the stronger side. I think they scored where they needed to score.
Yeah, I thought what they've done really well is when St Anne's has got the ball back, they've just channeled them to the side of the field, closed them down, retained, got the ball back again, and then made possession passes and put the pressure back on them.
Yeah.
And it's been a really collective, calm, well-organised performance from them.
All right, they're at home. That is now.
Straight back into action at the St Mary's Investec Hockey Festival. Next game, Oranje versus Unisi, the absolute classic encounter, the derby of Bloemfontein. A rich history between these two teams. Unisi in green and yellow, Oranje in white. Oranje currently on the ball, playing from left to right on your screen. And without a doubt, going to be lots of action in this game. High-paced, anticipated. Oranje certainly been on form in this festival, as always. And straight away into the action. Ball just rolling over the baseline. Sitting next to me, Jen King, absolute legend of South African hockey. Have coached the national team for a number of years, has been involved with the University of Stellenbosch, and now involved with Bloemhof. How is it going at Bloemhof, Jen?
From a personal point of view, absolutely amazing. I love working there. It's been a great change in my profession, and I'm really pleased with the progress that the team's been making.
It's certainly been evident how the team has just climbed under your guidance in the last 2 years.
Yeah, that's right.
And you know, they're very lucky to have you. I'm sure do you think they feel the same?
Not after our last loss, but no, I'm very appreciated there, and they're just a great bunch of girls who really want to do well, and I think with just a little bit more tweaking and a bit more pushing, they'll start ticking their draws over into wins, and they're certainly more competitive this year than last year, and yeah, we just keep working at it.
Yeah. So in your build up to this festival, what did you focus on in preparation?
Probably running defensive lines and getting my defensive structures in place, because my attitude is that you defend to win games. I've got a very new back four. All 3 of them weren't in the team last year, so I knew that if there was anywhere that we might be found a little bit green, it would be in that area. So I have worked on it, and I must say they've really stepped up, especially in our last 2 games. They had a very good game now against St Mary's Kloof, who I think was one of the top teams at the tournament. And yeah, it's great to see their progress.
In your opinion, what's the biggest difference between working with national level and a bit university level as well, to the school level that you're in now?
Yeah, look, all three you have to treat it completely differently. Yeah. I think with school level, I've had to hold back quite a lot of tactical knowledge, because I think you've got to keep it really simple and let them get things right. But I now in this great shot on the goal there, excellent save by the goalkeeper. In that, certainly in the next.
Waranya just spreading the ball nice and wide on the left-hand side. They're certainly looking for that space. And as often using the crash ball in and trying to get that. We're having another look at this. She gets the ball into a fantastic position. That is an exceptional save.
Yeah.
As the ball was moving to her right-hand side, she got the left glove all the way across and made a sound save. And a great test immediately on the Unisi keeper.
Yeah, I think that's an aspect of Aranya. You can almost put some money on it that within the first 4 minutes of the game they're going to have at least one shot at goal. They get down to business immediately, put the opposition on the back foot, and as you say, this is a classic derby between the two teams. You would know full well because you used to play for one.
Yeah, they certainly play one another plenty times in one season. Look at that aerial skills bringing the ball in.
Yeah.
Just deemed not travelling 5 yards to get it in, but fantastic aerial skills shown there. Yeah, that's a great derby to be part of. Lots of history between the two teams, and of course being close proximity, always in competition.
Yeah, I must say I've been pleasantly surprised at the step that Unisi has taken from last year's tournament. I think they're looking really athletic. They're determined. They're certainly very competitive at this level, and their coach can be very pleased with certainly the changes I've seen since last year.
Just from I would probably say a Bloemfontein nature, where you grow up being quite competitive. There's no ways that Unisi was just going to stand back and let Oranje dominate for year after year. This is the opportunity to step up. And like you say, they've done it very well.
Yeah, and it always takes a couple of years. You can't just make the decision and in 1 year turn a team around. And whatever they're doing is certainly working, and I expect them to just get better and better. On the other side, you're lucky to have such strong competition in close proximity, because I think there's some schools who are in areas where they're strong but they don't have enough competition. And if I was coaching there, I would certainly put on a couple of matches against each other, just to... and also looking at this, you've got to think that the Free State hockey team for the Under-19 tournament would look very strong.
Absolutely, and if you can almost take either one of these teams and you put them in a provincial setup, and now look at the combination of the two of them, it's definitely going to be very strong. The key always is converting the two schools, putting them together, and then get your outcome at provincial level.
Yeah, well, Peter, you've coached at top level as well, and you know that player management is, if you don't get that right as a coach, you're not going to have a successful team. So that would probably be the big trick.
Yeah. It is certainly. I mean, Free State has produced over the years some tremendous school provincial teams. I think in the last few years they have lacked that a bit, and maybe, like you say, they didn't get it quite right. It'll be very interesting to see how they go this year in the provincial level. Are you involved with any provincial coaching, Jen?
No, not at the moment. My involvement is selection, and then I do some advising to the coaches, but June, July is my holiday time.
It's very smart to take your break then. It's smack in the middle of hockey season, so you come back refreshed.
Refreshed, that's right.
And ready for the second half of the season.
Yeah, when all the other coaches are tired. Yeah. No, look, I feel I've done my dues. There are very good young up-and-coming coaches, and why hang around and keep them out of positions? I'm always available to help them, but it's, they're young, great coaches, and they probably have more energy than me right now. I'm not sure, you know, you were talking about the rivalry between these schools. Down in the Boerlands, we have 4 top hockey schools with incredible rivalry. But there's one thing I've really noticed: the minute that game's over, what great friends they all are. And I think that's one of the reasons the Boerland teams have been so successful over the last couple of years. Is there's a very competitive league with top or huge rivalry, but when they come together as a provincial side, they really put something together special for them.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it's much easier for them just to convert into another team.
Yeah.
A great lead from Eunice. A little intensity there shown by the right forward. She's not quite where she expected the ball. But Eunice bringing the ball out. Oranje certainly dominated the possession in the last few minutes. And the game opening up, you'll find it typically from Oranje. They stretch the entire field from attack to defense, and they're happy to do so. And Eunice has got their work cut out to try and cut or hold it to a certain channel.
Yeah, I think that's what's so difficult to play Oranje, is that you have to change your defensive tactic, and you're working with young players who it's not that easy for them to do it. That you're forced into a zonal defence in the midfield and hold back. They really stretch the field hugely. The downside of that is they're very vulnerable to the counter-attack. And if you can get those turnovers in midfields and counter, just like that happened now, and convert it, you can score.
That's probably the key, is actually getting that conversion, because any Oranje player in defense is going to back themselves to be able to get back and try and prevent that counter, because they have enough speed to do so.
The speed and the tough skill on the player who's breaking through. So it might just be with stick pressure on the ball, and not an ugly breakdown, but a breakdown of play that their players can get back.
Yeah, very difficult team to play against. We see this with every single match. Just because they have got the superior technical skill, and then you add a bit of speed, and we see another breakthrough over a great distance, but broken down by Eunice, bringing the ball out. So they combine their speed, the superior skill, and then the tactic where they just stretch teams. And because other teams are not always that fit, fast, and maybe tactically knowledgeable, that's one of the reasons why Oranje is always on top.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they change direction when they run, so they're always opening new lines to pass on. Their players read it, and the other thing is they just continually keep the game flowing. They never slow the game down. Every free hit they speed it up with, and their acceleration adds to that. And as a result, they just run the opposition into the ground.
Yeah, even in you know, we find that the matches are pretty short, so the intensity to try and score a goal is urgent from most teams. We see a save from Oranje keeper. It's under control, and they're staying calm at this stage, just again running the ball out. Eunice trying to apply the pressure, but great control. She's going to try and get her eyes up and find the connection pass. Not executed that well. There was a player free on the outside she probably didn't see.
Yeah, I think even there where she received the ball off the goalkeeper's pads, there was she just collectively got it, kept her behind, turned out, kept the ball away from the opposition stick, and could find some space on the side of the field. That's quality defence play.
Absolutely, and it's almost an element of maturity in their play, and it comes through repetition and training.
Yeah.
And that's where you get that confidence, where you are really just mature and calm on the ball.
Yeah. Well, she did a great job there in the defence.
Yep. Eunice certainly stepping up to this challenge.
Yeah.
And they are
dishing it
out as well.
Yeah, last 4 minutes, 5 minutes, they've actually krilled back into the game and has been testing the defence. You see,
Very
this
calm, yeah, that's the elimination you're talking about. Yeah.
It gets the elimination, and then because you can't step up because the midfielders are pulled so high, she has space to move into and get them out of trouble. A really difficult team to play against because of the system they play.
This is seriously end-to-end stuff, and it's a matter of time before we're going to see a crack in one of these defences. Oranje with the ball again, stretched all the way to the baseline. It's unbelievable to think that they really play across the entire field, and they backing their fitness to be able to hold this up for the 30 minutes.
Yeah. Well, they also stretch your defenders, so when they do get the retained possession or regain it again, there's always space for them to accelerate into.
That's right. And if you had to call it, would you say the first goal is going to be a field goal, or are we waiting for a penalty corner?
Well, having a glimpse of the Eunice's, she's really on form. So she made a fantastic save in the field just now. So perhaps they might have to revert to one of the short corners where they wrong foot the goalkeeper.
And it would be a fascinating tactical contest if Eunice had to score first, as that'll be definitely the first time that Oranje is going to play off the back foot.
Yeah, but their mentality is they just never give up. So it would just add a great excitement to it.
What have you found of the... Yeah, sorry, continue.
No, Paulo and I were just talking about the use of the overhead and how many more teams and defenders have those skills, which is great to see, because it's something that I thought was lacking in South African hockey. And they're starting to be quite adventurous with it as well. Sometimes a little bit too much high risk, but it is a way of getting out of a tight press, and quite an effective way.
Definitely, and you'll probably find now that you see it more and they're trying it more, then the effectiveness is going to improve.
Absolutely, because people are seeing what can be done.
Yeah.
The other thing that's really improved is the way the umpires are blowing it. I think they've done a great job.
Yeah, they have.
This tournament, I've seen very little mistakes on that, and that was always very contentious. Oh, that's a telling tackle.
I think in general at this festival in particular, really the umpires have been at a pretty good standard. In fact, one of the better standards I've experienced at a festival level. So well done, St Mary's, for getting this group together, and you know, they're doing a fantastic job.
They are, and the real positive, and South Africa is known as one of the best umpiring teams in the world. They produce the most umpires internationally. One of the really good things is how many of them are here, and they're all holding their own against sometimes hockey that's difficult to umpire because it's not of a high standard, and then games like this where they're fully in control. Right,
and we just see the penalty corner from Eunice, right?
And I call the Oranje corner, so this one's on you, although you'd be against your home side.
Yeah, no, I think Oranje is definitely going to have a fair rush out. They'll probably run a 3-1, and the inside penalty corner, so the one on the castle on the left-hand side, they opt to go short. Interesting variation. It goes to the injector, and the goalkeeper makes an error by playing the ball straight back into the middle. With the stick. It's probably the pressure that just got to her, but they much better for a keeper to try and save the ball, kick it as hard as you can to the outside. Yeah. And
but again, the Oranje defence immediately snatched onto the ball and made sure that Eunice couldn't capitalise on the mistake.
Well, they're going short again, this time perhaps to the top of the D.
I think we might see a variation. Yep.
Unfortunately, lack of communication in that variation.
Now here's trouble. Oh.
Yeah, I agree. If she had received that right, it would be counter.
Absolutely. She'll be disappointed with herself, but not for long. She'll pick it up and do something great in a moment.
Is this festival something your players really enjoy participating in?
They absolutely do, but I must say I think I enjoy it more.
Yeah. It's a good opportunity to meet up with old friends and...
Well, the most amazing thing is how many people that I've met through hockey are still involved in giving back to the game. It's an incredible community. I mean, what we see here, we don't even see it at interprovincial tournaments where the cream of South African hockey is playing. So I think it's such a great advert for the game. It shows what can be done in South Africa. I can't fault St Mary's on their organisation. And it's the most sought after tournament to get into. So I see it as a huge privilege that we do play here.
Yeah, 100%.
And as a St Mary's old girl, I mean, you just, the heart swells when you come in there because you're so proud of what they've done.
Yeah, you would have enjoyed a festival like this as a player when you were back at school. I know I certainly would have. I missed out by just a year or two.
Yeah, no, it would have. Well, I missed out by a century or two. But isn't it great that we come back in another capacity?
Yeah, and what I really also enjoy is to see that the caliber of coaches and, like you say, ex-players, etc., are involved. And this is not the highest level of hockey in South Africa, but certainly one that everybody enjoys being part of.
Yeah, and it'll filter through to the higher level. So it's just everything is good for hockey. And you know, it's tournaments like this that's created the competitiveness that has changed schools' thinking on women's hockey. And a number of all of these top schools that are playing in the top 10, you'll probably find have heads of hockey employed who run the hockey programs, and a huge level of professionalism is brought into the game. And again, strengthening hockey. The big thing is, how do we retain all these players to go carry on and play after they leave school?
That really is the question, because the caliber of player that's developed here needs to convert into a national player.
Yeah.
And there needs to be quite a few. And Eunice really applying 9-yard pressure there. That was pretty close. She got the last touch on that. The keeper. Great save. I do know that Mornay Oudendal, the coach of Oranje, we're having another look at it. Great eyes up, looking at the option where she's going to pass it. She puts the pressure on the keeper by putting the ball there, and Eunice is right there. And played the ball out in safety for Oranje, but certainly a good passage of play for Eunice.
Absolutely. The last 7 minutes, they've totally dominated. I think after we sang Oranje's praises.
Good, so now we need to go with Eunice.
That's an old girl talking, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, no, you can see that the players are just in top physical condition for both these teams, and that's my point I want to raise next. You were mentioning about all the schools who have employed or who are employing heads of hockey, and really investing in the sport. The next aspect of the game that's probably becoming very, very important is the physical conditioning, and you're finding that professionals are also moving into this area to get the players in peak condition.
Yeah, absolutely. All the schools I know, they certainly have strength trainers and conditioning trainers working with the teams. And again, just the level of South African schoolgirls hockey is just getting better and better.
Eunice receiving the ball at top of the D, and this is what I really like about a typical Free State play to an extent. She's going to have the shot regardless of the amount of pressure that's on her, and the end result, a penalty corner, really excellent to take that shot. She took it off the wrong foot and in the turn. That's a skill in itself. Great save by Oranje keeper. Ball to safety.
I think what the Eunice girl did so well there, she knew which side she was being marked, so she used the space behind her to get the shot away, and the defender didn't expect that. Another good save here by the keeper.
Attempted drag flick. There's not quite enough speed and pace on it. The direction is 100%, and it's a difficult height for the goalkeeper to deal with, just above the foot, almost knee height.
Yeah, it was an awkward save because I think she anticipated it to be a little bit harder, and then it came a bit softer. But she did the job, and the job of the goalkeeper is keep the ball out the goal box.
Right. Really interesting how Eunice is throwing 3 attackers all the way up to put a high press on Oranje. This is something that no other team has done to Oranje yet at the festival.
No, they haven't.
And it's really testing them. And you feel it's probably a matter of time, and there's going to be a result for them. Oranje now with an opportunity in the circle. She gets the ball under control. She's going to look for the foot or the upgrade in the circle.
But what a great tackle.
Fantastic tackle by Eunice, bringing the ball out to safety.
Yeah, the defender's body position was nice and low. Her stick is near the ground, and she just did a great job. She was patient, waited for the right moment, and that was a telling tackle because I can imagine they could unleash a reverse stick hit from there without a problem. You see there, the immediate short free taken immediately. She reaps benefits, but unlucky there.
I really enjoy the attitude of both these. In fact, you know, most teams here at the festival, I've noticed that maybe previous years, not as much as this year, but very good attitude. As soon as the whistle went, whether it's for you or against you, there's no arguing or lack of discipline. They just turn and play on.
Yeah, you know, reaction to turnovers is so important, and reaction to the whistle. If you've got to go from attack to defense really quickly, and if you don't, you're going to get beaten. So arguing with an umpire is not going to help your team defensively.
No, certainly not. In fact, the umpire never changes their decisions, really. So there's no point in wasting time trying to convince them otherwise.
Yeah, it's so vital that you get back into route one and defend a direct line to the goal. Or else your team is really going to get hurt through the middle of the field.
Yep.
This number 9 player has really been able to cut across the midfield beautifully. Strong girl, athletic, and really good vision on the ball when she runs.
If you had to give Oranje any advice, what would it be, Jen?
Go to another country so we can win some matches.
That's great advice.
Go overseas in the St. Mary's Festival so someone else can have a chance. Yeah, look, I know it works for them, and they train to be able to do really well. But I think as more and more top coaches are going to come into the scene of girls hockey, I think they're going to find ways to undo Oranje. They play the same all the time, and I know it works, but I think you need a plan B.
Yeah, you probably find as long as they feel they're successful, they're not really going to find the need to change it.
Need to change, yeah.
So you're absolutely right. As soon as someone starts challenging them, they would have to make changes.
Yeah. But as you say, the high press on them has certainly unsettled them. They don't have the slick rhythm that they have had up as they go vertically up the field. But there goes number 9 again. She really gets across the advantage line well.
This is where they're very comfortable, attacking the circle with speed.
Yeah.
And even though she didn't get a shot off, the penalty corner is as good for her, and they are going to back themselves. It's the first penalty corner of the match for Oranje. And they waited
just 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, they waited a long time for it.
Yeah.
Because she's got her ears pinned down, she's going for it. She knows that the defender is going to step in to try and break the play down, and she just pulls it into her foot.
Yeah, probably a little bit of impatience on the side of the defenders there. That there were 2 of them, so perhaps a little bit of better collective defence there, and they could have come away with that ball.
Great save off the line by Eunice. Brave defense, getting that stick down and really watching the ball. We are playing under lights, obviously, as you know, so and the ball is not very bright. You can have a look at the ball on your screen there. It's a little bit on the darker side, so if that ball travels to you at speed, it will be very difficult to see it clearly, and she did a fantastic job.
It just seems that when Oranje does get into Eunice's circle, they tend to panic a little bit. There they go and had a good turnover and gave it straight back, and that's one thing you don't want, is wave and wave and wave of Oranje coming at you. Again, the central defender being challenged with some high pressure and making an uncharacteristic mistake.
They have really committed. Eunice is completely committed at putting full pressure at speed on Oranje.
Yeah.
They are throwing everything at this game.
In fact, earlier today I saw Nikki Hudson on the TV at the Commonwealth Games, and I just had a vision here. These 2 Eunice girls remind me a little bit of the pressure as a striker for Australia she used to put on.
Yeah, Nikki Hudson is a player who played for Australia at many Olympic Games and World Cups. Fantastic striker with tremendous speed that everybody basically feared for that reason. She could just go full tilt at the circle and execute a shot. And a particular style as well of hitting, where she hits it with a shorter grip and off the front toe and rotating through the shot. That always impressed me about her hitting.
Yeah, she was a tremendous athlete and a great ambassador for the sport. And it's also, again, great to see her still involved and putting back into a sport. Again, Oranje getting across the advantage line.
I would probably say a bit guilty of always running across the advantage line. If it would be probably more effective if they had to pass it through the advantage line.
Especially that they've got their high strikers and their wide midfielders.
They're trying to run, breaking that line. As you see, they're carrying again. So it's a lot of work to get past that defender. And this time not successful. Unisi winning the ball. It's 2.5 minutes to go. Even Stevens.
I think what Unisi's done really well is as these midfielders are going through across the advantage line, they're defending the middle of the field really well. So they're not actually finding the passes that they used to finding. Again, here comes the high press.
And very interesting to note, there's absolutely no cover defense for Oranje.
Yeah.
They have everybody is committed into this attack. They're going for the win now. The breakaway is certainly on for Unisi if they can get their hands on the ball.
It's quite interesting because it shows their attitude. Is this game has absolutely no bearing on. They through to the top 4. They've qualified for the semi-final. Yet they just keep going at full pass.
Incredible
they play to
intensity, hey.
Yeah. Where you would think, well, sit back, relax, save your legs for the semi-final and be at your best. But
question is,
there's no
do they
holding
have
back.
another gear? No, they only at top gear.
That's true. Which probably explains why you played the way you played. I don't think it's just recently that they've had this attitude. I think it's been all along.
Well, I don't remember running as hard as these kids at school level, so they certainly have improved. In fact, the most impressive thing is how the entire team has bought into a culture at the school where that's the expectation, and they all just live up to that expectation.
Well, we have a Bloemhof Oranje derby every year, and even their second team is quite incredible. Here they go, one last shot. Fantastic save by the goalkeeper. Unfortunately, I think it might have caught the Unisi's foot.
Last chance saloon for Oranje. Having another look, she gets a shot off the wrong foot. She puts the pressure on. Great save in front of the goalkeeper, but illegally so, just hitting her foot on the way in.
If you were a betting man, knowing that there's just 30 seconds left on the clock, you would back Oranje to put this in. They just know how to do things in do or die.
I'm so scared to put my money
Oh,
anywhere right now,
okay.
but let's say that it's going to be a deflection goal, a rebound back from the keeper. Let's have a look if I'm right. And Oranje will finish it.
Oh, the last moment they want to do is...
Very glad I didn't put my money anywhere there.
Put it into Investec, you've got a much better return on it.
That's the end of this match. Unisi Oranje 0-0, nothing in the game. Draw. Action continues. This is the St. Mary's Investec Hockey Festival, day 3.
No, our South African schools or players are used to playing 7 games in a week when they go to IPT. These type of tournaments they play throughout the year. So playing 3 matches in a day is actually easy. But I think this team came. I think they're quite a quality side. They've certainly got good basics. They're well organised, but I think perhaps a combination of the heat and playing so many matches has caught them a little bit off guard.
And of course, we are also sitting at a pretty intense altitude. So I think that makes a difference. They certainly look physically well conditioned. You look at the muscle tone.
Yeah.
They as you say, they're well drilled and they understand the game. So you're right. I think you're spot on with that comment. Where it's just, it takes a few years for teams to get used to playing in this environment and festival.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a particular way that you need to prepare for this festival?
Well, you know, it depends on your attitude as a coach. To be honest, it's not ideal to win a pre-season tournament. I wouldn't want to be peaking at the beginning of the season. I wouldn't say no to a win, but certainly the emphasis of training for me building up into this tournament is not to get the simple things in place and then use each game to develop the team further. My attitude is I have 7 months to develop them into the best that they can be, and I do it over a long period of time. I know some coaches start in January and have them trained right up. Whether they can sustain it till the end of the season is another question. And so for me, it's just getting the simple things right. If they do them really well, they'll probably be quite successful at the tournament.
We have had this discussion whether, you know, some schools, the the pupils are expected to participate in many sports,
Yeah.
whether it's summer or winter. Is that also the case at Bloemhof? They have to do a winter and a summer sport, or can they choose to play hockey all year?
Well, we've got a very strong cultural aspect to our school as well. So it's not compulsory to do anything, but most of the girls are involved. We are a very strong athletics school and tennis school. So athletics is our top summer sport, and there can be no interference with our winter sports until our 4M competition is over on the 22nd of Feb. But to be honest, as a coach, I wouldn't start my team before then anyway. I just think the season becomes too long with too many matches, and I like to keep the players fresh because I want them to peak on the last match of the season or last tournament of the season.
Well, very good that they're involved in athletics. At least that is a really good base that they're building for the season, and nothing wrong with doing athletics, I'm sure.
Yeah. And I'm very fortunate in my Boland team that my Bloemhof team that I've got 4 sprinters, so it does add huge pace, and pace in hockey is probably what you look for first from a physical point of view. So it does give you a huge advantage.
Durban goals in possession, but Fram bringing the ball out and just losing a bit of control there, but really the first encounter that Durban actually has at the attacking 25 for this match. We're coming to the close of today, and it's the third day. It's the third last game actually of the day, and matches literally all day long from 7:30, 30 minutes at a time.
Once again,
great strong run.
Talked about the pace, possibly just going too far, but good turnout.
Good strong one-handed skill there with running. Often a nice skill to have if you want to extend your stick a bit further and get away from the defender. The trick is to bring it back into control. You have another look at that run. She just extends it nice and far. The defender can't reach it. It's also on her backhand. There she gets it under control. Very nice little turn. Perhaps the back ball and the 90 back pass, the better decision to make there, but a great run.
Even Durban Girls College, I saw them playing on day one, and I can immediately see that there's been improvements in their play. And I think that's the big advantage of playing a tournament where you play 3 games a day. Yes, physically it's really tiring, but you can give a team feedback and they can immediately go back and try it, which I think you lose if you only play once a week.
That's I can't agree more with you, and also because the matches are shortish,
yeah,
they get to implement it straight away.
Yeah. Sometimes.
What do you think of the statistics on penalty corner conversion at this festival?
I've been very fortunate in my team that we've had an extremely high conversion, but I'm not sure what it has been in the tournament itself. What I have seen, though, is some very strong short corner variations. St Mary's Kloof has just got 2 short corners that are, I would say, at the school's level, world class. You know what? You can win tournaments on good penalty corner, as South African hockey would know when you used to drag flick for us.
It certainly gives you an advantage. A penalty corner specialist, or even just a scoring specialist, and a very strong goalkeeper wins you tournaments and festivals.
Yeah.
I have heard that some teams are struggling with the turf or the circles. It's a nice little drive in from Fram, just no connection at the end, and Durban girls are going to clear it to the side to safety. I've heard that it's difficult to get the ball going really in the penalty corner, and that could probably result to the lack of conversion. And I want to add to that then the fact that St Mary's Kloof has got variations. I think they've adapted to this particular tournament or festival by doing that, having learned from last year.
Yeah, I think the ball comes off a little bit slower off as you inject it, and so by moving it around the first wave. But they do have a great drag flicker who moves very well to wherever the ball is put, and they thoroughly deserve to score off those short corners because they are excellent.
And my next question is, who's the top 4 for you if you had to predict for tomorrow? Finals?
I would put my money, I think for me St Mary's Kloof is the top school here. I think they've played really outstanding hockey. Their midfielders are incredible. Their strikers are very creative. They make the opposition defence think all the time. And I think the brand of hockey they're playing now, I'm really, in fact Bloemhof and Kloof played for 11 and 12 last year, and they've stepped up incredibly.
Fantastic goal taken by Fram. She got the ball top of the D and made no mistake, no hesitation. She stepped into it and absolutely smashed it into that far post. It's Lottie Summers. She gets her footwork right and then she strikes the ball with no hesitation. Fantastic goal, Lottie Summers.
She did really well to just get it outside her body space, which then eliminated the defender, and good finish. To add to what I was saying is that it's St Mary's Kloof come up against Herschel tomorrow, and Herschel's strength is also their midfield. So I think it's going to be a really incredible battle. And I wouldn't like to be a betting man, but if I had to, on all the hockey I've seen, I really think St Mary's Kloof has been top notch.
Very beautiful contest. To think that Kelly Reid, ex-national player, coming up as the coach against Cindy Brown, ex-national player. Again, back to that comment of players really in investing back into the game, and these players are all coached by phenomenal coaches and great experience and all of that.
And I think the nice thing is that they're young ex-international players, so they've had access to high-performance programs, so they know what players require. And the other thing is that they've had experience with video analysis, so they bring that into their game, which immediately improves your players as well.
Is that something you guys use a lot at Bloemhof, video analysis?
Yeah, I travel with a video person, in a tournament like this, when the turnover between matches is quite a lot, I mostly use the video just to develop my team talks, but to my players that what I want.
And do you analyze the opponents more or more yourself?
No, at a tournament like this I analyze the opponents. Look, if I pick up something, I'll obviously show them, but when I go back I will take out highlight clips on which I want them to work on and explain to them why I want it to be better or how it can be better. So you can use it for both.
Yeah, and in the festival, I would imagine it's again back to that player management. You know what your players are capable of and what they can do. You watch the video of the opponents and you can instruct them accordingly, and there's no need for them to watch hours and hours of video.
Yeah, I think less is more very often, and that's certainly my attitude. I did a video session with the girls this morning before we came out to play, and there were only 7 clips. So that's, as you get higher up in international hockey, you would show more, or you'd put a lot onto them doing it individually themselves. But you don't want to clutter their minds with too much information.
Fram really playing with a bit more freedom. They are up 1 goal and they can afford to just take a few more risks. And making Durban girls chase after them, you get the sense that they're more in control of the game now.
Yeah, they were getting all their numbers behind the ball, and now they've seemed to stretch the field a bit, and they've found more space for themselves. That little number 8, I thought she was going to receive now, but in playing in the centre mid has some really excellent receiving skills. She's just done the deflection in there. She does really well, and again, if she does get the ball, you can notice that she immediately gets up her eyes and is always looking for the next pass, which is a skill that many more South African hockey players need to learn.
Yeah, but particularly when they're running into that attacking zone. Evidently also Fram now with the penalty corner, so they really are enjoying a fantastic passage of play. Earlier today also noticed when St Mary's was playing and they had all their supporters and the whole school's out singing. Fram was right in there joining them with the war cries. So coming all the way from the UK, they really are enjoying this atmosphere and the festivities at the festival.
Yeah, it's a great life experience, and they're interesting to see how they moved their castles just prior to the push out.
Oh,
and a great drag flick.
Fantastic drag flick. What a drag flick. So, as you mentioned, they move the castle, and that gives the drag flicker another angle to work with. And it puts her in a perfect position to get it into that top corner. Abby Goodham. She flings it right at the end off the tip of the stick, and the goalkeeper had no chance. She puts it away in the top left corner.
She's playing in your number as well, Petey. Don't know if you noticed. Weren't you?
No, it was number 15.
15, that's right.
Yeah. But 10 is also a good number.
Not bad.
It's amazing how players get so attached to numbers. Always fascinated me. It's almost becomes part of the identity, and don't you dare take that away. They get all confused and quite sad about it.
Yeah, but then when you call them on the field, they never know their number, especially if they've done something wrong.
Maybe when they get tired, they start realizing what their numbers are.
Numbers are, yeah.
So Durban girls really have a lot of work to do to try and pull something back in this game.
I think noticeable there is that their strikers are also starting to do a bit of a reverse press on the college girls, which rushes their next pass. So there you saw she immediately gave possession back to Fram. And we were mentioning that 2 teams in the semi-final are being coached by Cindy Brown and 2 international players. The Fram has also got Sue Vessels, who also played for South Africa at the Beijing Olympics.
Yeah, I mean, this is just actually quite incredible, the lineup of coaches at this festival.
Perhaps we should have had a have-been versus a tournament side.
Would you be on the field?
No, the coach.
I'm going to put my name down as the physiotherapist.
You'd
or the
be
water
very
girl.
busy. Very busy.
Actually, I didn't think that through. I should have thought a bit clearer on that. Maybe physiotherapy is not the best option then.
It would be far less energy to just stand on the top of the circle like you always used to do and wait for the ball to come to you.
Play to your strengths.
Yeah. Fram just slowing the game down a little bit, trying to draw out the good college girls to give them some attacking space. There you saw that outstanding open receiving of the centre mid. She's now beaten with great momentum 4 players, and again just at the end losing possession.
Bit of a panic pass from Durban girls, just flinging it out to the side. No connection there, but it's typically what you expect from this time of the game. They are trailing by two goals. They've got 15 minutes to go. Fatigue's probably setting it. They're wondering to themselves, how are they going to get 2 goals back in this game?
So here, just playing the ball around the back, they're drawing the college girls out, which will then just give them the attacking space when they go forward. Oh. Some competitive tackling there, and she's come away really beautifully with the ball. Let's hope she gets a nice lead ahead of her. Yeah, I think a little bit of fatigue setting in on both times. It's becoming a little bit scrappy, but there you saw the reverse press coming in again, hurrying the college girl to make a pass, which then led to the turnover.
That's a very important aspect, or even just an idea to implement with schoolgirls. If they can start getting a reverse press going, that will make a tremendous difference at this level.
Yeah, well, if we were talking about the semi-final tomorrow at Cliff Herschel, I think to contain both of those midfield lines, the strikers are going to have to work really hard back and create a 2-on-1 with the opposite midfielder. And the team who does that best is going to close down the opposition's midfield. And I think that might just be the way in which you would beat the team.
Now working the ball around the right. They're trying to find space. They really are stretching Durban girls. Keeping the ball on the outside. She's going to try and run it in, but a good tackle coming in from Durban girls, and it just taps her on the foot, and they can take a moment, take a breath, and weigh up all the options. Another player running in to try and take the free hit. She feels no options available. She's even asking her players Where should she pass the ball?
Yeah, really high press, and all they're doing is pressing them in there and waiting patiently, and college are just giving the ball back to them.
If we talk about advice you're going to give your players, Jen, going into the future, if they have to choose, what is the best path for you, for them to make that step to get into the national team? Is it going through the university leagues? Is it a good idea to perhaps look at abroad? What is your opinion on making the national team from this level?
Look, I know it's very difficult making a national team if you do go abroad, but I think you first got to look at the life. Well, the first thing is what do you want to study? I don't think you should just go off to a university and it's got to be about what you want to do at the end of your life, or for the rest of your life, and hockey must just become part of it. And if you do them both well, you'll be successful. Look, a number of our players are now getting opportunities to go to American universities, and I would say go. Without a question of a doubt, it's an absolute life experience. They offer more than what we offer in South Africa. The international scene is so sporadic here at under 21 and senior level that I certainly wouldn't give up the opportunity to study in America.
Yeah, it's certainly a choice you make for your future.
Yeah.
Whereas national hockey is something that should be part of your future, and not just your outright future decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, I must agree with you. I think the American university option is becoming very, very popular.
Yeah.
And rightly so. You know, with the economic situation in South Africa, a lot of our players are getting fantastic opportunities to go and get a top qualification for free.
Absolutely. And the option of continuing to live in America afterwards. If you look at somebody like Ilse Davids, who's currently at the Commonwealth Games, she took that option and then decided she wanted to come back and ended up doing her honours at Stellenbosch University, and it was there that she then leapfrogged into the international scene and has now been in the Commonwealth Games and unfortunately missed out on Olympic Games, but there's the World Cup coming up. And so it's quite possible to do both. You might just start your international career 2 years later or something.
Yeah. And talking about the national team, you witnessed or know about the draw this morning against Malaysia?
I didn't see the game because we had our own match, but you know, I think it's really lambs to the slaughter there. They've had no international competition this year, and you've played yourself. If you haven't been playing at the top level, it's very, very difficult to even be competitive. Never mind win. And I know how much work those girls put in. I know how passionate they're about being successful. I know the pressures they'll be under now from SASCOC because this was an unexpected loss. It's a really, really difficult environment now to be in for them. And I just hope they just regroup as a group and continue on doing what they went to do.
Yeah.
And, you know, no tournaments lost on day 2.
That's right.
So, and they must just keep plugging away and try and make sure they get into the final playoffs. But I actually had a message from both Erin Hunter and Ilse Davids today, and they're obviously bitterly disappointed. And it isn't easy now.
Yeah, this is where it becomes really, really tough, and they have to secure some results going forward now.
Yeah.
And there's no easy matches left for them to do that with. But, you know, looking at the first performance, I unfortunately didn't see today, but the first performance versus England, they looked exceptionally solid. I thought it was really unlucky, the 2 goals. It felt almost like they were soft goals. The performance was pretty good. I think, like you say, if they just continue plugging away, it'll be okay.
Yeah, it was interesting because I got a message from one of the girls and they said, well, we didn't disgrace ourselves. And I thought, you know, it's really tough for that team they to go in with the attitude, well, just don't disgrace yourself, because they know they're on the back foot. And I think they were a little bit upbeat, even though they'd lost 2-0. They felt that they had got some things right. And I didn't see the Malaysian game, so I can't comment on perhaps where it went wrong. But all these girls at this tournament will know, you know, in every tournament you hit a speed bump, and it's how you respond to it and bounce back.
certainly at an international level, it's never easy. It doesn't matter which team you play against, because Malaysia may have, I also didn't see the game, but they may have followed a tactic where they put absolutely all the players behind the ball, and then it becomes so difficult to get through, no matter how good you are. You know, at points it's going to be impossible to do.
Yeah. Well, if I was the Malaysian coach, I certainly would do that. And I saw Malaysia play India, and they have got some speed, and they certainly, their skills have improved in the last 4 years since I last saw them. So they weren't a side that you could walk in and say, well, this should be a definite win and we'll walk away with 3 points. And that, unfortunately, is where it is. You must remember, South Africa is ranked 12th in the world. So, you know, every single game, whether you're playing teams ranked higher than you or 5 or 6 below you, there's not much difference in the caliber of hockey.
Yeah.
And I just feel had they had a little bit more international exposure prior to going there, they wouldn't have, you know, fallen at this hurdle.
Now, you having experience coaching a national team, if you had to pick 2 points that are very, very similar or exactly similar to coaching a Bloemhof team, what would those 2 points be?
Probably that if we're going to do something, we do it professionally and right. I think I have a high level of professionalism in the Bloemhof team, which comes out of it was natural for me in the national team, that you can leave no stone unturned, and then having a group of people around me to help me. I'm not a one-man band. Even at this tournament, I have 4 staff members with me, a physio, a trainer, a video analysis, and a manager. And back home, we have a mental skills trainer. And over 2 or 3 years, I really do think we'll be challenging to be one of the top 5 schools in the country. And I'll even see, I'm pretty certain that I can get the team to be in the top 10 again this year. And if I can do that, I'll be happy with the progress. You know, you go through stages with teams where you first got to teach them to train and then to compete. And I think my team is definitely in that phase at the moment. And now we've just got to go into the train to win. Because once a team learns to win, like Oranje, it's very difficult to start beating them. Because winning just becomes such a habit. And they know exactly what it takes to win.
Yeah, absolutely.
What we've got, just under 4 minutes to go.
Still 4 minutes to go, and Fram really, I even saw a diving effort at goal earlier. They are quite happy just to really play through the motions now. They're enjoying themselves. You can see that they're still trying to do the absolute best that they can.
I think the coach will be really pleased with this performance, because they played just prior to us at Kingsmead and they really looked jaded. They really struggled, and I think he'll be pleased with the way the girls have just composed themselves after what would have been a disappointing result for them, and I think they've bounced back really nice. We've seen some really great midfield receiving. They've been quite organised in defence, and at the right times they've slowed the game down, kept possession, and they've reaped the rewards.
Very, very good ball speed around the back. That's what's impressed me about Fram most. They're one of the few teams, I'm not saying the only team, there's certainly other teams that do it, but one of the few that has got a very, very good ball speed around the back when they're passing the ball around.
Yeah, and I think some of our juniors that are watching this program try and notice that they slap with their hands apart. It's a quicker skill, it's very accurate, and as you say, it's got great pace. And I know the England, the GB sides all use that around the back in the international scene, and I think that's why their trough is so accurate. All their numbers behind the ball now, they decided they're not going to concede.
Yeah, great commitment shown. Even though there's no reason for them to show that kind of commitment, they still do, and that's really good. Again, a culture of the team. Some aspects of the game you're not going to excuse yourself for, and this is one of them. You keep working until the end.
Durban girls struggling to receive the aerial.
It's probably difficult under the lights as well now with the browner ball. Not that clear to see, and if you're already not that confident receiving a high ball, this is going to become very difficult. Durban girls trying to take the ball quickly, but this is where they need to find the combination passes if they want to be threatening. She also just flies into the tackle. Just hold the composure.
Peter, I think we must take this number 8's name in the centre midfield. And I'm never a betting person, but this one I'll bet on. I think she'll play for England one day. I think she has phenomenal receiving skills, great vision. You can see she's quite young. And I think as she grows older, her skills will just get better and better.
Well, let's look out for Martha Lawrence then. We give her another 2 or 3 years, Jen?
Oh, no, a little longer. I'm talking senior now. But perhaps certainly we can look in the junior, in the age groups areas.
Well, maybe she's not even finished at school in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, she certainly doesn't look like it. She really does look like a youngster.
Yeah.
Well, if I was Susan Vessels, I'd hang on to her as long as I could at school.
Yeah. And Fram really challenged the English League as well. They one of the top teams. In fact, they won one of their national competitions. And they've got 3 age group national players in the setup, so fantastic to have them at the St Mary's Investec Hockey Festival.
Yeah, it really makes it. It brings a whole new excitement. It's, you know, with Namibia here and them, it's 2 international teams that are out from overseas, and I think for us as coaches, it's so nice to play teams that we would never get the opportunity to play.
That's right. There's 30 seconds to go of the game. Jen, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in commentary. And thank you for sharing all your experiences and sharing your hockey love with us on air. It's Framingham with 2, Durban girls with 0. And it's the last few seconds play out. Fram is going to retreat. Durban girls going to try and hang on to the ball, but really absolutely nothing left in these last few seconds. We have 2 matches to go at the St Mary's Investec Hockey Festival, and 10 seconds to go and the hooter will come up. Atmosphere still electric, action electric, the whole day of fantastic hockey, and there it is, the hooter. Play continues. This is the St Mary's Investec Hockey Festival. St Mary's Investec Hockey Festival, we're back in action. In fact, the action never ends. This is the second last game of the day. Affies are playing Paul Girls High. And of course, every point counts at this stage of the festival. All these teams are jostling for a position going into the finals tomorrow. Affies will be wearing the orange bibs. The colors are very similar, so one of the teams have to wear the bibs. In fact, it's nicely marked as Affies as well. They are playing from right to left, and Paul Girls in the blue and green, left to right on your screen. Sitting alongside me is Jackie De Lange, and still current player, Jax?
Not too much anymore. Have a bit of an injury at the moment, but yes, when I can.
Yeah, so we've just been talking about how hockey really stays in your blood, and that's certainly something that's very noticeable in your family as well. And particularly the reason, thank you for joining us. I wanted you to come tell us, we've been talking about a lot of our players these days have the opportunity to go and study in America or elsewhere in the world, and how it is for them to take that opportunity up. And your daughter, in fact, an Old St Mary's school, has chosen that option. Where is she in the world?
Well, Megs is in a university called Monmouth University, which is in New Jersey. It's about 45 miles below New York City on the coastline. It's a Division I university, which means it's one of the top hockey playing universities in the country. And she's currently halfway through her, well, 3/4 of the way through her freshman year. And yeah, she's having a great time over there. Lots and lots of hard work, I think, which was a bit of a shock to her coming from here, where you know, our girls are well conditioned but could probably be a bit better. You know, and she's arrived in the States and now does around 3.5 to 4 hours of hockey a day. And yeah, lots of work in the gym in the off season, and then in the playing season, again, a lot of practicing and 2 matches a week.
Wow,
and
that
yeah.
certainly is a lot. And also I know that a massive focus for them is the academic aspect of it. First academics and then athletics?
Yes, they actually have Megan was very fortunate. She managed to get a scholarship, which was partially academic and partially hockey. So she was very lucky to get that. But there is a huge requirement that you retain your grades at a certain level. And I'm not really too sure about the GPA system, but it's around about 3.65 GPA, which is probably an average of about 80%.
Wow, that's phenomenal.
Yeah,
so the pressure really
the pressure is on
academically.
But they do offer a lot of support.
Yeah.
So the girls are very fortunate because they clock in for a certain number of hours into the library. They offer them tutors if they're struggling with subjects. Tutors, in fact, actually get on the bus with them. If they go to games away,
right.
You can ask for a tutor to come with
amazing.
you and help you out on the bus. So it's quite an interesting system, and they certainly know how to make it work for them. So,
yes.
you know, kids are able to retain good grades and also play their hockey.
Yeah, that really is phenomenal and very reassuring to know that she's going to come out on the other end with a great qualification and, you know, continued playing a hockey throughout that process. If she chooses later on, you know, she can continue playing a hockey while actually having a career completely sorted out.
Absolutely, and I think that's what she wants, you know. She would hate to give up the hockey entirely, and so this is the best option for her in terms of getting a bit of both. You know, she manages to play her sport and get a good education at the same time.
And for her to get recruited to go there or apply, I don't know which process she went through, talk us a little bit through that. How does a player actually get themselves involved in a university there?
Okay, well, I sort of drove the process myself simply because the recruiters here in South Africa tend not to be hockey players, and so they don't really have a good concept of which universities to apply to. So what we did is we went about it by putting together a video of Megan's IPT, her under 18 IPT, along with a hockey CV, and which we sent off to different universities. She had quite a few interested universities and quite a few Skype interviews, but we were looking for a university that was relatively south, on the basis that I think as a South African to go anywhere higher than New York in those winters, I think you really, really struggle.
Yep.
So, yeah, we were looking for a certain sort of type of university. We were looking for an academic university as well because, you know, she is an academic and that is her interest. And so we put together a video with a CV. We sent it over. She had quite a few Skype interviews. She wrote the SATs and the ACTs, which of course is the Americans' sort of version of matric
the
terms of
as well,
exactly
of what you need,
in terms of getting a certain score, a certain minimum level. You know, then what you do is you send through. It is quite a lengthy process because you actually have to apply through a couple of different websites. You have to apply to the NCAA, which is their college athletic board. And then you also have to apply through a different website called College Board. You have a whole lot of different things you have to fill in. Your school has to be very involved. We were very fortunate. St. Mary's was very proactive. They wrote some great reviews for Megan.
We're just having another look at the replay. It was a fantastic drive from Affie's straight with speed into the circle. She gets the ball across, a little bit of a difficult height to deal with. And a great opportunity, and in fact the very first real opportunity in this match.
Yeah, so we applied. She did all the SATs, the ACTs. She scored quite highly. St. Mary's was fantastic, both in terms of its preparation academically and also in terms of helping her get all the right credentials and the right reviews and things like that. The coaches got involved, the academic staff got involved. They wrote a lot of positive sort of documentation that she needed. And then the university got back to us, offered her a full ride, which means a 100% scholarship, and off she went.
That's incredible, and obviously a massive privilege for her to be part of that process. But having said that, knowing Meg, the amount of effort that she puts into things, rightly deserving her position there.
Yeah.
What is she studying?
She's actually doing what they consider a pre-med.
Okay.
So it's our version of a BSc. So she's doing a biology degree with a major in cellular molecular biology.
Wow.
And sub-majors in chemistry and health studies. And at the end of that, she can write an MCAT and choose to stay in the States and finish off the medical degree, or perhaps come home and write there's sort of a standardized test that you can write here, and then hopefully get a place into medical school here.
Wow. So there's a long journey of studies ahead.
There's a long journey of studies, and the only sad thing about the States is that the NCAA only allows you 4 years.
Yeah,
and that is why she would consider coming home, is because after the 4 years, clearly she needs another couple of years before she would graduate.
Yes.
And she would have to either come home to do that if she wants to play hockey, which I'm pretty sure she's going to want to.
Yeah.
Or she can choose to stay in the States and carry on and finish off, but then the hockey is ended. So
absolutely
a
fascinating.
difficult choice, but interesting.
It's certainly a well thought out plan and a great lesson for any person who's listening to this and trying to apply for either a university in the United States through hockey, or even a South African university. That it takes a lot of preparation, and you need to be interested in your future. It's not something that's just going to land in your lap.
No, it takes a lot of work. Even if you're applying here in South Africa, you have to make sure you put in the hours, you work hard. It's always hard work.
Fantastic. Jackie DeLange, thank you very much for joining me and telling your story about Megan. And we are very proud of Megan. She's an old St. Mary's girl and participated in this St. Mary's Investec Hockey Festival for many years. And we wish her and you guys all the very best with her in your future.
Thanks, Betty.
Action continues with Affies and Paul girls. Very even game at this stage. Affies is in control of the play at the moment. They've had a very good opportunity on attack, but again well defended there by Paul girls. Really just interested to see where this goal is going to come from to break the deadlock in this game. Suspect pass, just throwing it across the face of the field for Paul girls, hoping for a connection, unsuccessful. So and really tactically nothing in between, nothing between these two games, or two teams rather. Affies with the clearance in the circle. And sitting alongside me, Luntu Ntloko. Thank you very much for joining me in the commentary, Lunt.
Thanks, Pete.
Luntu is an ex-national hockey player. Went to the Sydney Olympic Games. And
very long time ago.
Very long time ago, not that long ago, 2000. It's just like the other day, right?
Yes.
In the meantime, Luntu has had some amazing work for the FIFA, right? Since the 2010 World Cup. Tell us a little bit about your work history there.
Yeah, so when the World Cup was announced in South Africa, actually I can't even remember where I was. I think I was playing hockey in Holland at the time, and then I eventually came back from Holland and thought, okay, well, what am I going to do now? So I luckily managed to find a job at FIFA.
That's not a bad job to find, right?
Yeah, so they opened an office here in South Africa, and they were looking for marketing people, and I applied and was very blessed to get this job, and I got to work on one of the most amazing events in my home country. So it was was really super special. And then after the World Cup, they closed their office down and moved on to Brazil, which was when the next World Cup was happening. And then they offered me a job in Zurich. And at the time, I thought, well, why not? Change of scenery, go and experience the world a little bit. And so I ended up in Zurich, was there for 6 years, and came back actually a year ago to South Africa.
Absolutely fascinating to know also that as a national hockey player that there is a great future in career as well, post-game. For some people, lucky enough, they can even do it during the playing years. But for most people, just, knowing that there is a career after hockey, and even though you were in marketing, I'm pretty sure that your sporting background had some kind of influence in your employment as well.
Absolutely. I think, I remember my first job that I got after retiring from hockey. A lot of the stuff that the people said that interviewed you and whatever is that they realized, like, if you've played sport at a high level, there's a certain level of dedication and commitment that these kind of people put into their craft, and these are skills that you can transfer into business, and they're looking for people actually who are going to bring that level of commitment to the work that they do. So yeah, definitely. I think it's especially when you play a team sport, you also learn how to work with other people, how to work in a team and how to get the best out of other people that work around you, and not to be too much of an individual. You've got to work and get along with lots of different people, and I think that's important in any kind of work environment.
Yeah, so it certainly puts you on a good foot for future. Now, what school did you go to, Linz?
I went to Kingswood in Grahamstown. And I must say, this festival, it's the first time I've actually been here, and I'm really very impressed with what I'm seeing here. We didn't really have these kind of festivals when I was playing, which tells you how old I actually really am.
It's prehistoric times.
Yes,
we all missed out on this opportunity, and certainly one we would have all relished. But yes, so we missed out on this, and so you think that this is of a high quality for a first-team schoolgirl level?
Yeah, I think so. I think obviously the more hockey you can play, also the better, and also the more different opposition that you can face, the better your skills can become. So I think it's amazing that they have this kind of tournament, and we need to, having watched our ladies play at the Commonwealth Games today, we need to build the skills and the level and stuff, and always have a feeder system that's going to make sure that our national team continues to compete at the level that we're competing at right now.
Yeah, we have discussed that at length today, a bit about how to convert this festival really, or the players that are participating here, into your future national players, and what it really takes to get a player there. And also to keep them interested and in the loop, to continue their careers. And probably one of the challenging aspects of it is the financial part, where a player, this is a female situation, particularly we're talking about, they need to be able to earn money. So, you got to work while you're playing at this stage. And a lot of the players are choosing to stay students for an extended period of time so that they can play hockey, but for most that's eventually doesn't become or continues to stay an option. So you got to make a choice, career and hockey.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in. I must say, back in my day when I was playing in the national team, we were lucky enough at the time to have SASCOC, or the Olympic Committee, had a program called OPEX, which actually allowed us to get on-the-job training. They basically paired us with companies that were willing to hire athletes who they knew needed time to train, but also then needed to build that work experience and also earn a little bit of extra money while they're doing that, And for me, I think that's probably where I was really fortunate, and in how I think I've been able to to quickly pick up on my work once I had retired, because I had already built that work experience. Look, I think I was also lucky because I started actually playing in the national team quite a lot older than most people. I was already working, I was already out of varsity and stuff. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit harder, I guess, when you're trying to finish your education and do hockey at the same time.
Yeah, that's right. And interesting now to follow the government's idea, Cyril Ramaphosa talking about the internships of young people coming through school that are going to join, you know, organizations and private sector, etc., to get that year experience in the working front. Perhaps that's, like you say, it has been part of the SASCOC in the past. It's something that can definitely be brought back to give a national athlete a position in a company where they do a certain number of hours of work and still can continue their national training and representing the country.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think for a lot of amateur sports like hockey, you know, maybe some athletics, netball, those kind of sports, I mean, that's really key. You know, we don't earn money from these sports.
Yeah, I think, in fact, I'll write a letter to Mr. Ramaphosa. Will you second me in that? Sign it off and we can send it to him, proposing that all national athletes, we're not asking for freebies, we're asking for a kind of internship to earn money while working and also continuing our training and representing the country in hockey.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's also obviously has good relationships with business. I think it's key to get these businesses on board. They've got to have some kind of sponsoring or fostering program where they also help develop these, which I think is national assets, you know. So it's very important to get companies involved in the whole program to make sure that, you know, it's providing an opportunity for people to play sport, but also to be able to have something to do after they've finished playing sport. Because there's, you know, as we know, cricket, rugby, soccer, you know, these are the main sports where people seem to be able to have earn a lot of money first of all, and then have a career afterwards. But you know, for the rest of the other sporting codes, it's not always that easy.
Yeah, and it's also obviously much easier once you've earned millions in your professional sport to set yourself up for your future. I always feel that we certainly start at a disadvantage, 100% disadvantage, by not having, you invest that you train like a professional, but you certainly don't earn money like a professional, and it has an influence on your future after the sport. And that's the first penalty corner for Affies in this game. Umpire Leandri just having enough of the ill discipline. They're not retreating 5 yards, the Paul girls. And now also asking the question exactly what that was for. She says she wants more space. And Affies is going to show us what they have at the penalty corner.
Yeah, it's been quite an even game so far. So hopefully one of the teams can score. I've seen some good short corners in this tournament so far. So that's an interesting one. Haven't seen one of those in a while.
That's the variation. We have found that a lot of the teams have difficulty stopping the ball, particularly this circle on the top of the D. So they're opting for the shorter version just to get the goal, the ball towards goal.
Okay.
And it's still it's a strong variation because at least you're putting the pressure on the
goalkeeper.
Defensive team. Yeah. Great save by Paul Gill's goalkeeper. They now have an opportunity for the counter attack. Are they going to find the connection? Yes, she finds the connection, and it's a clear receive. And just the touch a bit strong, so she loses control, but they've gained it back, and the umpire is going to call them back.
I've also been quite impressed with the speed and the tempo with which these kids are playing.
You don't remember that at school?
No. I don't think I would actually be able to keep up anymore. It's really, I mean, the self pass is obviously a great it's a great change in hockey. It keeps the game going quite quickly, but it requires that you be quite fit, I suppose, because there's not really a time where you pause. In our day, you used to take at least a 5-second breather when it was a free hit, because you knew you had to take it from a stationary position.
Yeah, that is for sure. It's increased the tempo drastically of the game. And there's another example of the self-pass. She just starts running with the ball. And it really has changed the game. And now the physical conditioning becomes so important of all these teams. Nice physical challenge, the umpire says plays on.
Yeah, the ball speed as well has been. I mean, some of the teams have had really good ball speed, which is obviously quite key as well in a fast-paced game. You've got to be able to move the ball around quickly and also change sides quickly. So that's something that I've seen, which is quite good as well with the schools here.
So is this a festival that you would return to in terms of viewership, Loons? Will you come back and have a maybe watch the final?
I think I might. I mean, I'm quite impressed with the whole setup here, and you know how big it is. And obviously, it's great to have a partner like Investec involved in this event. Obviously, it makes a key difference when you've got that funding that you can put something like this together. So yeah. I mean, I've been out of hockey for a while since I came back, but trying to slowly get back into it, trying to see if I'm going to play again, if the body's
back in the masters team.
Yeah.
And we're having a look at Paul girls. They have just got themselves a penalty corner. A strong challenge from the Affies defender led to this penalty corner. This is their second of the game. It's 4 minutes to go in this match, so this will be a fantastic time for them to finish. They're also opting for the shorter version, going near side. Great run down by the Affies defender, and she actually wins the ball, and Affies comes away with it. Are they going to get the ball going quickly? They're trying to get that counter attack going, but fail to make the connection and misses out on that opportunity. So Luns, Masters is on the cards for you.
Well, let's see. So I'm going down to training on Wednesday after not playing for a year.
You really are into it.
So I have to see if the body actually keeps up with what the mind is thinking. And I'll have to let you know how that goes.
Just in preparation, please keep in mind that you probably will have difficulty walking the next day. The body doesn't recover as fast anymore, and hockey stiffness is one that's very, very special. It's deep and it's very stiff.
And it's everywhere. So even your hands, you can't actually believe how everything is so painful, and you have muscles in places that you never even thought that you had muscles.
So admiring this festival and the players here, really in terms of their physical condition, is looking fantastic. This is day 3 of 4, and they are still running at great speed and endurance. So just talking about the involvement of Investec, as you mentioned, in the setup here at St. Mary's. If you do not have a chance to get here, we can try and describe what the venue looks like. It's very, very festive. There's massive marquee tents up where one could buy, of course, anything to eat under the sun. It's great, and there's a bit of music going there. It becomes very, very festive towards the end of the day. Otherwise, there's lots of trees and shade you can chill under, and if your team is not playing, you can socialize with mates around the field. In general, if you're a hockey person, you will definitely see people that you know here from past.
Definitely. I mean, I've been surprised actually at how many people. It feels really like a hockey reunion for me. So, and the hockey community is really great that way. It always stays the same. You have this kind of camaraderie or bond that you have from when you're young until you're really super old. So I think that's what's really special about hockey for me.
Incredible to think that this particular festival has started with 12 teams 19 years ago. It's grown into the size that it is now with 32 teams here. at St Mary's participating. It's just really grown into the #1 festival for girls in South Africa, and it's certainly nowhere near the end in the foreseeable future. This is just growing from strength to strength.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, I hope that it continues to grow from strength to strength, and that we start to see more schools come into the festival. Maybe also, you know, a level of development. Maybe, you know, some schools that are not traditional hockey playing schools, because I think that's definitely one way of making sure that we grow hockey in South Africa and try and widen that talent pool.
That is for sure. And last little effort here from Paarl girls. They're going to try and get the ball into the circle. It's been a very, very even affair between Paarl girls and Affies. Certainly not much in it. They're going to try and just let it run over the baseline and regain their composure. What you do not want to do is give away a goal here. Both these teams happy with this draw. They are running out of time. We see another well taken aerial ball and also well run down. It places Affies in a position of strength with the attack that they're building. Can they get the ball in the circle? Unfortunately not. 10 seconds to go. Luntu Ntloko, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary. It's been exceptional to have you. And we hope to see you around here at St Mary's Festival again, and maybe tomorrow for the final.
Yeah, thanks, Pity. It's been good. It's been good to be here, and yeah, I've really enjoyed the day. So yeah, maybe you'll see me tomorrow.
Fantastic. That's the end of the second last game, Affies versus Paarl girls. In 0-0, we have one more match to go. The action continues at the St Mary's Investec Hockey Festival. This is the very last game of the St Mary's Investec Hockey Festival, Day 3. It's Windhoek versus St Andrews. We are going still at full speed ahead. Into the final day for tomorrow, you'll see St Andrews here wearing the bibs, the maroon bibs, and Windhoek in blue. Colours very similar, hence the bibs. Alongside me in commentary, Roxy Kutsia-Turner, the coach of the St Mary's team. How have you found your festival so far?
Yeah, no, the festival started a little bit rough for us. We did go away with 3 wins in the first day, but unfortunately the second day we lost it a bit. So we're seeing ourselves last in our pool, which means we're playing from 9 to 12. And I've found out tomorrow we've got a big game against Blomhof. So
wow.
Those spots are no easy themselves. So we're going to hope to take one off Blomhof in 9th.
That certainly is a tough draw to get for that position. But if you think about the festival this year, some of the points that perhaps the St Mary's team really did well, what worked out nicely for you guys, the festival?
Yeah, no, I think in a festival like this with 20 minutes and you lose 1 or 2 games, it's really tough to get back into it. And I think that motivation of the girls to get in has just shown all round in today's performance. We may have lost 2, but the performance has been far better. And I think that's the toughest thing to overcome in a tournament like this.
It's really on the go. If you have 2 results that are tricky, then you're trying to come back from that, and also to keep that motivation and keep the team in this festival is very, very hard. And there's no real turnaround time. You just got to go from this game where you had your disappointment to the next game.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, with so many teams here, there's so many variables to change. Where you are positioned in your table, goal difference let us down in this instance. But yeah, and also not having a half time doesn't help. So it all comes down to your prep before, and then the ability that if what you've decided to do in your game plan doesn't work, or the opposition has changed it, that the girls can do that themselves. And that's always tricky for them.
Yeah, that is a good point to make in terms of there isn't a strategy break. You have to just continue through the 30 minutes and hope that it works out what you've implemented before. We see the first penalty corner for St Andrews. This will be a very important one to convert. It'll put them on a nice advantage point where they can play with more freedom, as we've seen in the past. If you up with 1 goal, it changes the tactics of the team, and they can just free themselves up to enjoy the game. Great save off the line by Windhoek. Nice to see Windhoek here year after year performing well.
Yeah, it's so great to have a team from Namibia. It gives opportunity for us here in South Africa to play teams we don't get to play every day. And they always come here fighting hard. You know, they don't have much at Windhoek of this caliber, you know, in tournaments. So for them to get here, it's great experience.
Okay, Roxy, what's your prediction for tomorrow's semi-final, final? Who's your top 4 teams here?
So, if I've got my facts correct, Herschel ended first, and Oranje ended first in their pool. So Herschel should be playing St Mary's Kloof. I'm going with Herschel for a win. Maybe because I've watched Herschel a little bit more. They've been in the opposing pool and I played them today. And then Oranje against Collegiate. It's going to be a tough one. I think if Collegiate come out guns blazing and they press like they've been doing this last few days, they could give Oranje for the run for their money. I think Oranje have struggled this year to put away as many goals as they have in the past. But when it comes to these big games, sure, Oranje is definitely one to step up. So I will give Oranje that win, and we'll look at maybe a Herschel-Oranje final.
That is interesting. We have seen in the previous game where Oranje played Unisi applied maximum pressure on Oranje, and it certainly did rattle the back three of Oranje. So that is a tactic that Collegiate probably will be thinking that they could execute. My only concern there is whether Collegiate has the legs to continue the intensity that's required to pull off a win against Oranje.
Yeah, definitely. I think Oranje is by far one of the top fittest teams here. But I'll tell you a little secret. Any team here going home and having the title of saying they'd beat Oranje, that would make their tournament. So believe me, tied legs may not mean much for them.
And looking at Herschel versus St Mary's Kloof, are you surprised or not surprised, pleasantly surprised by the improvement that both those teams have shown this year?
Yes, I mean, I think Herschel in the last 3 years have really stepped up the game. And they're a tough team, and they've got great structure. And St Mary's Kloof have been working hard as well. I don't think they're lucky to get in, but they fought hard, and they'll be happy with getting into the top 4.
That is a good improvement from their performance last year, where they were in the situation that you find yourself now, playing for the 9th and lower position. So it just shows you the closeness of this festival, where, you know, one year you could be right on the top playing in the final, and the very next year with a few unlucky results, or just 1 or 2 things not quite going your way, and you find yourself 9 and below.
Yep, definitely. That's what I mentioned earlier. Just with the vast amount of teams here, it just makes it that much more interesting, and you never know where you're sitting. So it's really great. I mean, at our last game, okay, we did rely on Herschel to make a win, but if they did win and we had put 3 goals in, we would have been in a semi-final. So
that's how close it is. You needed a little bit more luck on your side with relying on other people's results or other teams' results. So yeah, that certainly is very, very close. And again, that's why we just come back year after year with keen interest on this festival, because the unpredictability of it and the quality of what you see every single game is what makes this so exciting and sought after.
Definitely, it's most definitely the tournament that each of these teams look forward to every year, and they want to make the top 4.
And Windhoek with a crash ball in. St Andrews handled it very, very well there on the far post, playing the ball into safety. Outside the circle is safe, and it's good to bring the ball out again.
This game is very important for St Andrews, more than Windhoek. Windhoek have settled for 2nd in their pool here, which is great. St Andrews need at least a draw. If St Andrews don't draw here, then there are 4 teams on the same points, so they'll be looking at goal difference. And don't ask me where everybody lies, because I haven't done that maths. But St Andrews will be happy with the draw, because that puts them in 3rd. If they win, that also puts them in 3rd. And I think it'll be a good confidence booster for them. They also didn't start too strong this tournament. So they'll be hoping to build really for their league coming up now.